Well, good morning and welcome to this winter warmer here. It's the first round of the HKRC Racing Club Championships for 2024 here at Kimbolton on the Cambridgeshire border. My name is Chris Sora. I'll be taking you through the action today, and joined once again, of course, we'll introduce him in just a moment, is the driver who knows this track like the back of his hand. He's competing this year in the Fiesta ST240 Championships, but he's very kindly devoted us the time to take us through the action today. It is Charlie Ellis. Good morning to you, Charlie.
Good morning, Chris. Well, we're back. It's another year for Kimbolton, another year for HKRC. It's definitely going to be a stormer.
Looks like a big entry of drivers this morning. We are looking at the moment at the final practice session. It's going a bit ahead of schedule at the moment. The race very much today, not only on the track but against the time, with it being early in January. Looking to get some short, sharp races in here today. The senior Rotax drivers just doing their 3 laps of practice, and we'll be underway with our first race in just a few moments. As you can see, it's a lovely, crisp January morning here at Kimbolton. The track just under 1,000 metres long, and certainly drivers starting to bed into the track a little bit. The weather this morning, as you can see, very sunny, but the temperature down in the paddock on the trackside about 3-4 degrees. It's just above freezing. And we've seen one of the key things today, I think, Charlie, is the track temperature is going to be very cold, and grip is at a premium.
Oh, definitely. I mean, looking at yesterday, people were saying the track was literally green. So drivers have definitely got to put a lot of work in, just, throwing the cart around, just trying to get any sort of, tyre temperature into those tyres that are hopefully going to get them around the track and, get them on their way.
Well, HKRC, second Saturday of every month is the Club Championships here at the famous old Kimbolton circuit. Been here since 1959, and the former home in World War II of the RE-79 US Air Force Bomber Squadron. So it's one of those, like many tracks in the UK, having its origins in the military and in World War II, and a name that's synonymous with karting in the UK. Here we are, we're looking at our senior Rotax drivers. This is a free practice session, not qualifying as such. This is our final bit of practice action today. The heat races and the final today, just 7 minutes plus 1 lap. So very short, sharp races, even the final, which understandably we'd say here today, Charlie, because of the time being very much against us, you would say.
Yes, I mean, about 4 p.m, the sun will be shining down and going to bed, and the moon will be coming up, so not much time. So try and get all these races for you guys to watch. Try and get them out the way and get them going. We are running ahead of schedule, thank the Lord, so hopefully should be all good today.
Yeah, looking good here, being the first heat scheduled to start actually very precisely at 10:33, but we are going to go straight through into racing. Got odds and even grids today for the junior Rotax. That's our first race of the day. They went out 2 practice sessions. There were so many drivers out there, and our first race is the junior Rotax, where you can see them in the waiting zone right now. They'll be taken to the grid very shortly. So just to explain here, Charlie, of course, we said it was a free practice session. The drivers haven't qualified for the grid as such, and how exactly do we work out the grid today?
Yeah, so the grids are based off random grids, so it's more like a pick out the hat situation, where, so say for your first heat, if you're starting first, then you'll be put to the back for your second heat. So for example, the junior Rotax drivers, so there's 3 heats overall, but each driver must do 2, but that's just because of how big the grids are. But besides that, every other class is going to do all their heats, and then obviously the points from their heats will go to their starting position for the final, and then the final is where you win your trophies and you get your wins.
That's very important, of course. As you can see, looking across the grid today, the way these grids, of course, are set up, as Charlie said, is that these drivers essentially, of course, they you don't get an advantage across the day as such. You might be better off being on the front of the grid in Heat 1, for example, but then the flip side of that, of course, later on you'll be at Heat number 2 as we have a look at some of the drivers who've got the benefit of the front row start here. Marcus Popical, Luca Magni on the first row, John Richardson, Miles Roby, Dominic Parabuck on row number 3 with Charlie Neve. And let's have a look at the rest of the top 10 here, Charlie.
Yeah, so Finley Jones starting P7, followed by Maisie Creed, one of our female drivers here this weekend, and Lucy Wilden as well. So brilliant to see some of the female drivers getting onto the grid. Row 7 be round by Oliver Meek and Owen Keenan, followed by Joel Dixon Cohen and Timo Younglin, our Rotax World Champion, so brilliant to see him here at Kimbolton. Row 9 will be Harry Friel and Logan Howes.
And taking us to the next 3 rows, Jason Dutis, Ellie Batten, Teddy Cooper on 79 from James Kell, Jacob Ashcroft and Rayan Gandor. In 24th position, kart number 1, 2, 3 in this first race, Harry Bartle, Joshua Turnbull, Brandon Truman, Kay Clark, Charlie F. Grave and Joshua Smith on row number 15 as the drivers make their way out onto the circuit for their sighting lap, taking their place on the grid in just a few moments. Final 2 rows, George Phillip, Logan Hartshorn, Blake Southern and Arthur Brownless right at the back of the field, but of course later on he'll have the benefit of we want to say a front row grid or somewhere near the front in the later heat.
So there's some brilliant drivers near the back of the grid to watch out for. Watch out for Harry Bartle, who's our Miami world champion. So many world champions here this weekend. Also watch out for Timo Younglin near the front of the grid. Hopefully he's going to make his way through. Watch out for drivers such as Charlie F. Grave on the aircart chassis. Hopefully he's improved a lot over the summer and the winter, so maybe he can make his way through. Watch out for Jacob Ashcroft as well, who's just made his way up from cadets, looking to make a strong impression in the junior Rotax class.
And as you can see, look how aggressively they are weaving down the TKM straight there to get some temperature in these tyres as 2024 is about to get underway. Popical and Magny on the front row of the grid for this opening heat race. It's the junior Rotax. They make their way through Kimbolton Corner, down onto the grid. Let's hope for a clean start, and over the line they go. It looks good, and here we go, Charlie.
Well, 2024 is off to a start, and Charlie Neve round the outside. Is it going to stop? Oh, that was very close for Charlie Neve, and there's a couple spinning. Oh, there's a bit of contact, and hopefully they are all fine and get through, but what a chaotic start there. Looks like Charlie Neve has managed to hold himself and get into second. Is that Timo Younglin, who's made it up to third place? I think that's why they call him the world champion. Oh, there's a couple of drivers off in the chicane there. I wish I could see a number. But there's Charlie Neve going for the lead of the race already. What a brilliant start by Charlie. Nearly going off at turn 1. You know, the tyres are so cold, even though they put all that heat into it on the warm-up lap. And very luckily managed to get the kart stopped and into lead of the race. And that's Timo Younglin, who's made a cracking start into second place. Very impressive by the top 2, and there's a bit of loading into the turn 1 by Timo Younglin on Charlie Neve, trying to get past, and they kind of give Charlie Neve a bit of an advantage there, try and pull down the straight.
Well, they pull away there, the top 3 already breaking away. Chaotic first lap. A lot of drivers struggling with the grip. I think Ellie Baden, the driver who's right at the front of the field, is out on lap number 1. We just saw him on the side of your screen there, his cart being pulled away to the centre, but Youngling looking very good from that mid-pack start. He avoided the carnage on the first lap, making their way down towards Kimbolton Corner, and Youngling really pressuring the lead and Neve round Kimbolton Corner, but Neve knows he is there. Nice sweeping line, getting the speed down the Hines straight over the start-finish line they go. Youngling having a peek down the inside, gets a wheel in there, and can he make that pass stick as they make their way out of Stowe Corner through towards the Willows, the Mitsu Straight, and it looks to me there, Charlie, like Youngling has done it.
What a brilliant move there, very calm and collective. It looks like the top 3 have actually pulled away from the rest of the pack. Luca Magni just dropping down a bit, probably struggling to get those tyres warmed up. But yeah, Timo Younglin, Rotax world champion this year out in Bahrain, so really knows how to drive this Rotax car. Charlie Neve in second place really made a strong impression when joining Strawberry Racing.
And here they come over the line into the first corner. Youngling, of course, knows his rivals there. Neve having a peek down the inside, thinks better. But these 2 drivers, I think, might be working together a bit now to keep that gap ahead of the third place Luca Magni. Joshua Turnbull's had a good start, up to 4th place in the number 20, starting towards the back of the grid. Bartle in 5th. Joel Dixon Cohen in 6th, Aidan Mitchell, Finley Jones, Dominic Harrowbrook, who started well, he's still there in the top 10 from John Richardson, Jason Dushik and Owen Keenan a bit further behind, just outside of the top 10 as we focus on this battle down the back straight now, going down TKM towards the Kestrel corner, this 90-degree left-hand flick into the final corner, through Kimbolton they go, and Timo Youngling, the race leader, nice and smooth, very minimal input through these corners. Very smooth driver here, I'd say. Charlie.
Yeah, brilliant and smooth driving. I might have to clear my throat because Timo Youngling has actually made up 15 places to take the lead very early on. So congratulations to him, and Joshua Turnbull making up 22 places. Brilliant driving, saying it's just started out in the junior Rotax class. Harry Bartle has made up 20 positions into P5, so brilliant driving by him, and also has the fastest lap of the race. Watch out for... That was Joshua Turnbull, I mean, in P4. Watch out for Jacob Ashcroft as well, though. He's made up 12 places in P11 right now, just behind Dominic Parabot. Brandon Truman has also made his way up from P27 to P13, so keep an eye out for these two drivers making their way through the field.
And here they go over the line to complete the lap. There is a contact flag there for the number 35, a bit further down the field, Arthur Brownless, so a bit of banging and buffing further down the field as they make their way through. That fastest lap, incidentally, goes to Harry Bartle just now. Over the line he goes, setting a 42.04. So he is closing slightly on the leaders, running 42.5 at the front between these two guys at the moment, Youngling and Neve. It's Charlie Neve in 16th place, just following the race leader. Youngling, of course, took advantage of that chaotic start. The first few corners, drivers struggling with the grip. There were karts all over the place. Fortunately, only one retirement, and the driver appeared to be okay. Now, we're looking at those lap times there. The lap times in the low 42s right now, Charlie. Do you think those? Do you think they might come down a bit later on when the track comes towards these drivers? A bit more grip out there. Oh,
I'm very much sure, because the sort of times that they usually do with a hot track and everything is warmed up is not a 42-second lap time. These guys are trying to find every 10th out on the circuit, and with a competitive kart they can very much find seconds, if not.
Well, this we'll see how it comes towards them. This race still very close at the front here. Timo Youngling leading the way as he has done for most of the race. Started in the midfield. Very effective first lap. And as Charlie said, of course, Joshua Turnbull, Harry Bartle, third and fourth place, 73, number 20, just crossing line behind these two drivers. And they've come through very well indeed. Harry Bartle setting, going into the 41.82 now. So the pace is starting to pick up a bit here. And Harry Bartle in third, setting the fastest lap of the race. You'll see your timer in the top left-hand corner of your screen. That's how long we have left in this race, 7 minutes plus 1 lap. So the drivers raced for the full 7 minutes. Next time they go over the line, there is 1 lap to go. I think they'll squeeze through. We might get 2 more laps in here, Charlie, do you think? 1:20 on the clock here, just coming into the final corner. So still a little bit of time to go in this race. And Harry Bartle looking good in third. But is it too much to ask to get up with these leaders?
Well, we're going to have to see what Charlie Neve can do. He can control the race here. But yeah, must be about 2 or 3 laps left. But I mean, the more the better for these drivers and for commentators ourselves. Yeah, Charlie Neve really looking down on Timo Youngling. Really want to have a chance of getting his first win of the race of this weekend and of the year. Harry Bartle doing really well here. Slowly catching in on the leaders, but with that big gap at the start of the race, it's going to take quite a while to get through. But I mean, a very impressive drive from P25 on the grid to P3.
Just watching here, the third place Harry Bartle, Joshua Turnbull in his wake there. You'll see them just at the back of your screen. They're going to squeeze through now with 30 seconds on the clock. So they got 1 more lap to go before they see the final lap. 2 laps to go then, including the lap they are on. So this could be time here for Joshua Bartle, who again has closed that gap. 1.8 seconds between first and third place. Charlie Neve has been following Timo Young for pretty much the entire race. But the hard-charging Harry Bartle in third place. They make their way through Dan Weldon corner at the far end of the circuit, heading back down towards the TKM straight into the final complex here. The Kestrel 90-degree left-hander, the very slow Kimbolton corner. Good line choice essential here to get through this final corner. There's Bartle in third, and 1 lap to go here, Charlie. He is really closing up.
Well, I told you he was fast, and he looks exactly looking like he's going to catch up onto the back of these two, but surely he won't have enough time. Charlie Neve still, having a little look. He's about a 10th off on the times, but just putting on so much steering input into that chicane there, really showing there is very little grip on this circuit right now, and these drivers are going to have to use that bodies to, transfer weight across the kart, making sure that, all the tyres, they can stick to the ground and use as much tread as they possibly can.
And here they come out to the final corner. Looks like Timo Youngling has done enough here. Fantastic drive in this first race of 2024. Charlie Neve following over the line in second. What a drive from Harry Bartle in third. Just 1 lap too few for him, you would say there. Crossing line 9/10 of a second down on the leader. Joshua Turnbull fourth. Joel Dixon, Cohen Aidan Mitchell 6th, Luca Magni 7th, Jacob Ashcroft, John Richardson, Joshua Smith in 10th position, Brandon Truman 11th, Harrowbuck 12th, Keenan in 13th, Lucy Wilden 14th from Charlie F. Grave, and Finley Jones in 16th. They all go charging over the line. 34 drivers started that race, 33 finished. Very busy race there, Charlie, and a great way to start 2024.
Well, I could tell you Bartle was really pushing that lap. Actually ended up with a 41.5 on that lap, half a second quicker than Timo Youngland. So was really trying to push to get that win there, but just not enough track and not enough time.
Well, we're going to move on to the Honda 200, sponsored by iZone. Driver performance, our second heat of the day, and as with all of these race classes, the heat race is 7 minutes plus 1 lap. The Honda 200s are in the waiting zone, ready to go right now, and this, of course, the ever reliable, tough as old boots Honda 4-stroke engine, and it's a staple of karting, you would say there, Charlie, not only in the world of corporate karting. Of course, you go to a karting centre yourself, it'll probably have a Honda engine in it, but in the junior categories in the karting as well, the actual race karting.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty simple to set up, you know, not much work to do with them, and they're cheap and competitive. So, you know, gives out a level playing field as well, which is always best for racing. And
I kid you not, of course, if you stand trackside down here on the Heinz Straight when they cross the line, these little Honda machines, of course, the drivers are very light as well, quite young drivers. They carry some speed over the faster parts of the track.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, I mean, you know, the drivers are going to, you know, probably tell this to their mates when they go to school back on Monday.
One thing, if you've never seen this before, it's always find this quite interesting as well when you watch these young drivers. My background, of course, is in motocross, and very similar there when you look at some of the auto riders, the 65cc riders, the riders who are under 10 years old. When you watch these drivers and riders out on track, is the racecraft they possess. They're only young kids, but they're switched on when they're racing. They know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, I think their age doesn't define them, really. You know, they're such young drivers, but act so mature and professional for their ages.
Yeah, very skilled drivers, especially towards the front of the field. This very much a learning ground, some of the more junior categories, as they make their way out onto the circuit for their first lap. We have the scream and the smell of the premix in the air for the junior Rotax, who got the hum of the 4 strokes here, as Jack Fulbrook-Harmer leads them away from Albie Smith. Theo Hamilton third from Kevin Ivanov in fourth. Ralphie Brascombe and Esme Rosie on the third row of the grid in kart number 42.
Ashton Horsepool ran out your row. We'll bring up your row 4 with Bjorn Milstead in P8. Elliot Bork and Ricky Jr. McIntosh rounds out row 5. Jackson Heath and Shay Hilton run at row 7.
Well, here we go. There's quite a few of the 4 strokes out here as well as the Honda 200s line their way around the first exciting lap here through Kimbolton Corner. It looks like we're going to go for the start here. The green flag is about to go. No, we're going wave through for another lap. So the grid there, Charlie, didn't look very good. Now, was that just the case they hadn't formed up properly, not really in position for the start?
Yeah, I think there was a few drivers who were kind of falling back on the grid. You can just see a bit jump coming through now. So I think a perfect start here is, you know, both side by side and really close to each other, making sure that, you know, everyone's got the same advantage going into turn 1.
So Mr. Starter, of course, here playing an important part here. What as a driver yourself, what they're looking for really is to make sure that they're in these tram lines on the start grid, of course, making sure they're all nice and safely in position.
Yeah, you know, these the tram lines, you know, they are obviously a safety reason here to make sure that drivers know exactly where they need to form up. Make sure, you know, all starts are clean, and, you know, these marshals, the Orange Army, will help them, you know, make sure that they are in a safe, controlled environment, whilst also, you know, racing proper hard and aggressive.
Well, here we go. They're coming through Kimbolton Corner once again. They waved them through last time. The grid looks a lot better this time, so let's hope we can get a good, clean start as they make their way over the line. All eyes on the starter. Looks like it's a good one, and here they go into the first corner.
Well, green flags away, and looks like Kevin Ivanov's going to take the lead in turn 1.
Oh, spinner in the midfield, and you can see the ripple effect through there. The drivers appear to be okay. Everyone else does a great job of avoiding on that first corner. Start, as always here, Charlie, very important, because when they make their way through towards Stowe Corner, of course, this morning the grip isn't quite there. It's a bit of a treacherous first lap.
Yeah, I mean, the first lap will always be the hardest lap for most of these drivers because they're really close with all the other competitors, and obviously trying to heat up the brakes and the engine and the tyres as well, which is obviously holding all their grip and is going to help them get around these corners as quick as they can.
Well, a couple of drivers already out of the race, it seems. Drivers are all okay, I hasten to add, but one or two spins on that first lap as the leaders make their way over the line to complete the first lap. And Jack Fulbracama charging through. Ivanov, of course, is very well placed and leads the race on this first lap, making their way through Stowe Corner. You can see that stricken cart on the side of the track there, so it's Kevin Ivanov that leads. Albie Smith, Theo Hamilton, Ralphie Bramscombe into fourth place. Esme Rosie with a good start into the top five from Ricky Junior McIntosh. Elliot Borg, Jack Fulbracama dropping a few places down to 8th on the number 94. And just ahead of Riley Brackmore in 9th place. I think we've lost Bo Winslade, Shea Hilton and Jayam Prakash on the first lap. Well, Shea Hilton has just gone through, so one or two drivers dropping out of contention, but a good clean start there from Kevin Ivanov.
Yeah, he's really showing himself up. Has really been showing himself up in the last year at Kimbolton, precisely winning the TKM Festival quite further on in the year.
Well, it looks like Ivanov is checking out a bit at the front as we look at this battle a little bit further down towards the top five. Ricky Junior McIntosh, look out for the number 44 here. That's a very familiar number in karting, isn't it? McIntosh making his way through the field up to 5th place now. Elliot Bork in 6th. Esme Rosie drops a couple of places down to 7th place. But that battle in and around the top five, a little bit of bumping and banging there. One driver not too happy. And will we be seeing a contact warning flag here? We shall find out when they cross the line. Nothing too serious there, I would say. There's the 44 of Ricky Junior McIntosh, just having a peek down the inside. It looks like Ralphie Branscombe in there as well. Kevin Ivanov checking out a bit now at the front as they make their way through the Kimbolton corner. And all looking very close here, Charlie.
All battles a row through the field, and Kevin Ivanov doing a brilliant job to stay out of the pack, and actually just got the fastest lap of a 49.3. So these cadet drivers, although their age, have had slower engines compared to the junior and senior karts, but that's just because of age. And there's a bit of, I think that was P3 actually running a bit wide coming out turn 3, and it looks like he's going to be losing a couple of positions there. We'll see on your screens. Yes, he has. So he's actually dropped to P5. So let's see who that is. That looked like it was Ricky.
Looked like McIntosh, didn't he? Yeah, Ricky, who's just made a few mistakes there coming out of the wheel. He's had such a good lap previously to fight his way through to 3rd position. Just losing the momentum and dropping a couple of places now. This is not going to concern Kevin Ivanov, though, the race leader, as we look at the 2nd place here, Theo Hamilton. As he makes his way over the line, the gap staying around 1 second. Hamilton with the fastest lap of the race, 48.89. Branscombe then up to 3rd place. Albie Smith and McIntosh with those mistakes just dropping down to 5th place now, but don't write him off, of course, because he's fighting again, trying to get his way back to the field in that great battle with Albie Smith and Elliot Borg. Riley Blackmore 7th, Esme Rosie in 8th position, Fulbracama 9th, Jackson Heath rounding up the top 10. Further back, Shea Hilton, Aurora Joel, Ashton Horspool, Sawyer Henderson, Toby Turner, Ollie Knox rounding up the field, and Bo Winslade appears to be a lap down, one of the drivers who got caught up in that melee on the first lap. Jayam Prakash, unfortunately, is out of the race, but the race very much on here, Charlie, between these two. Great battle coming into Kimbolton corner.
Brilliant driving by these two, very much a young age. Really showing that, they are mature and professional drivers, and very good to see the Project One out here. Have to pay our respects to Gerard Cox, who was recently passed away during January, and he was such a an inspiration for the sport, especially for karting. Very much brought up the young drivers, and obviously one of his recent drivers, Kim Nakamura, who's currently now racing in UAE F4, and made a real big name for himself in the world and European karting industry. So we pay our respects to Gerard Cox, and we hope that Project One they do well this weekend. We have all the drivers here running a Project One sticker on their carts, just to pay our deep respects for what such an inspiration he was.
Well, this is it, of course. Simply the careers of these young drivers wouldn't be progressed to the level they are sometimes without the influential figures behind the sport. Look at this, though, just cutting back to the action here. The number 44, Ricky Junior McIntosh, he's had a very eventful race. He's currently in 5th place. He has set the fastest lap of the race. But Elliot Bourke positioning that kart perfectly as we look back to Kevin Ivanoff, the race leader, who's coming under a bit of pressure now from Theo Hamilton, who has been slowly chipping away at that lead as they make their way down the TKM straight towards Kestrel. Into the left-hander they go. They got 1 minute 25 on the clock in this 7 minute plus 1 lap first heat race. So we're going to go for 2 more laps when they come back round again. A nice line out to the corner there from Hamilton. He's going to try and psych this up now going in towards Stowe Corner. And Hamilton down the inside. Can he get a wheel in there? Gets the line. Now, can he hold on? Ivanoff's going to cut across here, get the switch back, and retakes the lead. So some nice bit of racing here, but I think Hamilton's going to stick on here as they make their way through the Willows. And this race with 2 laps to go, very much on.
Brilliant driving by these two to not make any contact, and brilliant driving, saying these drivers are 8 to 10 years old, so really showing a professionalism here. And looking at these two drivers, you got Hamilton, who were very famous in the sport, and Kevin Ivanoff with that was a brilliant move there by Theo Hamilton, sang to last corner. You never really see that sort of move, and he's had to go defensive just to hold Kevin Ivanoff off. But Kevin has got a better run coming down into the straight. Will he go and look into turn 1? He's staying behind. Looks like he's going to keep pushing behind and maybe look for a last lap overtake where, it makes Theo's chances very small of getting that position back. But looking at these two drivers, Kevin with that Red Bull, Max Verstappen livery helmet, Theo Hamilton with the iconic surname, he's kind of, looking like an F1 battle and definitely showing up for it.
This is very good racing, actually. We've got the last lap next time round. Just gone to 0 now, so next time they cross the line, it will be the last lap. Down the back straight they go, down TKM towards Kestrel. So at the moment, Hamilton leads, and Ivanoff in second, but this race is too close to call. The last lap board is about to go out for the leaders. Over the line they go. So Hamilton leading, 1 lap to go. Ivanoff second. This could be Ivanoff's moment down the inside. No, not going there at the moment. Now this, of course, is a very interesting corner here, I'd say, Charlie. This Stowe corner, it's a classic first corner, tight on the entrance. Opens up as they go out. So you saw Ivanoff there. He just seemed to hold back. He didn't go for the pass there because it would be very difficult to hold on as well.
And also, it is just a heat race, you're not going to get anything out of it if you go for a silly move and, cause a collision. And the only thing you are going to get out of it is a total loss of points. And Kevin, brilliant move there. Looks like Theo Hamilton made a little bit of a mistake, and they're side by side. This is going to be very, very close as we go into the last sector. Theo Hamilton just holding his line. Kevin's kind of held back a bit. Well, will Kevin go for a last corner lunge? I don't think so, because Theo Hamilton goes defensive. But Kevin's going to try and get the run out of the final corner. But it looks like Theo Hamilton's going to just hold on in the end, and Theo Hamilton takes the win in Heat 1 in on the Cadet 200.
Punches the air. He is only a heat race, of course, but nonetheless, you can't blame him for being happy with that one. A tough battle there with Kevin Ivanoff in second place. Just a small mistake from Hamilton on the last lap. Almost lost out, but he had to fight and take that win. Ralphie Bramscombe third. Ricky Juni McIntosh looked very impressive in that race. A bit of trade in paint there sometimes. Finishing in fourth place, very strong from Elliot Bourke. Albie Smith in sixth. Riley Blackmore, Ismay Rosie in 8th place, Jack Paul Mahama in 9th, Jackson Heath rounding out the top 10. Toby Turner, Ashton Horspool, Sawyer Henderson, Shea Hilton, Aurora Jones, and Bo Winslade a bit further back. We lost Ollie Knox and J.M. Prakash from that one, but exciting first race there as 1 or 2 of the stricken karts out on the track. You see the marshals just make sure the track is ready to go. 1 or 2 retirements there. They'll be picking their karts back off on to the paddock for the second heat race later on. Race number 3, and it's the first heat for the Mircomax UK getting underway in just a few moments. Third race of the day, our first heat race, and bit of an international flavour here. 1 or 2 of the foreign drivers, of course. It's we say it's a club event, of course, but this does attract the high calibre of driver here, of course, Charlie.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see drivers from all over the country and the world pretty much coming to race at this iconic circuit. And we've got some big championships going in the middle of the year, so it's very important for these drivers to get all the testing they can in. And this is a very professional sport, karting, and people are very surprised when you see how professional owner karting can be.
Well, here we go. The drivers in the waiting zone about to go out for their warm-up lap in just a few moments. We'll have a look at how they line up. So it's Toby Biggs from Lucian Smith, Oliver Dawson third, Maria Roberto, the Italian, in fourth place, Harris Barber, Dain Singh Bahal in 6th place. And going through to the 4th row of the grid, looks like the number 15 of Alfie May.
Yeah, so Alfie May's going to be coming up the 4th row of the grid, followed by Finley Beals, George Schwei and Sebastian Behrman will be round up row 5. Josh Cook and Victor Popcal round up row 6.
James Devroe on number 46, row number 7 from Luke Millward. Austin Oman, Alessandro Sales and Arthur Farrow from Logan Rolfe on row number 9. Alfie Garrett on row number 10 from Jensen Darlow. Arthur Farrow, Teddy Higgs, Zach Andrew and Adam Galudi in row number 12. And the final row of the grid is the Spaniard Marley Wardy and Ethan Lloyd right at the back of the field. But don't forget, of course, like we say, Charlie, these drivers at the back of the field in heat number 1, they can expect a better starting position in heat number 2.
Yes, so definitely be watching out for these drivers near the back, and there's loads of drivers to watch out for in this race. So all tongues tail and getting ready to go for the start of the first heat of Mircomax UK, and the Motorsport UK have done a really good job in Mircomax to make it a level playing field. So everyone's running the exact same sprocket. So the sprocket actually, so you can have it's a real big setup change, and we'll explain that later. But now the start of the race is go, and Mircomax are off and away, and down into turn 1. No, full start.
No, the full start flag. It was a bit messy at the front there, wasn't it? Which gives us the chance, of course, to explain about the gearing on these. So you say the sprocket size. If you're not familiar with how these karts work, you've got the sprockets that provide the drive between the engine and the drive chain. It's similar to your bicycle, essentially, isn't it? A sprocket that the chain wraps around. Yeah,
pretty much. And, the sprocket just can make a big difference on your overall track performance. If you go for like a sort of higher gearing, you can pretty much shoot out the corners, but you're going to struggle on that top end, and it can sort of vice versa. So everyone on the same sprocket really does help, balance out the playing field, and although help those privateers who can't big up against the big teams.
So here we go. We're going to try again. Full start last time round. There's a few drivers towards the back there. Let's hope they can bunch up and get a good grid position as they come round the final corner, get into line. The field bunching together quite nicely as they make their way through Kimbolton Corner. And here we go for the start once again. Drivers jostling for position, but it's a good start. Oh, this is going to be tight in the first corner here, Charlie. Oh, and trouble. Driver into the tyre barriers. Will they all get through cleanly? Otherwise, I'll tell you what, that looked pretty tasty going into the first corner there, Charlie, but only one driver in trouble. Bit of trouble at the back as well, but pretty much everyone gets through. All drivers appear to be okay, and the race is on.
Yeah, that was quite a hard hit into the barrier at turn 1, so I hope that driver is okay. But it looks like Lucian Smith, out of nowhere, has got a massive start and a massive gap already. It looks like... I can't see that... I think that looks like Dian Pahal, who's done a brilliant start there to get into P2, but he's already looking at a position lost against someone, I can't see who that is, maybe Harris Barber, but the yellow flags are out to fix those tyre barriers at turn 1. But as we come through, it looks like Lucian Smith is holding the lead, followed by Sebastian Behrman, who's made up 8 places. So brilliant driving by Sebastian Behrman to make it up into 2nd place, followed by Dehan Pahal, who's done a brilliant start there into P3. Alfie May's followed in P4, followed by George Schweier, Harris Barber, Josh Cook, Austin Oman, Toby Biggs, Mario Roberto and Luke Millward ran at the top 11.
And the driver that walloped the tyre barrier going into the first corner was the 4th place starting Oliver Dawson, who came off worst in that jostle for the first corner. He's okay, and he is rejoined right at the back of the field. It appears that all drivers who started, I think we lost Alessandro Salas and Arthur Farrow, but 24 drivers still in this race as Lucian Smith leads them over the line. Still waved yellows going into Stowe Corner for the damage to the tyre barriers. So no racing going into Stowe Corner, you would say. They've just got a whole position, make their way through the willows. This switchback here, series of fast-flowing corners. They make their way onto the Yamatsu Straight, where we are now, through towards Derrick's Corner, where the leaders are right now, and it's still Smith. This is where we see starting to fight for positions here. Behrman in 2nd, Pahal, Dain Singh Bahal's done very well here, just picking his way through the field up to 3rd place now from George Schwein and Alfie May, still right in there as well, but Lucian Smith looking very smooth at the front of the field. Now the question is here, I think, Charlie, can Sebastian Behrman and Pahal, can they do anything about this?
Well, we're going to have to see in the next few laps, but definitely doing a great job there by Lucian Smith on that Project 1 to get up to the front quick and start pulling that gap, and Sebastian Behrman slowly closing in, but wouldn't be able to match Lucian Smith on the lap times, as Lucian Smith sets a fastest lap of the race with a 49.03, 3/10 quicker than Sebastian Behrman that last time round. So it's going to be quite hard for Sebastian Behrman to make up that time, but he's going to have to watch out because Dion Pahal is right behind and is looking a lot quicker than Sebastian Behrman. So definitely watch out, and obviously the Behrman name getting quite popular now in the motor industry, with Oliver Behrman now, making his way into Formula 2. For his brother is also racing, I don't think this weekend, but obviously racing still in junior Rotax with KR Sport. So brilliant to see the Behrman name still holding through karting.
Looking very strong there in second place. So just look there, I think it was Josh Cook, of course, signalling, pointing his head there, telling these other drivers to work together here because they're fighting for position. And this is where, even in the heat races here, kart racing can be a little bit tactical. You've got to be finding the right balance here between fighting for position here and these guys just following each other through the corners here, building the pace up to try and catch up with the leaders, because there was a little bit of banging and barging in the top 10 there. The drivers fighting for position. It's just slowing them down a bit now, so they're just trying to work together with just under 3 minutes left on the clock, plus the one lap. Because Lucian Smith looking very clear at the front of the field, just going over the line as we look at the number 47 here. Alfie Garrett just on the edge of the top 10, fighting for position as they go over the line. So George Schwinn up to 8th place, Logan Rolfe. There's Alfie Garrett with Luke Millward as they fight their way through to clear track now. The yellow flags have gone in through into Stowe Corner. And once again, you see that switch back. It's a very tight entry to the corner, but the risk there is, of course, Charlie's 2 or 3 corners here at Kimbolton that carry this risk, as always see... that
was like Millward.
Millward there,
got pushed a bit wide there onto the grass and had to sadly drop back. But yeah, I mean, the switchback move at turn 1 is so powerful, but can also go very wrong very quickly if the driver that you're battling with makes a move that you don't think is on.
Very defensive here going into Kestrel as we look. But 20 finds a line there momentarily there. We'll look down the inside. Alfie Garrett fighting hard here to hold that position. 2 minutes left, plus the 1 lap remaining as they make their way through into the first corner. Lucian Smith still leading from Sebastian Behrman. Dhyan Singh Pahal in third. Alfie Mayer, Josh Cook, as we see this great battle on the edge of the top 10. It's pretty much nose to tail now with the 25. Pahal in third.
And that's Alfie Mayer going for a move on Dhyan. Very good move there by Alfie to get into P3. And Dhyan's going to go round the outside and take that position back into P3. And he's opened the gap for all the other drivers to come through. That looked like also Josh Cook and Austin Oman, who was able to optimise from that.
And again, Pahal, he's waving his hand there. I think he's trying to get these drivers to work together. We've still got a couple of laps to go in this race, 1:15. Do you think that's what he's doing? Is he just trying to get these guys maybe work with him?
I think that's either work together or what are you playing at, said to Dhyan. But look at Austin Oman, really on the back of Dhyan, really trying to find a way through to take this podium away from him. It's only a heat, just remember that. So these finals might get very interesting when they know they're battling for a pot and a trophy.
This is interesting here, that because the number 11 there, Austin Oman, looking at his lap times, he has been consistently quicker, so he is finding lines out there that at the moment Pahal perhaps isn't, so he's quite keen to get through here. But essentially, of course, Pahal has the position, and it looks like he's going to defend it now. We've just seen the leaders go through with 30 seconds on the clock here, so we have got another lap to go. Neat little move there. Now, of course, can Oman hold on? It looks like he's made the move stick.
Now, that was a strong move by Austin Oman. Brilliant driving there to get past Dhyan into P3, and looks like Josh Cook is on the back trying to maybe optimise from the 2 battling. But yeah, you were saying about the decision making here, and these drivers, you still have to remember they are 8 to 10 years old, and the sort of decisions they have to make in such a split second. An average adult couldn't even imagine what they had to go through in a race.
Just looking at Pahal there, the driver's just lost that position, 25. I think he's just looking for lines here now, just seeing the lines that Oman's using to try and find his way through. And down the back straight they go. Of course, with 1 lap to go, next time round, it's going to go right on cue pretty much for the number 44 of Lucian Smith, who has run very well so far. And they fight their way through into Stowe for the last time. Oh, very close indeed as we go into the last lap. And this battle for third place is a bit further ahead there. The race leader, 44, Lucian Smith, lapping the 95. Oliver Dawson, who, of course, had trouble on the start straight down into the first corner. But all looking very good so far for Lucian Smith.
Yes, so the penultimate lap of the race, so only 1 lap left. And yeah, just getting past our lap car pretty smooth, and Sebastian Behrman's going to have to come up to that real soon and try and get past in a safe way. But, you know, these marshals will obviously help them, help the drivers, you know, notify the back markers when to get out the way and let the quick ones through. And
there we go. So it's Lucian Smith taking the flag from Behrman in second, Oman in third, Bahal fourth, Mayer in fifth, Roberto sixth, Josh Cook in seventh, George Schweier, Logan Rolfe, and Alfie Garrett rounding up the top 10. Very close fight to the line there for 10th place. Pharaoh 11th, Galudi 12th, Barbara Millward 13th and 14th position. But action all the way through. Just goes to show how fast and furious these karting races are. On a short race as well, only 14 seconds covering the top 15 drivers. So even in the heat races here, of course, only 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Plenty of action all the way through the race.
I think special mention to Mario Roberto for setting the fastest lap of the race of a 48.4. So lapping over a tenth quicker than the leader. So very much showing some strong pace heading into the next heats.
So looks like coming up very shortly we've got the Minimax 950s coming up in just a few moments, or Junior X30s, my apologies, about to get underway. Race number 4. This, of course, is our first bank of heat races that are getting underway in just a few moments. And I say the heat races, essentially, of course, this is where you get your starting positions for the final later on this afternoon.
Yeah, so it's all done on a point system pretty much, and, you know, it's all about getting those P1s and P2s, and, you know, it's not always about being the fastest on track, it's how consistent you can be in those races to stay at the front of the grid. So, yeah, so June X30, going to be very exciting. We've got some cadet drivers, you know, moving into these junior classes as the green flags fly and we get ready for the next race.
So the waiting zone about to open up for these drivers any moment now, and they'll make their way out onto the circuit for their sighting lap. We'll have a look at how they line up in just a moment. Of course, this allocated grid positions for these drivers, they will get the ones at the front, of course, will have to fight their way through later on. But it's Oliver Spencer that will lead them away from Jamie Ambrose, Sebastian Clark in third, Zach Starbuck in fourth, Blair Smith and Riley Moreau rounding out the third row of the grid.
You have to excuse our screens because it is the Minimax 950s. Lucas Holm Ballack and Albert Friend, watch out for Albert on that 8th position on the row 4. Akili Nain Guillermo in 9th, followed by Jensen Sale, one of our quick Kim Bolton drivers in P10. Now Moulton and Leo Living round out row 7, followed by Otis Cleary and Nathan Edwards in row 8.
Tom Reed and Miles Burton on the 9th row from Max Wheatley, Edward Haynes, Ryan Townsend, Harry Taylor, Devin Taylor, Max Braskoff, Joshua Griffin, Jensen Chalk, Harley Musk, Oliver Barton, Emerson, McAndrew Uren, Finley Lines and William Horton making up our 16-row field. There was one or two drivers towards the back, so don't know if this is going to go ahead. We'll wait and see as they make their way over the line. And away we go. The start has been abandoned, though. I think there's a few drivers were late leaving the dummy grid there, so quite far back. So they're just going to try and get these drivers bunched together a bit more to get the race underway. Yeah,
I mean, during this winter time, the engines really struggle to get going. So many technical problems will be situated. But yeah, no, watch out for Emerson McAndrew Uren near the back of the grid. One of our Team GB drivers who also went off to the Rotax World Finals. So definitely keep an eye out for him. Other drivers watch out for, like Finley Lines, who has quite a big family who's originated in the TCR UK series. So hopefully he's going to be looking at that final goal of in touring car racing.
Oh, Lines, and that's a name from the past. He, of course, former touring car name, and back in the day, of course, his dad was a very good sidecar motocross racer. I remember him from quite a few years ago. And he's been about a couple of years now, Finley Lines, hasn't he? And starting to make inroads in this very competitive series. There's a lot of good drivers out there, though. Yeah,
brilliant driving, brilliant cadet drivers here. Just making those first steps in their career. You're surprised about how much experience they'll actually have. And as they come around the final corner, we're going to get this started. Oliver Spencer's going to lead them off. And we're off. And Oliver Spencer takes the lead into turn one. Well, will he hold it? There's a bit of colliding, and looks like Albert Friend, and there's someone spinning onto the curl into turn one, and very fortunate that he was not collected. But we'll have to see who's taken the lead.
Looks like the number 8 there, Blair Smith, in the early stages as they fight their way through. So Smith from the third row of the grid. Very tight once again going into Stowe Corner with that limited grip as well, but he's fought his way through, looking very neat, and I think to me it looks like he's going to break away in these early stages.
Riley Monroe's made a brilliant start up to second place, so very much looking to capitalise on that start, and there's battles through and through the field, so brilliant to see from the Mircomax drivers. And seeing some of the hand signals being sent to the drivers, that's the way of communicating between the mechanics and the drivers. But as we come through lap 1, Blair Smith, brilliant start, takes the lead of the race, made up 4 positions, followed by Riley Monroe in P2. Luca Holmes-Ballack has gone up to P3, and Albert Friend, watch out for him, he's gone up to P4. Oliver Spencer and Zach Starbucks had quite hard starts and dropped a couple of places, but still hanging in there. And Adam Turek and Sebastian Clark make up the top 8.
Trouble here on the TKM straight. You see the drivers slowing down. There was an incident on the first lap. I think it was Nathan Edwards and Emerson McAndrew-Urin towards the back of the field had quite a collision. Both drivers okay, but those stricken carts on the side of the track. The racing now back underway with Blair Smith after that fantastic start. Trying to control the race at the front here, though. Riley Moreau in second place. Holmes-Ballack in third. Albert Friend, Oliver Spencer right in there. Not much overtaking going on here, but it's all very, very close at the front of the field as they charge through the willows, down the Yamatsu straight into Derek's corner. This little switchback heading towards the top of the circuit and Dan Weldon corner. So after quite a busy start, a little bit of trading paint on the first few corners, the drivers settling into a rhythm quite nicely here. And at the moment, Blair Smith leading the way, but we've still got just under 5 minutes plus the 1 lap to go. And this race, I think here, Charlie, still wide open.
Wow, what a move there by Albert Friend. Really threw it in late and quite hard and aggressive on the kart there to get it stopped. So Albert Friend really pushing and bobbling with, I couldn't see who that was, but very much showing that he wants all bit of the track there. And who was that behind him?
I think it was Moreau, wasn't it? I think as well, Riley Moreau and Oliver Spencer all fighting for that second place. And this is all going to help, of course, Blair Smith, the race leader. There up to third now is the 1-4-2. Then Oliver Spencer starting to charge here. Riley Moreau and Luca Holmes-Ballack still right in there. There's the 1-9-1 then. Albert Friend. You see 1-2-8 there, of course, Holmes-Ballack a bit further behind in that little group of drivers, as at the moment Blair Smith, the Scottish driver, looking good so far. One of our European drivers there, Luca Holmes-Ballack, Serbia, right there in the top 5. Zach Starbuck trying to get involved in this one as well. There's a bit of a gap between them and Harry Taylor, Edward Haynes, Alan Churacek and Joshua Griffin now breaking into the top 10 as they pile through Stowe Corner once again. Blair Smith looking good at the front of the field, but this battle of seconds still very close indeed.
And I say Albert Friend was a bit pushy. He was he's actually been given a warning flag for his driving standards, so he's going to have to make sure he's a bit careful now on what and when he makes these overtakes and how he will do it. But yeah, no, make sure you watch out for that 53 Harry Taylor. Already made up 14 positions, making big strides through the field, and also Edward Haynes. So make sure you watch out for them two. If they can work together and get on the back of this pack, surely they can make their way through.
And here they come over the line once again. That fight in the top 10 still very close. Blair Smith still controlling the race at the front here, but Albert Friend, Oliver Spencer, Holmes-Ballack, Zach Starbuck, Riley Moreau dropping to 6th now, but this still very close in this first heat race. 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining as we look at the number 8 now of Blair Smith coming under some real pressure. This is the first time he's really been challenged now with Albert Friend right on his tail. Friend has looked very good over these last 2 laps as they make their way down towards the Kimbolton corner. And of course, Blair knows he's there. Blair Smith into the final corner. Number 8, your race leader, but right on the tail now. 191. Albert Friend lining him up down the Heinz Straight, having a look into Stowe Corner. And is he going to make the move? No, he thinks better of it there. Now, that's a bit of tactical racing, I think, Charlie.
I wouldn't want to be the one to take out your teammates. I think Albert Friend's going to be quite careful when he makes this pass, if he can make this pass at all. But he's going to obviously take in mind that it is his teammate at the end of the day, and they're going to be back in the on in about 10-15 minutes. So definitely watch out for these two having a big battle there. But there's Emerson McAndrew-Urin. I think he's had a bit of trouble.
Yeah, that was the driver that went out on TKM straight on the first lap, so he's a lap down. So this, of course, is a heat race as well, Charlie. We've got 146. So do you think these two teammates here just trying to lock out these first two positions, perhaps drive within each other, knowing there's quite a long day ahead for them?
Oh, definitely. I mean, the trophies aren't won till the final, so you can, just... It's more about a test session, more like when you come to the heats. This way you can try out different setups and stuff, and just make sure that your tire pressures are right, and trying to make sure you can hold as much tread and as much temperature you can in those tires.
Watch out here for Luca Holmes Ballack in third, starting to try and get involved in this fight for the lead. This is going to force, I think, Albert Friend into action here as he snatches the lead. So Albert Friend, he can sense the opportunity to go for the lead, because the third place, Holmes Ballack looking very threatening, and he goes for the lead now.
Oh, now, but on the cutback. Oh, brilliant move there. Very much Luca thought he had all the space there in the world, and Albert Friend says, no, I'm going to go back straight in, throw in the old dummy.
A bit of trouble, I think, on Derek's corner. There's waved yellows. You see there's a stricken cart, so these drivers are going to have to hold position momentarily. There's the driver okay, but hit some trouble there as they make their way through. So this is getting very close here. And getting involved in this fight now is Zach Starbuck, number 88. Look at him at the back there of this four-driver train. They're going to cross the line just before the 7 minutes. So at the end of this lap, we've still got 2 to go, and wide open here, Charlie.
Luca Holmes Ballack on the move for second place, and Zach Starbuck, he's close in, and he's going to pick them off one by one. Because why not? And Albert Friend holding the lead here. Brilliant driving to get go from P8 to P1. Luca Holmes Ballack just trying to slot in that second place, and obviously they can't be overtaken now, but there's a move. Oh, Luca Holmes Ballack, he sees the flag and tries to hold back. Albert Friend, very lucky there with that yellow flag to keep Lucas behind, and Zach Starbuck's going to be all over Luca Holmes Ballack, and actually I think he's alongside already. If we'd be going for a look, oh no, he doesn't, but Luca Holmes Ballack, is he going to have a look? I think Albert Friend goes a bit defensive. There's a bit of the old loading that they all call it in karting. And this is a very, very big scrap for P4. You might have to watch out for Oliver Spencer in P5. Everyone's going to that inside line, and looks like Blair Smith's going to keep it to the outside, try and keep that run going down the back, down the Yamitsu straight. And there's a move there. Luca Holmes Ballack still has a look, but Albert Friend holds it. But they're going to have no overtaking because it is a yellow flag, and Zach Starbuck, he's definitely going to be preparing for a last corner move. But Luca Holmes Ballack, he's the one who can control this race right now and maybe have a look at taking this lead. Look,
there we go.
Albert Friend has been defending as all he might, and the Albert Friend last corner defends, and Luca Holmes Ballack holds it there. Is he going to be looking at getting a run at last corner? He doesn't, and Albert Friend takes the first win and the first heat of the Mini-Max 950 does go to Albert Friend. Brilliant driving there to hold off Luca Holmes Ballack and Zach Starbuck in quite a feisty first heat of the day,
Yeah, very close there. 0.6 of a second, actually, covering the top 6 drivers. So less than the blink of an eye there. So Holmes Ballack second, Starbuck third, Smith in fourth, who led most of the race, but still placed very well. Oliver Spencer, Riley Moreau, and as I say, 0.6 of a second covering those drivers. Edward Haynes a second behind there in 7th, Harry Taylor, Joshua Griffin, Findlay Lyons up to 10th, Otis Cleary 11th, Leo Livings, Jensen Sale, Adam Churatek, Jensen Chalk, and Jamie Ambrose a bit further behind. So I think it was Tom Reed, the driver whose kart was stranded on the track there, causing that wave yellow. Driver okay, but couldn't get it back underway. So of course, in between the races, this is where there's a bit of a recovery mission going on to get some of these stricken karts off the track. And there is the number 36, the unfortunate, there's not his race there really, Tom Reed, whose kart was stuck pretty much on the racing line, getting a helping hand back to the paddock. As you can see, driver and kart are okay, so it's just a case of dusting themselves down, making sure the kart's okay and ready to go for heat number 2.
Special shout out to Finley Lyons, who set the fastest lap of the race there. Like father, like son, more like.
So here we go with the Junior X30 about to get underway for their first heat of the day. Looks like a slightly smaller starting grid for this one. This is our 5th race, of course, but the X30 is getting underway in just a few moments, and we'll have a look at the lineups in a few moments' time. We're saying, of course, that the temperature's still quite cold trackside as well. Another factor, I found this when I was racing myself in these sort of times, on a warm, nice, sunny day like this, is the sun doesn't get that high. See, of course, a lot of the drivers using the tinted visors on a day like this. You can see for yourself, looking at the, of course, the marshal, looking across the grid as we'll just run through our 6 drivers in this one. We've got Monty Braithwaite from Rocco Shenton, Josh Byrne, Archie Owen, Leandro Carlton Sr. and Finley Allen. But I was just saying there, Charlie, these winter meetings, especially on a sunny day like today, the sun really does sit low in the sky, which sounds like an excuse, doesn't it? But that can cause trouble for line choice and navigating your way around the track.
Well, it's definitely burning my eyes at the moment. So yeah, no, these drivers are definitely going to have a factor to play with, the sunlight and really trying to throw them off their racing, but I'm sure that they will be fine. And the gate is open and the June X30 karts are coming out. So yeah, Monty Braithwaite starting on pole position. It's a small grid, but definitely means more action.
So this is going to be wide open, you would say, to get this one going. We've got, once again, of course, 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Notably, of course, usually you'd expect during the summer that the final would be a longer race, but the final, much like these heat races, only 7 minutes plus the 1 lap. Of course, it's January, so the weather, or the daylight, it's amongst its shortest, really, so it's just a case of getting the meeting through much of the meeting as we can done during the morning. And the daylight hours, no lunch break. We're going to run right the way through to the afternoon. Local time just gone past 11, so the meeting pretty much running ahead of schedule, you might say, to get these drivers out on track as the first race of the day for the X30 Juniors about to get underway. Let's hope it's a clean start. They all seem to be in position. Over the line they go, and it's a good start. Here they come into the first corner, very aggressive into the first corner there for the race lead. I think it was Monty Braithwaite having a look there to guard that inside line from Rocco Shenton. They all get through okay, and it looks like, I think that is Rocco Shenton, I think, snatching the lead there, very aggressively guarding that first corner, and Archie Owen on his tail in second place. Yeah,
Rocco Shenton, really known for his aggressive but fair driving style. Very well to get into first after start, driving that Intrepid kart that's just recently been brought into the UK, and really showing its play here at Kimbolton. That looks like that was Archie Owen who's made up his second place, and Monty Braithwaite just dropping into third. So brilliant start there, and that's like Josh Bryan is going to go for a move on Monty Braithwaite, and that's for P3. And if he gets that done, that'd be a perfect move. Yeah, he's looks like he hasn't actually got that done. So Monty Braithwaite back on him, and this is a big battle for the final place on the podium here. But it looks like Rocco Shenton has had a pretty good start, and he's on his way for victory.
Yeah, Rocco Shenton getting the lead nice and early there, grabbing that lead into the first corner and trying to clear away now from Archie Owen in second place. The main action here is the fight for third place, though, between Monty Braithwaite and Josh Byrne in fourth. Here they come through towards the Kimbolton corner. Shenton clearing away, crossing the line as we focus on this battle for third place. Over the line they go. Leandro Carlton Sr. and Finley Allen just dropping behind a little bit, but the fight on for third as Braithwaite very neatly holds on to the line through Stowe Corner, making their way through the willows. These sweeping series of switchback corners, which spits the drivers out onto the straight. And then just to break the rhythm up here, it's Derek's Corner. Typical chicane style before we get back onto the power up towards Dan Weldon Corner. Of course, one of the many drivers who have graced this circuit over the years down the TKM straight. And here we go. So we're just following the drivers on this lap of Kimbolton with third place here. Monty Braithwaite holding on to that position. The beauty of watching racing here, I think, Charlie, is that these corners, it's the track does flow quite nicely. There's a lot of corners here where if you go for the pass on one corner, setting yourself up to be sacrificed on the next one.
Yeah, it's a very technical circuit here at Kimbolton, and yeah, you know, you've got a very good mix of straights and different complexes, and yeah, you know, for example, you got, you know, if you go for a move at the last corner, you have to defend straight away for turn one, because that is one of our biggest overtaking zones. So yeah, no, it really does provide great action, but you know, anywhere is an overtaking spot. So definitely watch out for some pretty insane and crazy passes that you don't think is going to happen, but it definitely is going to happen.
Here we have a look at the race leader. Once again, Rocco Shenton, who snatched the lead at the start and has done very well to hold on here. But just looking at the pace here, Archie Owen matching him for pace pretty much. The fastest lap of the race now, 42.01. So the pace is coming back to these drivers. But watch out for Archie Owen in second place. There's Shenton, the black Intrepid kart there. Those black and orange colours. As you can see, very evocative of that brand, Intrepid, as he makes his way down the TKM straight towards Kestrel. Floats the kart very neatly around that left-hander into the final corner. And just looking up for Archie Owen in second. Now what Owen is trying to do here is look at the lines, and you can see Rocco Shenton's really got to grips with this track. Got some nice lines going. You can see him just feathering the kart nice and neatly into the first corner. Setting another fast lap there, 41.9, but Archie Owen pretty much matching him on pace. And actually fastest first sector there for the number 114 in second place. There is Shenton, still low in there in second place, 114. Monty Braithwaite and Josh Burns still having their fight for third. And just a little bit further behind, the Andrew Carlton Sr. and Finley Allen running up the field as we look at the 114 of Archie Owen. Just, I think he's trying to follow Shenton here, trying to find those lines and get some good pace. He looks quick on the first part of the lap, but just trying to catch up with him on the remainder of the lap with 2.5 minutes just over remaining. Yeah,
I mean, no driver is perfect, you know. Some drivers will be quick at certain parts of the circuit, and some drivers will be quick at another part of the circuit, and that is the beauty of racing in general. You know, no one can be quick at every single corner on the circuit, otherwise, you know, you're a robot more like. And you know, yeah. So this track is very throttle capable base. So the drivers really having to learn about throttle control and, you know, trying to balance the throttle through corners and trying to make sure, you know, they can keep the power on whilst also trying to hold their tyres for all their might.
Well, here we focus on the second place Archie Owen with 2 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. So time running out, but he's certainly hanging on in there. The gap 1.2 seconds between first and second place. And Rocco...
Josh Bryan really looking for a move there on Monty Braithwaite. I thought he had it done, but he didn't obviously have a wheel sticking in, and these two really going at it, tongue-to-toe, and Josh Bryan is going to go, and Monty Braithwaite open the move. Oh, Monty rounding outside, wholesome move there. Brilliant driving there by Monty. I have to say he has a pretty astonishing helmet there. Must have cost him quite a bit to have it looking as beautiful as that. And Josh Bryan really all over him. The second to last corner, that's a brilliant overtaking spot. But this is an even better one at the last corner. He's going to just hold back a bit because he might know he has that top speed down the straight that he can go for a move into turn one. Following behind Monty Braithwaite. Will he go for a move at turn one? He's looking. He's not going to get a wheel down. And Monty Braithwaite holds that final position on the podium. Josh Bryan really fighting and, you know, showing him what's up.
Yeah, Monty Braithwaite there, he was very aggressively defending that third place, as he's entitled to, of course, and we'll have a look at what Josh Byrne can do here. The top two still separate about 1.8 seconds, as again we see Rocco Shenton getting quicker. The Andrew Carlton Sr. and Finley Allen having a battle a bit further behind in 5th and 6th. They make their way through the final corner. Now, watch out for Josh Byrne, number 17, takes a wider sweep out to the final corner, trying to get the momentum going down into the first corner. And here we go into Stone, not quite enough to get the front wheel in there. 26 seconds on the clock, so they're going to have two. Oh, spinner there. That's the Archie Owen in trouble. Some kind of mechanical issue for the second place driver, so this turns into the battle for second place now. I didn't see what happened to Archie Owen there, but he's pushing the kart off the track, so it looks like he's out of the race. But look at this great battle now. So Braithwaite knows he's in second place. Rocco Shenton now clear on his own at the front as we approach the last lap. And right on cue, just to let you know that Shenton has just gone over the line. It demonstrates the gap between first and second place. So this is now the battle of the second. There's the race leader. But Monty Braithwaite doing great to hold on to that second place.
So I wonder if Josh Bryan is going to drive any other differently, knowing he's got that podium spot now. I mean, just looking out of our commentary box here, he's really going at it and he's actually taking the place. So P2 has actually been taken by Josh Bryan. So if you try and get a camera on this brilliant battle here, but now we're looking at Rocco Shenton and brilliant driving all the way through this race to just carry out the speed and throttle and, you know, and round the final corner, Rocco Shenton, Junior 30, the win in the first heat goes to Rocco. Brilliant driving there. We're going to have to see who gets across the line first. Monty Breathwaite or Josh Bryan. It's going to be, it's a drag race to the line, and we're going to have to look at the timings next. I have no idea who could have took that.
Josh Byrne by, I'd say that's about 400th of a second, so barely the width of a front fender there, you would say, between those two. Braithwaite third. Finley Allen looks like he's going to take fourth place, waiting for them to come around the final corner now. Any moment now we should see that battle for fourth place, and it looks like Finley Allen's going to hold on from Leandro Carlton Senior, the final finisher. And the unfortunate Archie Owens seemed to hit some kind of, can only guess, some kind of mechanical trouble of kart just stopping on Stowe Corner. And the 114 sadly out of the race. But a textbook drive there for the race winner, Rocco Shenton. He took the lead nice and early, got his elbows out, so to speak, and guarded that first corner and taking a very comprehensive heat victory. So we're going to move on now, Charlie, of course, to TKM Extreme. Oh. So here we go with the TKM Extreme drivers on the dummy grid at the moment in that waiting zone. We'll have a look at how they line up. Thomas Shaw from Al Patterson, Leo Robinson, Luke Woodward, Spencer Lane, Matt Cordwell. And in row number 4, it's Yihan Kalichern, number 28, from Adam Sparrow, Jake Cox, Reese Porter, Jessica Fitchhall, and Gemma Kiddy on the 6th row in kart number 52. And as the rest of the drivers make their way out, we'll have a look at how the rest of the grid lines up here, Charlie.
Freya Woodall and Jamie Reed will run at row 7. Charlie Gellard and Kean Bennett, watch out for Kean Bennett, that number 5 plate, in row 8. Luke Jarman and Harrison Morrow will take up row 10, followed by Olivia Jenkins and Oliver Bowen in row 11. James Whittaker and Charlie Whitehouse round out row 12.
And the last two drivers on the grid, the 93 William Broome and 22 of Patrick Lee, who, of course, as we said before, those drivers will expect to start a bit higher up in heat number 2, but they've got it all to do in these allocated grids in heat number 1. You can see the drivers weaving furiously on the TKM straight, trying to get some temperature into the tyres. You can see the premix floating in the air as they make their way through. Big grid of drivers here. We've got a few making their way through into the final corner now. Let's hope for a clean start. They bunch up quite neatly on the Kimbolton corner. Here they come, flying out of the first corner. No, we've got a wave round here. We're going to start again. So very early, I think they're just opting. I think they just did that very early to get the drivers a bit more of a chance here to get some more warmth in the tyres, get the machines running correctly, I think.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. That's it's actually something that the leader can do. That if he feels like he doesn't have enough temperature in that tyre, he can actually, purposely actually go full throttle at the start just to try and get that extra lap in, which, shouldn't really be doing, but these drivers are really professional. They try to take every advantage and every chance they can.
Yeah, I think everybody could benefit from an extra sighting lap sometimes there. I think so. It's a bit more opportunity to get the temperature into the tyres. Everyone looks a bit more settled this time. We saw some very furious weaving about on the straight last time round to get the temperatures in. Things look a little bit calmer now. You can see all that blue haze in the air, the premix from the fuel air mixture on these two-stroke machines, which tends to take a bit of warming up. I can tell that from the bike side of things. These two strokes, they're take a bit of going in the cool weather, but when they get going, they certainly do. We can see that premix in the air as they make their way out of the Kimbolton corner. And over the line they go. This time it looks good as they charge into Stowe Corner for the first time. 3 abreast into the first corner. Will they get through safely? Very tight through there as they filter through for the first time, but a very fast, frantic start, and they all seem to get through okay. And the number 11 there, Spencer Lane from the 3rd row, getting the jump on the grid in these early stages.
Looks like oh no, there's a couple of spinners there. That's Thomas Shaw. Thomas Shaw, our leader, and the one who started at the front of the field, has gone off, and looks like Adam Sparrow had to also cut the chicane, so quite a chaotic start there. But it also looks like Spencer Lane has taken the lead of this race, and gonna try and see who that is in second, but also like Luke Woodward has made his way up to third, but looks like Leo Robinson had to take avoiding action and taken to the grass, so he's gonna have to try and work his way back up, but had to come round the first lap. So it's Spencer Lane who's taking the lead of the race, followed by Matt Cardell and Luke Woodward in your top 3. Jake Cox and Johan Kali-Churn has taken up the row 5. Jamie Mead has made up 8 places. The P6 has made done a cracking start there. Leo Robinson, who's kind of lost a few at the start, followed by Al Patterson, who's also lost a few after starting on that front row. Charlie Gaylord and William Brandt driving really well. Adam Sparrow and Jessica Fitch-Hall and Kean Bennett. Harry Higgs, who's had a brilliant start, and Olivia Jenkins, who's made up 6 places, and they ran out your top 15.
So here we go, out of the Kimbolton corner to complete the second lap. Still 5.5 minutes to go. Good clean start. There's a little bit of trouble towards the back of the field, but all 26 drivers are still in the race. As down the inside, having a peek there, looked like the Luke Woodward there and Jake Cox as they make their way flying through the willows down the Mitsu straight towards Derek's corner. And the early race leader, Spencer Lane, has taken control of this race, but look how many drivers are right on his tail. So looks like it's still Luke Woodward then with that peak down the inside going into Stowe Corner, has taken second and now having ideas for the lead here. Look out for, I think that's Matt Cardwell hanging on in there in third place. They make their way, a little bit ragged there from Spencer Lane over the curb, and that's going to allow Matt Cardwell there into the lead. So yeah, just the tiniest of mistakes there, just clipped the curb there, I think, the race leader on Kestrel. And that was all the opportunity that Luke Woodward needed.
Yes, so Luke Woodward actually took the lead there. So brilliant driving there to get up to the lead after starting P4. Watch out for Johan Kali-Churn as well, who's running in P4, chasing down the top 3. He's actually your junior TKM British champion from last year, so just graduated up into the senior categories, looking to bounce back and make a good impression in the TKM Extreme class. This class is very, very hard, and it's a lot more competitive than your junior classes. And looks like there's some moves through the field, and looks like Luke Woodward has held on to the lead there. And now it's a whole train here. So
Kali-Churn put a very neat lap together there, and nearly the fastest lap of the race, 43.38. But that little train that Kali-Churn's leading is now right up with the leaders. We've got Leo Robinson, Jamie Lead, Al Patterson right in there as well. And Kali-Churn just started to make inroads on the leaders here. Put some very neat laps together to get up with this lead group. He's pulled along Leo Robinson, Jamie Lead, Al Patterson, so only about 1.6 seconds covering the first few drivers, as Woodward, who snatched the lead earlier on, now leads. Got Jake Cox right on his tail, number 26, as they make their way through Kimbolton Corner, fighting all the way through in the top 10 though, as Cox has a look out to the final corner, just lining it up now, side by side, going into Stowe Corner, but Cox has got the line and very neatly takes the lead and manages to also keep that door shut going out of the corner, but this race still wide open here.
And watch out for Leo Robinson, who's actually made it back into P3, so past Johan Kali-Churn, and looks like Leo Robinson is actually the fastest driver out on track, doing a 43.2, which compared to Luke Woodward, so 43.7, and he's actually going for a move through Weldon Complex on Luke Woodward, so brilliant driving there by Leo Robinson to get into that P2, and now he's going to be looking all over Jake Cox, but oh wow, what a late move there by Leo Robinson, what a brilliant move there. Might be one of the best overtakes of the day so far. Leo Robinson into the lead of the race, but he's going to have to watch out for Jake Cox, who's right behind him and looking to maybe bounce back, but there's so many cars in this race, you can't even it's all flying out of my mouth right now. It looks like Jamie Mead's somewhere around there, and Al Patterson, who's really throwing it Tong's tail through there, about 3 wide going into the chicane there. But Leo Robinson out of nowhere having a really bad start and actually got pushed onto the grass at the start, and now he's actually back into the lead, so it kind of shows that you can't always win the race on lap 1.
Yeah, Leo Robinson snatching the lead this time on the previous lap going into Kimbolton Corner. And it created a bunching effect there. We had 0.6 of a second covering the first few drivers, but I think Leo Robinson has made the advantage stick here and clears away with 1 minute and 50 left on the clock, plus the 1 lap remaining, so still a few more laps to go in this race. Robinson trying to get a good few lines here, trying to clear away from that fight for second place. It looks like Jake Cox is starting to break away slightly. Robinson, incidentally, fastest lap of the race last time round, 43.04. We've got Woodward third, Lane fourth, Patterson fifth, Mead in 6th, but it's a lot quicker to watch them and say the names. You'd say this race so very close. There's the number 19 of Adam Sparrow, who's right on the tail of Jan Kalichern, who had a strong start to the race, but just seems to have lost a few positions in this fight in the top 10, but the battle's still far from over. 1 minute to go on the clock, and here they come, charging down into the first corner, 3 abreast as they go into Stowe Corner.
And you might have to praise Adam Sparrow here, because he actually went off on lap 1 and actually dropped to the back of the grid. So to drive all the way up to near on the front, P7, brilliant driving by Adam Sparrow. But he's got a lot of work to do to get past Johan Kalichern. You know, as a British champion, you know exactly what you're doing. He's just done it right there and right now. And Spencer Lane, he's going to have to watch out on his backside, because Adam Sparrow is all over him. And Johan Kalichern's got Luke Bennett to play with.
Yeah, Kalichern's having a good fight back here. He lost a few places, but certainly hasn't thrown in the towel, because we've got the number 11 of Spencer Lane guarding that third position. At the final corner they go. We've got 22 seconds on the clock. So next time round, they will get the 1 lap board. Here they come charging into Stowe Corner. Everyone all very defensively as Kalichern opens up. Tries to get the switch back there, as we've still got Adam Sparrow, Keon Bennett, James Whittaker right in there as well. Al Patterson and Charlie Gayard just a little bit further behind from Matt Cordwell. As we look again at the race leader here, Leo Robinson, who 1.4 seconds by karting standards, I say, is quite a decent lead so far.
I mean, you can look behind, you won't see a thing. So, brilliant driving by Leo Robinson, who... although had that issue on lap 1, is absolutely came through the field. But brilliant driving here. And the last lap board goes out to Leo Robinson, and looks like he's gonna drive away to the victory here in TKM Extreme Heat 1. Jay Cox doing brilliantly just to hold on for the rest of the pack. And as I can look out the commentary box, there's a tongue's tail for P5 at the moment with Adam Sparrow leading the way. Looks like Johan Kalichern's got on his backside, but here is Leo Robinson, who's absolutely perfected this race so far, although having that a slight issue on lap 1, kind of showing that, you know, not everything can be won on lap 1, and it's all about being consistent and waiting for that last lap. And on the last lap, he's already drove off, and he's got that win, and he's going to come around the final corner. TKM Extreme Heat 1, Leo Robinson, it's all yours.
Yeah, Leo Robinson taking the checkered flag by 2.2 seconds, which I think is as close to a runaway victory you'll get in karting. Jamie Mead third, 2.9 seconds down. Luke Woodward fourth in that great battle for 5th place. And in the end, having to look at the lap charts there, it was Adam Sparrow by a nose there from Johan Kalichern, James Whittaker, Spencer Lane, and Kean Bennett. He could almost throw a blanket over those 5 drivers over that close, with Al Patterson in 10th place, William Bryant, Matt Cordwell, Charlie Gard, William Blooms, Liv Jenkins 15th, Harrison Morrow, Luke Jarman in 17th, Freya Woodall in 18th position, only 10 seconds off the leader. So despite that 2-second gap, it was still running very close in the midfield in that TKM Extreme Heat number 1. Some great racing there. And of course, with the grid effectively being reversed later on in Heat number 2, that's going to be some more great racing a little later on, just after lunchtime.
Yeah, there's a few drivers to watch out there for your next races coming up. But now we're going to look at X30 seniors. So some of our X30 junior drivers who actually graduated up into X30 senior. Watch out for drivers such as Katie Ashman, who came, I think it was 3rd in the championship last year in junior X30. Also watch out for drivers like Morgan Hill, Fred Green, King Geraghty, Rylan Etchberg. It's going to be exciting in senior X30 race.
Let's have a look at their lineup then. So it is Willoughby Steele at the front from Rylan Etchberg, Keon Geraghty in 3rd position from Paul Higginbottom, Fred Green and Josh Jones. Jack Dan on the 4th row of the grid on number 62 from Morgan Hill. Oliver Harris, Christopher Bingham, Jay Nijar and Matthew Morgan in 12th position on the 6th row of the grid. Reese Newburn, 67 on row number 7 from Katie Ashman, who starts quite far back in this first heat. Then we've got Christian Powell and Simon Hilton and Simon Pugh rounding out the field in heat number 1. So, of course, as we said, Charlie, these drivers who are starting at the front, they can expect to have a higher grid position in heat number 2, and like I said, the likes of Katie Ashburn, Reese Newburn in this first heat starting quite far back, they will at least have the benefit of a better grid in heat number 2.
Exactly that, and if they can drive through the field in the first heat, then it only does them good for that overall final position. But yeah, no, many good drivers in this field to watch out for. That's why the senior X30 classes are the senior classes overall so competitive. And here we go. Is it going to be a full start? I don't think it is, and we're off race.
It was a late.
That was very cool, very late call to full start that. And there's a couple of drivers actually spinning on that start. So a couple of drivers not warmed up yet and kind of had cold tyres and stuff, and that's why they've kind of gone off. And it actually looked like one of the 177 carts had gone off on that first lap, which might have caused that false start. So we're going to go around again and take 2.
So here we go. The drivers now lining up in position for this first heat. Getting underway in just a few moments. Exo Senior R177 pretty much getting through towards the end of this first block of races. We are still running about 10 minutes ahead of schedule here. Of course, it was a very nice early start here, I would say. The drivers out on track nice and early this morning, just ahead of 9:30 to get the meeting underway, this first round of the 2024 Hunts Kart Racing Club here at Kimbolton. The Club Championship is getting underway as we've got a little bit of sorting out positions here on Kimbolton Corner, hoping to get the start underway now in this second go. Here we go over the line. Let's see. Well, 1 or 2 drifted out of position, but looks like it's a good start. 64 went into the barriers there, the tie barriers on the side of the track there. Matthew Morgan rejoined at the back of the field, but 24, Willoughby Steele, who started on the pole, gets away nice and neatly with Ekberg right in there as well. Geraghty, Higginbottom having a good start in the early stages as well.
Yeah, Keane Geraghty's... Oh, wow, rounding outside Keane Geraghty for the lead of the race. What a brilliant move there. I was just about to compliment him on how brilliant he's been driving the past couple of years, making big strides in the European and British scene. And there's Ryan Expert, who made a strong move. And Morgan Hill on that JDR MS chassis, really going back in on Ryan Expert to show him, I was champion here last year and I want to be champion again. And Ryan Expert going straight back in. Oh, wow, look at the cocking of the wheel there. Trying to go full lock, trying to get all that grip out. And brilliant start for Keane Geraghty, who's got straight into lead. Looks like Fred Green has actually made it to second. Morgan Hill made a bit of a mistake there and actually lost the place to the 26 there, Chris Bingham. Ryan Expert just holding on to the quite aggressive Chris Bingham there, who's trying to find all the grip he can on that circuit.
Oh, Keane Geraghty making the most of that good grid position, getting the lead nice and early and trying to pull away at the front. Number 37, your race leader, goes over the line, leading from Fred Green in second place, Rylan Ekberg in third, Christopher Bingham up to fourth place, fighting through after starting a little bit further down on the grid. Morgan Hill, Willoughby Steele, Jay Najjar in seventh place, Jack Dan, Tristan Powell, Rhys Newburn, Katie Ashman a bit further behind as the race just starts to settle down in these early stages. And Keane Geraghty, number 37, your race leader, closely followed by Fred Green. Roland Ekberg hanging in there in third place. They make their way through that Dan Weldon complex, heading towards the TKM straight. And the leaders through Kestrel into Kimbolton Corner, one of the slower parts of the track, which immediately goes flying through onto the start straight. So it's Geraghty leading. And then very close for second, Fred Green, Ekberg, Bingham, Hill in fifth place, Willoughby Steele sixth, Jay Najjar seventh, Tristan Powell up to eighth from Jack Dan, Rhys Newman and Katie Ashman just on the edge of the top 10.
Yes, brilliant driving here by all the Senior X30 drivers. Really showing what they've got, and looks like on our screens that's Fred Green and Rylan Ekberg. Kind of a bit of gap from each other, and Chris Bingham really behind Rylan Ekberg. Going to try and see if he can make a pass, and Morgan Hill just sitting there biding his time, and we've still got four and a half minutes left on the clock, plus that additional lap. So loads of time here, even though it might look like a short amount of time, in the seat it can feel like years.
Yeah, I would say these 7 minutes, it doesn't sound long, but when you're racing it's certainly a lot longer when there's no, as you can see for yourself, no time to relax here. The track is demanding, it's very technical, and when you're in a fight like this for second place, you really can't afford to put a foot wrong, really. You've just got to keep every corner neat and tidy. Geraghty's increasing the gap now to 3 seconds. 40.62 is the fastest lap of the race, so we're getting into the 39s very soon, one would suspect. Green in second, Ekberg, Bingham, Morgan Hill right in as they fight their way through to Kimbolton Corner. Here they come into the last corner. Oh, as Bingham has a peek. A little bit of a touch there, nothing serious as they make their way out to the final corner. Charging down into Stowe corner, so it's Green still in second, Ekberg and Hill side by side. Bingham right in there as well as they make their way through Stowe corner. And in that fight for third,
got a bit of contact there between Ekberg and Morgan Hill. Chris Bingham taking full action of and optimising the two, and Morgan Hill really battling Chris Bingham, want to try and take that place back. And Ryan Ekberg, I saw him come out of the last corner, really showing Chris Bingham the concrete, and really trying to show him that you're not getting past me. But Chris Bingham doing all he can, and Morgan Hill late lunge, and he's down on the inside. Brilliant move there by Morgan Hill to get up into P4 actually, and there's a brilliant battle here from Archie's for the podium. So Chris Bingham round the outside, when he's going to hold that, I don't think so. And then looks like Willoughby Steele, he's had quite a bad start, and he's looking to optimise and get back what he thinks he deserves. And Morgan Hill fully on the steering lock there, trying to get that kart front end in, and you can see he's leaning and using the driver, using the weight of the body to try and transfer any sort of grip to the tyre. And Ryan Ekberg really trying to catch up onto the back of Morgan Hill and trying not to let him get away, because
it's getting close here. There's 2 minutes to go plus the one lap. There's a couple of warning flags going out. We had Christopher Bingham on the previous lap, but just one gone out now for Rylan Ekberg. So this battle for the third place getting very tasty indeed. There's looks like Hill is now back into third place from Ekberg. They're really trading paint there as they make their way through. Ekberg, who did get the contact warning a lap ago, but nothing too serious, just a little bit of trading paint, you might say, as they make their way down through Kestrel corner. Into the final corner they go. Keane Geraghty, who has led the entire race, really checking out at the front. The gap nearly 5 seconds, but all the attention here is the battle of third. There's Fred Green just dropping out of your picture there in second place, and here is the fight for third. Morgan Hill, Rylan Ekberg, Christopher Bingham and Tristan Powell right in there. They just seem to be settling down a bit here, Charlie. Still got 1 minute 10 to go plus the one lap, so this race just holding position here, looking at lines, trying to make a move later in the race.
I don't think this race is over till the flag is drawn, and Ryan Ekberg, I think he is setting up a pass on Morgan Hill. He's still, there's so much time, so he's going to be biding his time and waiting for that. He's already gone for it actually, Morgan Hill. So into that P3, and Ryan Ekberg all over the back of Morgan Hill, going to try and look at getting that podium spot. But there's two other drivers behind him that's going to have a look, and that's obviously Chris Bingham, and I think that is also Tristan Powell. So Tristan has been working quite hard the last few laps to try and get onto the back of these three, and obviously going to have a look and try and see if we can have any sort of chance. But with only 2 laps left, I assume that it'd be quite a challenge to get onto the back.
Yeah, looking close here, because still the number 29 holding on to that position as they make their way down the back straight, as the pretty much right on cue. The clock goes to 0. Next time round they will be getting the 1 lap flag. Still that fight. Hill there in there with Ekberg, Bingham, Powell right hanging on in there. Keane Geraghty of course has cleared away. The gap is now over 6.5 seconds as we look at the fight for third, making their way through Derek's corner up towards the top of the track, and still incredibly close here. Next time round we'll be getting the last lap here, Charlie, and still anyone could get this fight for third place.
Yes, it looks all on and on our screens. Here's Fred Green, very historic family, the Green family. His dad, who owns the team, Jamie Green Racing. Jamie Green, the DTM driver, who really showed a name for himself in the world stage, and is a brilliant battle up behind for the podium places, who is actually led by Ryan Ekberg. But here's Keane Geraghty on your screens. Set the fastest lap of the race of 40.51. So really taking a time down on this circuit, and really showing that the circuit is starting to get all its time back. And he's very, very smooth on that steering wheel going through the last corner. Around the final corner, Ryan Ekberg wins here in Senior X30 for the first heat. We're going to have to see who comes through to take that podium, but it looks like Fred Green is going to be taking second And Ryan Ekberg in the end takes up that podium space. Looks like Morgan Hill got onto P4 in the end. Chris Bingham, who was all over that pack in that race, ended up P5. Tristan Powell did almighty to get into the back of those pack and finish P6. Reese Newburn ended up P7 for Willoughby Steele. Katie Ashman made up some progress and got up to P9. And Jane Jar made up to top 10.
So we're going to get underway with our second heat of the day for the Junior Rotax in just a few moments after that very entertaining first heat of the day for the Senior Rotax and R177 drivers. So kicking off the action earlier on this morning was the Junior Rotax, of course, and they're going to return now for their second of 3 heats. A big group of drivers here. We'll have a look at the grid in just a few moments. Interesting to see the lap times in the low 42s this morning, so we're going to get the dummy grid. We'll see how they line up in just a few moments. We'll see just how much the pace has improved on the track. It was very green this morning, but there are 1 or 2 racing lines starting to develop out here despite the cold temperatures. Junior Rotax race number 2 is about to go underway, sponsored by Ainsbury Plant Hire, who very kindly take to the track, get it swept and clean between the meetings as well. So thanks to Ainsbury Plant Hire for their support in 2024. 1 or 2 issues on the track, actually. They've just left the dummy grid, but number 17, Tom Nottingham, who was quite high up the grid, just losing the back end on the formation. That we'll have a look at how they line up in just a few moments. Joshua Smith, it will be, that leads them underway, but there was a bit of trouble there.
Oh, it's a couple more spinning here.
Oh, 1, 2, 4, I think that's Miles Roby. Just goes to show that the grip is at a premium. I'd be very surprised if this race starts on this lap, because they're still trying to get temperature back into the tyres. So we've lost Tom Nottingham and I think also Miles Roby, so they'll be able to get back going again in just a few moments. The grid gets into position, so we're going to assume this race is going to start as scheduled as they make their way through into Kimbolton Corner. This is the second heat for the Junior Rotax, headed by Joshua Smith from Charlie F. Grave, Autumn Hansford, Lizzie Mentier. There's the 94.
Oh, that's a bent axle for the 94, the Pro Train, but we are getting away, and hopefully we can
start.
Oh, full start there. So that'll be for this driver who's parked on the chicane there. But yeah, I'm really excited to see how Charlie F. Grave does in this race. He's red def. Oh, there's a couple of mishaps there. Looks like a driver had spun on that full start, and there's also another driver that spun there. That's one of the Dan Holland carts. Couldn't really see who that was, but yeah, no, very excited to see how Charlie F. Grave does in this one. Really been progressing throughout the year, and hopefully he's going to be.
That was Luca Magni, number 27, that span out leaving Stowe Corner, so right at the back of the field now and looking to get back into position. So the Italian there scheduled to be starting in 14th row on the grid, so shouldn't be too much of a problem to get back into position. You remember, of course, how well the German driver Timo Jungling did in the first race. As one driver just saw the back of the screen there on the grass. Grip still at a premium here as they fight their way into position. Charlie F. Grave holding them in position. Joshua Smith weaving away, getting some temperature into those tyres as we look to get the second heat underway for Junior Rotax. 1 or 2 mishaps already. One driver out of the race, Alexander Campbell, with the bent rear axle, is in the infield, but they get underway now as they cross the line. Away we go, and it looks good. Here they come charging into the first corner, and heat number 2 for the Junior Rotax gets underway.
Oh, it's a spinner. I couldn't really see who that was. Maybe Archie Flint, who's had a bad start there, and yeah, I think these Junior Rotax drivers are really not getting up to grips there. And there's Charlie F. Grave, who's having to hardly defend from a massive pack of drivers. There's already Timo Jungling. I don't know where he's come from, but there's Jacob Ashcroft in P2, who's made a strong start there from P3, I think that was. So we're going to have to wait until they come around the first lap to see who is who and where is where. And Jacob Ashcroft, yeah, brilliant start by him to get into P2. There's one of the Strawberry carts behind. That's like Aris Maljauskis, who's made a brilliant start there into P3. So as they come around turn 1, it's going to be Joshua Smith who's taking the lead of the race, followed by Jacob Ashcroft, Aris Maljauskis, Logan Howells, Timo Jungling, who I said was going to be up there. He's already made up 10 places on that first lap. Charlie F. Grave, who's dropped a couple, and he's going to hope to get back onto the pack here. Followed by Jason Dukis, Lizzie Mentier, Victor Hansen, and James Kell on that X-Kart chassis, who's going to be running out the top 10.
Well, Timo Jungling really You really see the benefits of a good first lap from him, and much like the first heat earlier on, very effective on that first lap, already up to 5th place as Joshua Smith leads the pack round. There was a wave yellow out on the track earlier, but looks like everything has all been cleared in that first lap incident as number 15 goes over the line. Joshua Smith, your race leader. Jacob Ashcroft in second. Majauskis in third. Number 72, Logan Howes. Youngling in 5th place, fastest lap, 43 seconds on the dot. Charlie Upgrave, Jason Dusek and Victor Hansen making their way through the first corner, making their way out of Stowe. And here come the leaders up towards Derek's corner, still headed by the number 15 of Joshua Smith. Very neatly dancing around those corners, making his way through the Dan Weldon corner, down the back straight now, TKM straight towards Kestrel. You can see the chasing pack there, Jacob Ashcroft. Majauskis there on number 72, just a little bit further behind there, Ashcroft just under half a second down as they make their way out of the final corner. Over the line they go, and just looking at the fight here, just a little bit further behind, you can see that Timo Youngling and Logan Howes having a good fight for the 4th position. Youngling again with the fastest lap of the race, 42.38, so the pace really picking up. And the number 15 of Joshua Smith controlling the race in these early stages.
Well, and that's Aris Mariauskis who's actually got into 2nd place there, so driving on the strawberry car, he's going to be looking to get on the back of Joshua Smith and have a look for the lead. So it looks like Aris Majauskis is going to be controlling this race at the moment when he's going to be the one who can try and get onto the back of Joshua Smith. Jacob Ashcroft's really driving well here. He's going to try and sit behind Aris because he may see that he's quicker and wants to get onto the back of these top 3.
Over the line they go, and still we see Joshua Smith. Majauskis still there in second. 3-way fight for the lead now as they make their way through the willows and heading up towards Derek's corner. Having a peek down the inside there, we can just see Majauskis just looking for lines here, trying to think where he can find a way through, make that pass stick, and possibly control the race at the front. But on his part here, Joshua Smith, who started on the pole, taking advantage of that good grid position here to control the race at the front. You can see Majauskis and Ashcroft shadowing in 3rd and 4th place all the time. Timo Youngling has fought his way into 4th place and is trying to get involved in this one. He's still got time on his side here. We've got just under 3.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, so this race is still wide open. 2nd heat of the day, of course, for the junior Rotax, and it's still being controlled here by Joshua Smith as again Majauskis has a peek down the inside, trying to make that move stick, going into Derek's corner, but can't find a way through. Majauskis just knocking on the door here, trying to find an opportunity.
And I'll be watching out for William Atchibus, who's actually made up 11 places, and he's very much closing in on the top 5. And watch out for also Thomas Behrman and Jack West, who have both made up 14 and 15 places, kind of near your top 10. So very much watch out for these drivers who are making it through the field, and hopefully they're going to be up there in the final.
Mechanical warning there, 1-2-2 in the midfield there. Archie Flint, technical flag, we'll just have a look at them when he goes through. So another retirement. The leaders are closing up actually on some back markers. We've got Autumn Hansford and Jensen Hartshorn having their own battle at the back of the field. So this could be another factor here for Joshua Smith to contend with as they make their way down the TKM straight. Plenty of action throughout the field though. We've still got Majauskis in second, Ashcroft Youngling in fourth. Will Antrobus charging hard in fifth place. They make their way through Kimbolton corner. There's those back markers there. We see the fight between Autumn Hansford and Jensen Hartshorn as
the drivers get through, and Timo Youngling's actually get blocked up, so Timo's going to have more work put at him to catch up to the back of these 3, but Aris Majauskis really tried to look at optimising on that back marker, but they're actually getting onto another back marker, so this might be a good opportunity for Aris Majauskis, but Jacob Ashcroft right on the back, maybe he's going to have a look at going for the second place and hopefully maybe the win. We're going to have to see what happens in the next minute. But as we come down on the Imitsu straight, and
yeah, look at the 22 there of that's the Jensen Hartshorn who peels to one side, gets the blue flags, and pretty much was approached at exactly the wrong time by the race leader Joshua Smith, who has still got Majauskis in second place. Ashcroft Youngling, Antrobus still Antrobus about 2.5 seconds down, so looking at the clock here, we've got 45 on the clock, so they're going to squeeze through one more time before we get the one lap board. So any chance here for Will Antrobus to get involved in this one? The lap times go down to 41.8, for the number 57. Well, Antwerp in 5th place. The leaders make their way into the first corner. Miaskis has a peek down the inside into Stowe corner. And still Ashcroft and Youngling right in there. Look out, Branchowitz in 5th place, just at the back of your screen there. The orange cart there, 57, really closing up on the leaders.
You see, Aaron Miaskis was all over the brakes, trying to brake as late as he possibly could to get past Joshua Smith. Timo Youngling is all over the back of Jake Ashcroft. The two teammates going to definitely try and work together to get past Aris Miaskis and Joshua Smith. But actually come round, it looks like we're going to go on to the final lap of the race. So if Aris Miaskis can try and go for a move, it's got to be now into turn 1 or into the chicane halfway through the lap. So Aris Miaskis is going to stick behind. He doesn't get in on the turn 1 as he's just too far back to make any sort of play. But now he's after coming through the little complex, he's going to have a look. Will he go? He's looking for the move. Oh, that's very close there. And Aris Miaskis kind of got into the back of his rear bumper and just wasn't enough to get past. Timo Youngling's actually made it up into P3. So if Timo might be having to look at a last minute pass for a P2, Aris Miaskis sees he's there. Will he go for a move? I'm going to have to close my eyes and hope for, and Aris Miaskis almost side by side.
Youngling's there, he's having a look for second, but no, it's the race winner, of course, then for Joshua Smith. Miaskis in second, and Youngling just about having to settle for 3rd place. Jacob Ashcroft on the previous lap pretty much conceded the corner to Youngling to let him have a crack on that final lap, but he takes 4th position. And the impressive Will Antwerp there finishing in 5th position, not quite close enough to get involved with the leaders, but certainly fought back well. Lizzie Mentier in 6th in the number 150. She fought back pretty well from that second row of the grid, I should say, and she finishes in the top 10 there in 6th place. Thomas Behrman, Victor Hansen, Ada Mitchell and Charlie F. Grave rounding up the top 10 as we move towards Senior Rotax.
So brilliant driving there in the Junior Rotax. Special shout out to William Atchbus that got the fastest lap of the race there of a 41.82. Yeah, brilliant driving through the field. We had Aris Miaskis who made up 10 places to P2. Timo Youngling made up 12. William Atchbus made up 12. Thomas Behrman actually made up P20 to P7. So brilliant driving by him. But yeah, no, now onto Senior Rotax. We're gonna hopefully get some brilliant racing.
Yeah, Senior Rotax looked good earlier on, of course, in these heat races. The drivers have these allocated grid positions, so we get things mixed up a little bit from the first race earlier on today. We'll have a look how they line up. So it's Alexander, Adam Zackton, George Allen, Charlie Webb, Michael Morgan, Sam Baker, and Jack Spencer on the 3rd row. Tom Pryor and Adam White a bit further down. Philip Rawson. Luke Osmond Price, Jack Collins, rounding out the top 10. Archie Buttle, James Verity a little bit further behind as well as they make their way through the meeting, still running ahead, well on schedule. And of course, this is the first round of the 2024 HKRC Club Championships here at Kimbolton. And schedule, of course, I think with the exception of May and August, isn't it? Pretty much every second Saturday of the month. So you can always come on down here, and if you're local to Kimbolton, down here, pretty much you'd say on the almost on the tri-state sort of area, to use an American term. It's Cambridgeshire, very close to Peterborough, of course, and Northamptonshire, not too far away. It's very well centrally located, popular track with the drivers. You can come down here and check out the action.
Of course, have a look around, and if you are interested in getting involved in racing, then always have a look and speak to people. You know, talking and there's many people here who will try and help you, make your first steps into racing. But as the carts are let out on track, let's get ready to look at the grids and see who and see what how this race is going to plan out.
So here we see it's the number 20 of Alexander Adams Acton who leads the man. This is our 9th race of the day. This is the Senior Rotax. The heat's getting underway very shortly. First time we've seen these drivers out today, of course. They'll be out in the final race later on this afternoon for their final. Another one sponsored, of course, by Ainsbury Plans Hire. Thanks to the Ainsbury for all their support as well. Don't forget, of course, that we're thankful to Talk Racewear for their Driver of the Day award. They'll get some race gloves. Myself and Charlie will be deciding on that a little bit later on, and they'll be announced on the HKRC social media after the event. So number 20, Alexander Adams Acton leads the drivers into the lineup as they make their way through. I think, are we going to get a start here? Over the line they go. It's wave round again. It's a full start, so they're going to go around again. We've seen this a few times, of course, today here, Charlie, and as much as anything, it's the cold temperatures making these formation laps a little bit difficult.
Yeah, it looked like Adams Acton actually slowed up quite a bit, so George Allen looking very confused, looking behind, thinking, "Where are you? Why aren't you starting where you should be?" But yeah, no, very very excited to see how George Allen's going to do on his first race with the JDR team. Some more drivers to look out for through the field. Watch out for Macaulay Bishop, who is probably one of the most looked upon drivers in the world right now. You know, making big moves in the European and British stage. He basically goes to any race and he wins it. Watch out for drivers like Caden McQueen, who's also a very, very big driver in the world and European stage. Has just joined KR Sport. Watch out for Lucas Ellingham, George Donald, Ethan Martin, who won the championship here last year. Watch out for Ralph Youngling, Timo Youngling's young brother. And we are off and away. We're racing into turn 1 in the senior Rotax class. And I think that's Jack Spencer and George Allen, former teammates who are now teammates yet again, and very getting tongue's tail here. And there's Sam Baker trying to find a way through into the pack. And there's Alex Adams Acton, who's managed to make his way into the lead, followed by Charlie Webb. George Allen's holding his way in P3. Jack Spencer is making big strides in P4, and Sam Baker is just holding on for the top 5.
Wow, it was a good aggressive start there from Alex Adams Acton there, number 20. Very defensive into the first corner and manages to get away cleanly. There's a bit of trouble on Stowe Corner further down in the field, but I think the stricken driver's pushed away. There is a wave yellow. You see the yellow flag's being waved as one driver still stuck on the first corner out of camera shot, but it's Adams Acton that leads the way. Charlie Webb in second, George Allen in third place, Sam Baker and Jack Spencer running up the top 5. But a brilliant start there from Adams Acton, number 20, to hold on to the lead. Very distinctive Dayglow green there at the front of the field. Webb in second, so it's Allen third, Sam Baker, Philip Rawson right in there as well. 1 or 2 contact flags going out there. The number 16, I think, George Donald getting a warning in the midfield. Leo Perch, I think, is out of the race. I think that was the drive that was stricken on the first corner, you would say. But here we go over the line once again. So it's Adams Acton leading the way. Charlie Webb and George Allen right in there. Sam Baker with the fastest lap of the race, 40.94. Still a long way to go in this race. Adams Acton really controlling the race well so far, but it looks like Charlie Webb starting to put the pressure on here. As a look, oh, trouble there as they lock wheels. Racing incident there. Well, it seemed that Charlie Webb didn't look too happy there, but Adams Acton shutting the door on him. Out of the race, it appears. He'll join at the back of the field. Both drivers okay, but drama at the front, which means, of course, that George Allen will now take the lead. There he is, number 40, your race leader.
Brilliant driving here by George Allen, who was struggling very much during his junior Rotax times, but also learned a lot going into his senior Rotax races, where he's definitely making a big name for himself at the moment. And Sam Baker just following behind, followed by Philip Rawson, who's been at many places. Keep your eye out for Lucas Ellingham and Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay is 6th right now, making up 13 places, and Lucas Ellingham in 10th, making up 16 places. So definitely watch out for these two driving through the field. But there's many strong drivers through this field who are definitely trying to make a name for themselves.
Bit of a race of attrition here. We've, of course, lost Leo Purchase on the first lap. Kieran Pugh, Philip Rawson, it appears.
Oh, Sam Baker. Sam Baker for the lead of the race. And George Allen is going to have to slot him behind. And as teammates, they must be working together to hopefully try and pull away from Philip Rawson, who was part of the Guy Cunnington racing team. Guy Cunnington, one of the former senior Rotax drivers, who was very good in the British Karting Championships. He's going to be right on the back of the top 3 here. And it's very good to see all the former karting drivers, they start making teams and now form these these really big karting teams. And so very, very good to see Guy Cunnington doing something like this. And George Allen is very much overdriving that car, and Philip Rawson straight down the inside is going to take full advantage of that. But that was actually under a yellow flag. Trouble
on the last corner there as a couple of karts got together, and there was a wave yellow. So whether that will stick, I don't know. It looks like Sam Baker into the lead, George Allen, Jack Spencer. So Charlie Webb been looked at as well. Philip Rawson still there in third on the number 19. Been quite a few incidents here. I think that was Gigas Pavilonis, the number 88, and Caden McQueen seem to have got together on Kimbolton Corner. I wonder if the overtake, like you say, Charlie, that did appear to be under the wave yellow, so that could be looked at later on.
Yes, I mean, that is one of the main rules of the yellow flag, is that you cannot overtake. So that will definitely be looked at by the steward to do a very good job here to make sure we have all fully clean and fair racing. But Sam Baker is doing a brilliant job here in P1 to try and pull a gap more, like, followed by Philip Rawson and George Allen, who's doing perfect in his first ever senior race, can we just point out. So doing very good there.
Just looking off screen at that last corner, Kimbolton Corner, the marshals have not been able to get those drivers going again. The cart's still buried in the tyre barriers. The field's so spread out now, there's not really been a clear opportunity. So we are still under wave yellows. This could affect things in the later stages. We've got just over 2 minutes remaining. As we look at Sam Baker, Philip Rawson right in there as well. Over the line they go. Still in third, the number 40 of George Allen over the line. Macaulay Bishop, Jack Spencer, Charlie Webb right in there. The race still closely poised. Been quite a few incidents in this race, though, and drivers really starting to spread out. So, of course, remember, this is the heat race, so the drivers might just... No, they won't be too risky, of course. Looking further down, Alex Adams-Acton, the driver who got caught together in the start of the race, up to 17th place now. Philip Rawson under investigation, looking at the race control. So one or two drivers being looked at here.
And if I was George Allen, I'd be very wary of Macaulay Bishop. He's actually gone for third place there. Brilliant move there by Macaulay Bishop. George Allen waving his hand, saying, "Why are you overtaking under a yellow again?" So these drivers are very much not making aware of that yellow flag at the final corner. But as
mind you, it has been made to a stationary yellow now. So they seem to have got the carts away from a dangerous position. Sam Baker still leading, so this race still potentially open now. Yeah, they've got to be careful going into that final corner. The green flag out on the finish line. Still we look at Sam Baker leading the way very neatly, going through in towards Kimbolton Corner. You'll see on the edge of the course there's those two stricken carts that were causing the trouble earlier on. 50 seconds on the clock, so I think they'll just squeeze through and get another lap in before we get the one lap board.
And I would very much watch out for Macaulay Bishop. It was just at the fastest lap of 40.39. It was actually lapping half a second quicker than the top two. So brilliant driving here by Macaulay Bishop. This is why he's one of the most looked upon Rotax drivers in the world right now. So I definitely watch out for Macaulay Bishop in this last couple of laps, who are very much chasing down Sam Baker and Philip Rawson, who are looking like they're going to have quite a good battle here. And then there's Philip Rawson. What a late move that was by Philip Rawson to get down the inside of the final corner. The final corner being very much a brilliant overtaking spot, but that was also under a yellow flag. So whether that will be looked on again, as that is his second time doing it, will very much be looked at by the officials.
Yeah, we'll look at that later on, of course. Be interesting, of course, that it is a stationary yellow, so whether that will affect things in terms of the steward's thinking, we shall wait and see. Sam Baker still second, Macaulay Bishop, George Allen, Jack Spencer, all still running very closely towards the front of the field. They did go through with 6 seconds left on the clock, so next time when they cross the line, we'll be getting the last lap flag. Here they come round the final corner. Philip Rawson, 19, still your race leader. Clear track in front of them as they get the last lap board. And it's still Sam Baker and Macaulay Bishop right in there as well. George Allen, Archie Buttle, and Jack Spencer also well placed. They go flying through Stowe Corner. The leaders making their way down towards the Mitsu Straight. We see the midfield runners making their way all over the line there. We've got the likes of George Donnell, Nicholas Ellis, Presley Walker, Jacob Avoriak in 21st, Alfie Bray, as the midfield runners make their way through. Leaders making their way up towards the top of the circuit now, just watching the rest of the field making their way through a little further down. This is James Verity, Isaac Reynolds, 33.35 seconds down. Here come the leaders out to the final corner, and it's going to be Philip Rawson that takes the checkered flag. I believe that was Sam Baker, Macaulay Bishop right in there as well. George Allen, Archie Buttle, and Jack Spencer, all very close in the top five. So Philip Rawson, your race winner. Sam Baker second, Macaulay Bishop, George Allen, Archie Buttle, and Jack Spencer, all very well fought indeed.
A special shout out to Lucas Ellingham. He made up 18 places in that race to P8. So brilliant job by him. And yeah, Macaulay Bishop, I definitely watch out for him in the rest of these races to come. Making up 16 places to P3. Philip Rawson doing a brilliant job there. He got from P8 to P1. So some brilliant drives there through the field in the senior Rotax. Some drivers very unfortunate for perhaps Caden McQueen, Leo Purchase, who thinks you could make up a few more places. We'll have to see what happens in the rest of the races to come.
So here we go. Everyone has been out at least once in a heat this morning. We're now well and truly into our second group of heats. We've got 2 heats plus the finals later on today, all scheduled for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. 10th race of the race meeting here, getting underway in just a few moments. It's the Honda 200s, brought to you in association with iZone Driver Performance. The drivers are in the waiting zone on that dummy grid right now, and we'll go out onto the formation lap in just a few moments. We'll have a look how they line up. Of course, we saw the allocated grids. These aren't done by qualifying times, they are assigned. So the drivers who started fairly high up in race number 1 will be a bit further back in heat number 2. This is our 10th race of the day. Toby Turner from Ricky Junior McIntosh, Elliot Borg, Bo Winslade, Esmerozzi in 5th from Ralphie Branscombe, Albie Smith, Theo Hamilton, Aurora Joel, and Jack Fulbrook-Harmer. A bit further behind there in 10th position, Aurora Jones and Sawyer Henderson in 12th place on row number 6. And the final 3 rows of the grid for the Honda 200s. Row number 7 is Ollie Knox and Sawyer Henderson. Jay and Prakash actually in 14th place. A little bit of a change there. Shea Hilton, Jackson Heath, Riley Blackmore, and Bo Winslade rounding out the field. So remember, Ricky Junior McIntosh looking very strong in that first race. Some very aggressive driving for him. He has the benefit of a front row start here, so he'll be looking to try and make that advantage count.
I would also watch out for Theo Hamilton as well, and Kevin Ivanoff, who were the top 2 after the first heat. So definitely going to be making some big strides through the field.
So see Ivanoff, of course, down on the 4th row in this race, which will be getting underway in just a few moments' time. This is the 10th race of the day, second heat of the day for the Honda 200s. They'll be underway in just a few moments, and the last preparations being made on the grid right now. So Ivanov, of course, looked very strong in that first race. Of course, with these allocated grids as well, Charlie, what that means, of course, is the drivers who... it's the classic case of swings and roundabouts, really. I mean, the drivers who've had a good grid in the first race have got it all to do now because they're starting a bit further back. They haven't got the luxury of getting into that first corner with a good start. They've got a bit of track time, a bit of passing to do on those opening couple of laps.
And that's what makes the random grid so brilliant, is that, you know, that final starting grid is actually dependent on, you know, everything. So not just the pace, but actually, you know, how you can drive through a field and how you can battle and, you know, your racecraft overall. Are very much dependent on your final position.
So that's all to come later on, of course. We'll see the Honda 200s out, 20th race of the day, the finals later on this afternoon. The drivers being held in position for just a few moments. We did see a few casualties in that 9th race of senior road. Number 44, actually, of Ricky Junior McIntosh leading the drivers out. Everyone getting back up to temperature now. The, trouble on the formation. We might just see just out of camera shot there.
Oh, they're all piling up. There's a couple more drivers who have had to make tow with the other drivers, and hopefully we can get all those drivers sorted and ready to go. But I think this might have to be a full start to start off with.
Yeah, everyone's okay, but you see on the back straight, everyone seems to have got going again. I think one of Bo Winslade, Toby Turner, one of the 2 drivers at the front got a little bit squirrely. And it was like a chain reaction. So we've got about 4 or 5 drivers right at the back of the field. You'll see everyone's spread out somewhat now. So this, I'm fairly certain this won't be a start, almost certainly, because there's drivers all around the track trying to get back up with the pack. Over the line they go. So as quite understandably, it's a full start. The flag show. We can't start the race right now because there's still drivers. See the leaders going through Stowe Corner. But there's still drivers still completing their formation lap. We've got to get these drivers back in position. Number 14 was one of them in there. Elliot Bork, the 3rd place driver who spun out. And it really was a chain reaction. 68, Riley Blackmore, one of the drivers caught up in the melee on the formation lap. Ollie Knox as well getting back into position. And the number 99 in there as well. I think looking at some of the others in there, 68, as I say, Riley Blackmore, Jackson Heath. These drivers trying to catch up. They're still on the back straight. So... Here they come again. The drivers, as you can see here, Charlie, really being told to slow down now because we've got some, you see in the back of the camera shot there, some drivers still catching up on the grid after that melee last time round.
Yes, so hopefully all those drivers behind can get back up to the pack and get ready to get this race going. Quite unusual to see that they aren't actually doing a standing start, which is what the Honda Cadets are designed to do, but the rolling start makes it even better, and we are off and racing down into turn 1. We're going to have to see who can try and get out there alive, and also that's one of the zip carts, I think, who was actually got into the lead. There's Kevin Ivanoff, who's actually made a brilliant start there into P2 already.
Fantastic start there from Kevin Ivanoff down the inside. Brave move on McIntosh, but can't find a way through. So Ricky Jr. McIntosh, who looked impressive in that first race, now has the luxury of a front row start. But Ivanoff, fantastic start from him. From that sixth row, from the fourth row, has fought his way right through to the front. Now here they come down the TKM straight in towards Kestrel. Good clean start. Everyone's staying out of trouble on that first lap, so he had that trouble on the formation lap, but it's all started quite nicely now, and here they come out to the final corner. Still the 44 leading the way with the number 50 of Ivanoff right on his tail. So McIntosh leads. Ivanoff down the inside has a peak and does enough to take the apex. Now can he hold on? You see McIntosh immediately trying to switch back, but Ivanoff's got the line covered, and a very neat move to take the lead.
Kevin Ivanoff, brilliant move there by just to get into the lead of the race there. Ricky Jr. McIntosh really trying to maximise there, but it looks like he's just made a couple of mistakes, which, should be seen by these cadet drivers. They are still just 8 to 10 years old, so they are more likely to make a mistake as they are learning and, adapting to, different track conditions and just the little bits that people don't actually take for granted.
Oh, look at McIntosh. He's not giving this one up. Nice move into Kimbolton corner. Makes the move. Stickler looks like Ivanoff's going to try and fight back here as they make their way through into the first corner. And Ivanoff not quite close enough to go for the pass here. Follows McIntosh, the race leader. So the rest of the top 10. Ralphie Branscombe up to third place. Esme Rosie in fourth. Toby Turner, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, Sawyer Henderson, Theo Hamilton, Aurora Joel and Ollie Knox breaking into the top 10 as they make their way through to Derek's corner. Oh, was Ivanoff having a look? And I think has made the move stick. Neat little move there, wasn't it? He's
definitely had a look, and he's already gone, and Kevin Ivanoff is going to try and pull that gap. If he can do that, then that'll very much be part of his...
look at Hamilton.
That's a brilliant move there by Ricky Jr. He was definitely got... He's definitely...
McIntosh there. Fantastic, wasn't it?
That was a brilliant move there to, he's trying to make Kevin think that, you're getting away, and Ricky straight back, just showing off his racecraft skills, and Kevin Ivanoff is not going to be liking this, and nothing like he had in the first heat when he just got into the lead and drove away. So Ricky Jr., we saw how aggressive and persistent he was in that first heat, and definitely showing what he can do in the second heat.
Yeah, McIntosh, again, bravely defending there through Derek's corner. They are really running quite well here as they make their way up towards the Dan Weldon corner, and still right in there is Kevin Ivanoff. Down the back straight they go through TKM, heading towards Kestrel corner, but this time it looks like McIntosh has done enough just to grab onto the lead, and he makes his way through the final corner. Still the fight on for third place with Branscombe. Ralphie Branscombe incidentally setting the fastest lap of the race, so look out for the number 96 here, who is starting to close up on these two drivers. You just saw him at the back of your screen there, and quite possibly here, if McIntosh and Ivanoff start fighting anymore, this could really allow Ralphie Branscombe, who's putting a good turn of pace at the moment, and leaving the fourth place Esme Rosie behind. She's still looking strong in fourth. Theo Hamilton, Toby Turner and Jack Fulbrook-Harmer still right in there.
On your screens, the top two battles still strong as ever, with Junior and Ivanoff battling all the way through this race. There's still 3 minutes left on the clock, so many laps left, and all we can ask for more, pretty much. Is Kevin going to go for a move? He's definitely having a look, but he thinks better off it, and remembers there's a massive straight that he can use all that engine, top speed out the engine to try and get down the inside, and he's definitely having a look. He's got two wheels on. No, he hasn't. I thought he'd have two wheels down the inside at that point, but obviously not. So he's going to have to wait and get another opportunity to come, which shows how mature these drivers are. You know, you could have definitely gone for a silly move there and took both each other out of the race, but I think it's better off it.
He was clever there. He did have a look. He had a peek down the inside, thought better of it, and he just knew he didn't want to compromise the rest of his lap here. He just stays on the back of McIntosh, the race leader, 44. Down the back straight they go. You can still see Ralphie Branscombe, another fastest lap for him, 48.8 last time round. He's trying to get involved in this one as Ivanov has a peek down the inside. Ivanov just chipping away, looking at lines, trying to find a way through. 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Over the line they go. Ivanov right on his tail. Is he going to try this time? Branscombe still there. And Ivanov tagging the back there, but stays in second place. Not to have a look, trying to have a look on the exit of the corner, right on the back of McIntosh now, as they make their way up towards Derek's corner on the Mitsu straight. Branscombe all the time closing up on these two, trying to get involved. He's put some very fast laps together. As Ivanov has a peek down the inside there, up towards Dan Weldon. Branscombe right in this battle now. It's turning into a three-way tussle for the lead, and Kevin Ivanov just starting to put the pressure on here.
And Branscombe will be definitely singing in the rain right now as the top two are battling. Kevin looks for a move there, but thinks better off it, and you know he might have to start making a bold move here, because all the time that was battling, Branscombe is right behind, and he now has an opportunity to go for the win this race. Obviously, getting the fastest lap of the race from all the slipstream that the slipstream has a big effect on the cadets. And there's Kevin Ivanov going for a move into the chicane. Well, he has it. Side-by-side bit of contact, and Branscombe out of nowhere into the lead of the race. Brilliant driving by Branscombe. He's going to go from third to first in one corner. Would you even believe it? I think that's definitely one of the best overtakes of the day so far. Definitely in a place where you wouldn't really expect to move like that, but the cutback can be so strong there.
Yeah. Very well worked move there from Branscombe. Of course, that opportunistic move, he saw the top two fighting for position, left the gap open for him. Branscombe incidentally setting 3 fastest laps in a row prior to this lap where he's took the lead, so 23 seconds on the clock. And Branscombe, for all his hard work, has suddenly sneaked through into the lead. Now, can he hold on? He's got one more lap to go after this. But make no mistake, Ivanov and McIntosh recovering very quickly. This is where Ivanov went for the move last time round. Thinks better of it this time. Follows behind the race leader. Has a look on the exit. A little peek to say hello there, but not quite enough. Here they come up towards the top now, through the Dan Weldon corner. Nice move there from Ivanov on the inside. Not quite close enough to go for the lead, though. We've still got McIntosh there in third. 1 lap to go when they come round this time. Still the race leader, Ralphie Branscombe, who's put a very good second half of the race here, but the race is far from over as McIntosh has a look. As they go over the line, all over the back wheels there. McIntosh looking for the pass for second place. And let's see what Ralphie Branscombe can do with 1 lap to go.
Ricky Jr. better be careful in this final lap, because he's actually been given a warning flag. That would probably be for his driving standards. So definitely anyone from the top 3 here can win this race. They've got a massive...
wave yellows as a driver.
So they're going to have to make sure no overtaking is done, and these drivers are doing a lot better than the juniors. It looks like, who actually listen to the flags that the marshals are putting out. But these top 3 are really doing a brilliant job here. Very mature, professional driving. And will Kevin Ivanov have a look at the final corner pass? He's definitely had a look, but had no look there. And there's Ricky Jr. But around the final corner, it's going to be Branscombe with a brilliant move there, who took the win. Brilliant mature driving there, who actually brilliant overtake for the win. Did very well there. It was a classic smash and grab, you might say, because Branscombe was watching in third place. You saw Ivanov and McIntosh dueling it out for the lead. They went wide, and Branscombe just said thank you very much, nipped down the inside and took the win, which is certainly well deserved with those string of fastest laps. Ivanov second, McIntosh third, Theo Hamilton fourth from Elliot Bork, Toby Turner in sixth place, Fulbrook Harmer in seventh, Bro Winslade, Aura Joel, Riley Blakemore rounding out the top 10. Sad to see that Esme Rosie was out of the race, so running well in the top 10, but seems to have hit trouble later. I think that was the stricken cart that we saw causing that waved yellow, so shame for Esme, but congratulations to Ralphie Branscombe. So, Mircomax UK coming up next for you, and it's going to be definitely a brilliant race to watch. So definitely good to see how the track has brightened up very, very quickly, and these track conditions will definitely be a lot quicker. And as we look at the grid, so Alfie Garrett will actually be starting pole position, followed by Logan Ralph, Alfie Farah and Alessandro Salas will be starting on P4. Austin Oman, watch out for him, and Luke Millwood will be row 6. James Deverick and Victor Popkow will be row 4, followed by Josh Cook and Sebastian Behrman, rounding out your top 10. Josh Wire and Finley Beals be in row 6. Alfie Mayer, watch out for him. He was very strong in that first heat, followed by Dion Singh Pahal, Harris Barber, Maria Ruberto, Oliver Dawson and Lucian Smith ran at row 9. Toby Biggs, Ethan Lloyd, Marley Woody, Adam Gildy, Zach Andrew and Teddy Higgs ran at row 12. And Albert Farrow and Jensen Dowell rounds out the grid. So the drivers now out on circuit and doing their formation lap, getting ready to go for their second heat of today, one of the 11th race of the day. So yeah, make sure you are looking out for Sebastian Behrman. He was very, very consistent and very, very good in that first heat. Make sure you're watching out for him. Maybe he's going to be looking at a podium place, but he's got Austin Oman, who was very, very strong in that first heat to pass, and Luke Millwood, who was obviously up there for quite a lot of the race, so maybe he's going to get another opportunity. So around the final corner, I think if we can get this, I think we are going a bit too quick to maybe get this race going, but we're going to come onto the straight and we're going round again. The full start flag has been drawn, probably because some of the drivers kind of falling off the grid a bit, so hopefully we can try and get them back onto the pack where they belong and we can get the racing going shortly. So Alfie Garrett on your pole position, number 47 with the Synergy Factory team, so hopefully he's going to be looking at getting a strong result in this one after starting pole and, you know, having a decent first heat. So make sure you're watching out for him. Make sure you are watching out for Josh Cook as well on that seeded number 9. Obviously got the seeded in the British Karting Championship, so definitely showing probabilities of success here at Kimbolton. Watch out for Finley Beals as well, who was very strong, and Dihan Pahal, who was very up there in for that podium spot. But around the final corner, will we go round again, or are we racing this time? We're going to have to see. And we are racing here in Mircomax UK, and down into the first corner, Alfie Garrett's going to be holding it into the lead. Brilliant start by him. He was also a driver. A couple of drivers running a bit wide there. Hopefully they can get it back onto circuit. And there's that Onan car who's really gone wide and had to cut fully over the track. Hopefully he can get back on safely. He is jumping and bouncing all over the track. His neck's going to be hurting a lot after the race, but it looks like Alfie Garrett with a strong start has pulled quite a bit of a gap, and there's many battles going through the field. There's Luke Millwood somewhere in there who's had a strong start. Oscar Oman, who was had a brilliant start to the race. He's actually got that's Sebastian Behrman on the inside of Austin Oman. He's actually looking for a position there. So as they come around the final corner, we can actually see how it's all played out after lap 1. So Logan Rolfe, who's actually taken the lead of the race. Alfie Garrett followed in second, with Sebastian Behrman, who's actually made up 7 places on that first lap to P3. Austin Oman in P4, followed by Luke Millwood in P5. Alfie Mayer in P6, and Alessandro Salas ran out the top 7. George Swire and Lucian Smith, who's made up 9 places, so make sure you're watching out for him as he drives through the field. But as we come through the chicane and down into the Weldon complex, is a very technical circuit. The second sector really put a lot of strain on the drivers, making sure that their concentration is on point. Logan Rolfe has actually took the lead, so brilliant driving by Logan Rolfe on that number 32 kart to get into the lead of the race. Alfie Garrett in that orange and black livery, very much on the tail, looking at bouncing back and getting that lead. And there's Sebastian Behrman, who's going to go for a move into P2. Goes Sebastian Behrman. So brilliant driving there by Sebastian Behrman to get into P2 on that Ambition Motorsport car, who's Ambition, very, very strong team, have been very successful over the years. So very much very good to see him in this paddock still providing brilliant results, and obviously showing that their drivers are what it takes. And there's a yellow flag in the chicane, so it looks like there's a driver who's gone off and he's gone a bit wide. And there's another driver off coming out of the Weldon complex. He's ran off a bit on the grass. You can see all the mud has been left, and Sebastian Behrman formed the move of the race. Wow, the lead of the race. Brilliant driving there by Sebastian Behrman. He's just been picking off each driver one by one, and doing brilliant to got into the lead of the race. And there's Logan Rolfe, who's taken the lead straight back. He's saw Behrman thinking he can just drive off, and Logan Rolfe has gone, no, not today, mate, and you are gonna stay behind me, and you are not getting back through. So Logan Rolfe, who's done a brilliant job there to get back into the lead of the race, and Sebastian Behrman, who's going to be quite frustrated about that one. He's after having quite a couple of easy passes throughout the race so far. Brilliant driving in the Mircomax. Watch out for Austin Oman, who's in P4 right now. He's definitely got some work to do. And Lucian Smith, who's in P5, he's definitely going to be one to watch out for on that Project 1 sashi. But yeah, Sebastian Behrman really showing how strong he is with the pace in this first race. He's going to stick behind. He's going to sit behind Logan Rolfe for this one for probably for a couple of laps now, just to try and see what he can bridge out with. Because it's always better to work in a couple in these races, and especially in these heat races, when you want to pull away and just try and secure that top spot. But I think Alfie Garrett is definitely not going to be wanting these two to pull away, so he'll be definitely on the back of them trying to work their way through. So yeah, Lucian Smith make up 13 places so far. Watch out for him coming through the field in P5. Maria Roberto having a brilliant race, making up 7 places. He was actually our fastest driver out in the last heat. But Sebastian Behrman and Alfie and Logan Rolfe side by side. He's on the concrete. He's gonna brilliant move there by Sebastian Behrman, who had balls out and managed to hold on in the end. Logan Rolfe can be quite annoyed about that one, and how he was using the concrete to stay behind, and Alfie may have really catched up to the back of him. He's going to look for a move, but no go, and there just wasn't enough room to get on that inside. Austin Oman, who's made it up into P3, and he's very much closed into the back of these top two. He's going to have a very strong chance of making a look for the lead here. But it's all going to be dependent on what Logan Rolfe can do. But he better not let Sebastian Behrman pull away, because Sebastian Behrman really showing that he has a stronger engine, and he's definitely pulling away so far. So brilliant driving here in the Mircomax so far. Very good to see these young drivers in a very mature and controlled race so far. You know, very very much showing up against the junior and senior drivers, who should be a lot more mature with their driving, but no, brilliant driving by the Mircomaxes here. Sebastian Behrman doing a brilliant job here. Maybe one of our strongest drivers here this weekend in the Mircomax category. Looking really good with Austin Oman, who's actually gone into second place here. So brilliant driving by Austin Oman, who's managed to make it into second place. Lucian Smith still there in P5. He's got a bit of a gap back to the top 3. So he's got a lot of work to do, but I'm sure he will close that gap down if he puts the floor to the gas pedal and gets going. Sebastian Behrman, he's trying to pull out a little bit of a gap, but as I say that, Lucian Smith, fastest lap of the race, 48.4. Compare that to the leader of a 48.9, so over half a second quicker. So I'm definitely going to be watching out for Lucian Smith. Have a look at that top 3, because that top 3 is looking very tasty for Lucian Smith on that Project 1 chassis. Sebastian Behrman is slowly pulling away. Austin Oman in P2. He's going to be having a little look at Sebastian Behrman hopefully in the next few laps. We've only got a couple of laps left of this race, so around the final corner we're going to be on to the penultimate lap of the race. So Sebastian Behrman, he's got only a couple of laps left to hold on. The charging Austin Oman, who's actually closed in quite a lot on that last couple of laps. So might want to watch out from Austin Oman, who's really having a look at Sebastian Behrman. He's kind of kept back a bit, trying to just kind of surprise him out of nowhere. But during his lap, he's going to be watching to see how Sebastian Behrman. You want to go watch and see how he drives and where he thinks that he's stronger. And Austin O'Mar has actually closed up quite a bit now. So is Sebastian Behrman. You might have to watch out this last lap because Austin O'Mar is there. You'll have a look behind. He's felt the tap of Austin O'Mar there. So the final lap of the race, the Orange Army putting out the last lap board, and it's going to be a tongue-tail battle with the top 4. Lucian Smith, I told you he'd be there, and he sure is. And there's Logan Ralph in P3, and there's very much close battle racing here. And Austin O'Mar, he's really behind Sebastian Behrman, giving him all the fight and all the might possible out of him, and out of the chicane as well. Austin O'Mar, brilliant. Oh, what a side-by-side. Austin O'Mar has actually taken the lead. Oh, they're going to be very close. And Lucian Smith, I told you he'd be quick. And obviously, it looks like a bit of contact there with Logan Rolfe, and sadly been taken off into the gravel. But the final corner is going to be taken by Austin O'Mar, who's actually, there's a bit of tapping there, and Sebastian Behrman really on the back, but Austin O'Mar around the final corner is going to take the win in Mircomax. I will definitely be seeing how Lucian Smith is going to be in the final, saying that bad race from him. Although showing the pace, he got very unfortunate there, and the gravel trap saw better days. So, Austin O'Mar takes the win, making up 4 places, followed by Sebastian Behrman, who made up 8 places. So, brilliant drive by Sebastian Behrman. Logan Rolfe rounds out the top 3, followed by Luke Millward, George Schweier, Alfie Mayer, Dion Pahal, Alfie Garrett, Lucian Smith, who actually ended up dropping to P9, and Josh Cook, who ran out the top 10. Brilliant driving there by the Mircomaxes, really showing, their mature driving for such a young age. 8 to 10 years old, these drivers can start competing in owner karting, and very, very good to see just how in a professional manner they act. Get to. So I can hear engines roaring, and it's now time for the Minimax 950 / Honda R200s out on circuit. So let's run through our grids very shortly. So as the drivers complete their formation lap, let's have a little look at the grid. So, the starting grid. Finley Lines, he's going to be starting on pole, followed by Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Watch out for Emerson. Had a very bad first heat. Oliver Barton and Harley Musk in your top row 2. Jensen Chalk and Joshua Griffin ran out row 3. Maximilian Braskoff and Devin Taylor, Harry Taylor, Ryan Townsend, Edward Haynes and Max Wheatley ran out row 6. Miles Burton, Tom Reed, Nathan Edwards, O.T. Cleary, Leo Livings, Lower Moulton ran up row 9. And it looks like the racing has got underway, but there's a kart stranding. There's just got out of the way in time, but it looks like look, I could try and see on my timing screens who that is that has taken the lead of the race. It looks like it's a number 5 plate. That looks like Joshua Griffin, who's actually made up a lot of places there. It looks like he's gone from 6th to 1st. So brilliant driving there. Finley Lyons taking up 2nd, and Emerson McAndrew-Uren has taken up the 3rd row. So brilliant driving through the field. There's a strong move there. That's Alfie Mir on that strawberry cart, who's made his way through. That's Finley Lyons back into lead of the race. Emerson McCann-Urin all over the back, and he's going to be tongue and tails, and Emerson McCann-Urin back through. That's Joshua Griffiths, who's really having a look back to see if he can make back into that position place that he once lost. So after that first lap, it's Emerson McCann-Urin who takes the lead of the race, followed by Finley Lyons, Joshua Griffin, May Wheatley, who's made up 8 positions on that first lap. So watch out for May Wheatley, who's definitely going to be driving through to the top 3 here. Harry Taylor rounds out the top 5 with make up 4 positions. Watch out for Riley Monroe, who's made up 16 places to P8. Brilliant driving here by Emerson McCann-Urin, who's held off the lead, and is definitely going to be looking at trying to pull away from the top 2 here. Finley Lyons, we're talking about his family origin, and Stephen Lyons, quite a famous touring car driver, who definitely is going to be bringing a lot of tips down to his son, who is hopefully going to be looking in the next few years after his cadet days to be looking into the junior saloons racing. But no, brilliant driving here by the top 3. There's some big names he'll be watching out from behind, who could be looking at closing in on this pack. But Emerson McCann-Urin driving brilliantly so far. Finley Lyons just going to go for the move here. Well, I was going to say he's going to follow through, but Finley Lyons had better ideas than Joshua Griffin's. It's more of like if one goes through, another one might go through as well, and that's why Emerson McCann-Urin, he had to kind of just let them through. But brilliant driving there by Joshua Griffins, who saw the gap with Finley Lyons and thought, I might as well go as well, because why not? And Finley Lyons doing brilliantly here, coming down into the final corner, driving for that Synergy chassis. The Dan Holland kart behind Joshua Griffiths all over the back. If he can get the speed, he's going to go for a move. That's Joshua Griffiths on the inside of Finley Lyons. Wow, Finley Lyons holds it on the brake and gets round the outside of Finley Lyons. Brilliant driving there to hold that position. Joshua Griffiths maybe a bit annoyed about that one. He thought he had it all done and all to play for. There's a stranded kart there. Emerson McCann-Urin just following behind on the top 2. Maybe he can look for a move. Finley Lyons driving brilliantly here. Brilliant move there to hold off Joshua Griffiths, and I don't think Joshua will be very, very pleased about that one. So he's going to definitely come back stronger when he goes for this final move again. There's Joshua Griffiths on the inside of Finley Lyons. Will Finley Lyons hold it this time? No, he won't, but he'll go for the cutback. And will Finley Lyons be able to pull alongside? Yes, he will. So although Joshua Griffiths may think he has the final move, Finley Lyons will be straight back on him. So Finley Lyons, brilliant racecraft skills to get back into the lead of this race. Emerson McCann-Urin following quite behind, and Harry Taylor, watch out for him. One of the fastest on track right now, over 41.1. There's Joshua Griffiths yet again on the inside of Finley Lyons. Back on the inside, who takes the lead down the start-finish straight. These drivers are putting up a brilliant fight against each other. Watch out for Emerson McCann-Urin. He might have a look and see if he can get a move down on Joshua Griffiths, and maybe have a look then for the lead with Finley Lyons. But we're going to have to see. That's a very stern driver there. Might have to see who that is. But Finley Lyons, brilliant driving there. That's Joshua Griffiths all over the back of him. Finley Lyons will definitely know that Joshua is behind. Emerson McCann-Urin, he's trying to use the curves to rotate a little bit, and it's just bouncing, and the kart will definitely be trying to work in his favour. Finley Lyons doing brilliantly here with under 2 minutes to go, so we've got about 5 laps left, and Finley Lyons doing a brilliant job here to hold off the strong Josh Griffiths, who is definitely showing up for him. There's Joshua Griffiths all over the back of Finley Lyons. He's going to go defensive. Finley Lyons and Joshua Griffiths on the cutback. He's got the run, but does he have a look? No, he doesn't. It's a very technical sector 2 here, so it's very hard to perform such an overtake like that. Finley Lyons still holding on strong here from Joshua Griffiths, and Emerson McCann-Uren, don't count him out yet. He may just be sitting back and waiting for his time to come. They're so long, these races, that, you know, the chances can come at the very last second. Watch out for Harry Taylor as well, who's made up a lot of ground to be getting onto the back of these top three. Maybe he can look for a position. But there's Finley Lyons. Will he go defensive again? I do think so. And Joshua Griffiths, he's going to starting to get a bit annoyed now. Joshua Griffiths always getting on that cutback coming out of the chicane, but just doesn't have the momentum and the speed to carry that speed through. And Emerson McCann-Uren really on the back now. And actually, they're side by side, and Joshua Griffiths actually made a move there. So brilliant move there. Oh, there's a bit of front wheel to rear wheel banging, and and Finley Lyons has got back through into the lead. So I don't know if that might be looked at by the Shoers, because there was a bit of advantage by contact, and Joshua Griffiths might not be the brightest bird about that one. Finley Lyons doing a brilliant job here to get back into the lead. Joshua Griffiths might be going as a back marker there, and they've all done a very good job, so well done to that back marker for getting out the way. But so far, it looks like Finley Lyons might be holding this race. Joshua Griffin's doing really good here to get that second place, and very much showing. Oh wow, strong move there by Ethan Griffiths. But Joshua Griffiths on that last corner as they go into the final lap. There's one place you want to be on that final lap, and that is first place. But now it's a tongue-tail battle. Josh Griffiths versus Finley Lyons. Finley Lyons running outside into turn one, into Stoke corner. Brilliant move there by Finley Lyons, who bravely took over that lead. Joshua Griffiths been all over the back from all race, and Emerson McCann-Uren just biding his time. He knows that there is a final yet to come, and that's where he's definitely going to showing what he's made of. And Finley Lyons, brilliant driving there. You know, we saw it early in the race that how strong he was at that turn one, how strong he was on that braking. But Joshua Griffiths, watch out for him in that final corner, maybe coming that cutback manoeuvre, and it doesn't look like it. So Finley Lyons ran the final corner. Brilliant win there. It was more of a 1v1 between Finley Lyons and Joshua Griffiths, and Finley Lyons taking over the win there. Both drivers looking at each other, giving a bit of sportsmanship there just to congratulate each other. And what a brilliant race that was. See, so it looked like it was Finley Lyons who took the win there, followed by Joshua Griffiths. Emerson McCann-Uren drove stormingly to hold that P3 off from Harry Taylor. Jensen Chalk and Max Wheatley made up the top 6, followed by Luca Holmes-Ballack, who's made up 16 places. Blair Smith made up 17 places as well, so brilliant driving by them two. Edward Haynes and Riley Monroe made up 14 places to the top 10.
Well, we're going to move on very shortly to the third heat race of the day for the junior Rotax. They will, of course, have 2 finals later on. They'll be split into a B final and an A final, so that's all going to get put a lot of emphasis onto this next race. It's the 13th of the 26th race program in total. So we're at the halfway point at this first round of the HKRC Club Championships here at Kimbolton. The rounds throughout the season, they can drop their worst 2 scores, but of course that always can potentially work into the advantage as the season goes on. Let's have a look at how they line up. So it's going to be Jack West from Kai Clark, Logan Hartscorn in 3rd position, Thomas Behrman, Brandon Truman and Harry Bartle in position number 6, Josh Turnbull, Rain Gandor, Toby Farthing, Teddy Cooper, Kai Vitch and Ellie Madden in the 6th row of the grid. Row number 7 is the impressive Will Antrobus from Jack Robinson, Joel Dixon Cohen, Thomas Gray, Oliver Meek and Owen Keenan in number 29 on the 9th row of the grid. Row number 10 has Victor Hansen in number 21 with Ayas Magivskis, Samir Paul, Benjamin Baker, Maisie Creed and Tom Nottingham. Had trouble in the previous race, but he lines up in 24th in this third heat race. Further back on row number 13, Archie Flint from Charlie Neve, Lizzie Mentier, John Richardson, Marcel Popacool and Autumn Hansford in 175 in 15th. The last 2 rows of the grid made up of Jensen Hartshorn Alexander Gogis, Alexander Campbell and Brownless running up the field as they cross the line. The start is good and they charge into the first goal. Oh, trouble in the midfield there. Driver getting spun somewhat there. Problems further back. Everyone seems to have recovered though and they make their way through. Looks like the number 92, Jack West, emerging at the front, starting at the front of the field and holds on to the lead. So a bit of trouble going into that first corner. Everyone seems to have recovered nicely as they make their way up towards the through Derek's corner, and looks like we're going to go again. I didn't see the run round start. The full start flag was shown there, so very late there, and we're going to go again. So the drivers again, you can see them just weaving around, getting some temperature into those tyres. It's still very cold trackside. A lot sunnier than anticipated, but still we're looking about 3 or 4 degrees, so tyre temperature always very important as they make their way round Kimbolton, headed by the number 92 of Jack West. Kai Clark, 76 alongside, will lead them away as they make their way out of the corner. Let's hope for a clean start this time. Into the tram lines they go. Over the line. And it's a train into the first corner as, oh, trouble there. A few drivers going out on Stowe Corner. We saw there Jack West very aggressive into the first corner, guarding that inside line, was lucky not to get spun out there, but stays in the front. So Kai Clark, Logan Hartshorn, Thomas Behrman all making their way through. 1 or 2 casualties on that first corner. All the drivers are okay and back into the race as they charge through for the first time. You can just get the idea from that camera angle just how fast and furious it is. 150, Lizzie Mentier was the main casualty on that first corner. She's away at the back of the field looking to catch up with the remaining drivers as they make their way through. Look at the speed there as they make their way out of Kimbolton. There's the race leader. Fantastic first lap there from Jack West. Flicks the kart into that first corner. Through Stowe he goes and charging away, trying to break away right now from the second place, which is now Harry Bartle, who's gone through very well from the third row into second place. And Bartle just trying to break away to close up on this driver, number 92. So Jack West leading. It looks like Thomas Behrman in third position right now. Joshua Turnbull started very well also when Turnbull from the fourth row of the grid now into fourth place. Here they come through into the Kimbolton corner, back out onto the Hines Straight to start another lap. Investigation flag going up for Harry Bartle, so that's something that they'll look into with the stewards. Perhaps that melee on the first corner, I don't know, but Bartle not fazed by that right now. Having a look, and down the inside into Derek's corner. Very neat move there from Bartle. Can he make it stick? Well, the answer to that is yes, as 73. Harry Bartle is your new race leader as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner, down the TKM straight and in towards Kestrel and Kimbolton corner. Very technical part of the track here. Really got to get this corner nailed to get the speed down the Hines Straight. And Bartle now starting to pull away from Jack West in second. The battle on for third place now with Joshua Turnbull, Thomas Behrman and Brandon Truman right in there. They follow each other through that first corner as Bartle tries to break away now. Fastest lap of the race, incidentally, is Will Antrobus, number 57, who's fought through well. He was starting down on the 7th row in this heat race. And, of course, this is a very important race for these drivers. Junior Rotax, a big grid of drivers here. This is the third and final heat race for these drivers, but they do have 2 finals later on. A B final, which is race 19, and the penultimate race later on, race number 25, which will be the A final at the moment, one would suspect. If things stay as they are, that Harry Bartle will certainly be in the A final as he looks to try and break away. 4 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Bartle looking very neat as he makes his way through the willows there, that switchback right, left, right section that takes them down onto the Amitsu Straight and Derek's corner. Still the fight on for second. Here's the fight for third. Number 20 there, Joshua Turnbull, looking strong at the front of the field, fighting off Thomas Behrman. Well, Antrobus still on the move as well, number 57. He's recovering very well after that midfield start. Here come the leaders though, down towards Kestrel. Harry Bartle already clear and through into Kimbolton. Really starting to check out and try and pull away at the front of this race as the fight goes on for second. There's the early leader, Jack West. So West holding on to that position, having a peek down the inside. Neat little move there for number 6 there, Thomas Behrman. And does very well to make the pass stick as well. It's a tricky corner to make the move on that first corner, Stowe. It's a very inviting, sharp entrance into the corner, but really does open out somewhat. And if you overcompensate going into the first corner, that really does mean you're liable to get the switch back and your rival can get back through again. But that didn't happen there for number 6, Thomas Behrman. There's the race leader, though. Harry Bartle getting the lead nice and early. Riding the curb a little bit there, keeping it nice and smooth. The fight on there for second place, though. So Bartle leads. The gap is now 2 seconds. It's a lifetime in karting, that sort of advantage. Here's the fight for second. Oh, and trading positions there. And it looks like Turnbull has gone through. So Brandon Truman still in 5th. Will Antrobus hanging on to the back of this little fight here in 6th position. As we watch the number 20, who's now into second place. Joshua Turnbull's put some very good laps together. Now getting past Thomas Behrman. Down TKM straight they go. 5 drivers now. Second through to 6th place, all incredibly close. None of this, of course, is going to bother Harry Bartle, the race leader, who is already gone and clear. There he goes, just out of your camera shot. But we're focusing on this fight for second place. You see there, Turnbull taking an aggressive inside line. That could leave him open on the exit, though. Oh, side by side, they duel it out through the willows. Fantastic racing. And Joshua Turnbull getting his elbows out there, holding on to that position. And it looks like Thomas Behrman is going to have to try and fight again. He's peaking this way and that. Oh, just caught the back wheel there. And very well done there for Joshua Turnbull. A bit of an accident there, I would say. Thomas Behrman just clipped the back wheel. Nothing malicious at all, but Turnbull recovering very well to hold on to that second place. He could so easily span it. Oh, and we've lost one there in the fight going down towards Kim Bolton. So still Bartle leading. I think it was Brandon Truman who was the unfortunate victim in that fight going into Kim Bolton corner. But after an incident filled lap there for Joshua Turnbull, all of a sudden he's found himself moving ahead a little bit now. It's still Thomas Behrman in 3rd place. Will Antrobus still fighting through the field. There he is, number 57. He's been on good form today. And Antrobus starting to put the pressure now on Thomas Behrman. So all these drivers towards the front of the field, one would say, looking to try and guarantee a place in the A final later on this afternoon. Oh, look at Antrobus, a late dive going into Kim Bolton corner. Excellent move there from Antrobus, who immediately dives to the inside to guard that inside line going into Stowe corner. And look at 92 there. Jack West, the early race leader, fighting back with his teammate Behrman as they go through in towards Derek corner. Through Derek's corner they go. Joshua Turnbull now well clear in 2nd place, and already Harry Bartle ahead of this battle is starting to pick his way through some of the back markers. I think he's just gone past could be Autumn Hansford possibly on the in the 175 as they make their way over the line. 1 lap to go in this 3rd heat race for Junior Rotax, and here we see the 175. That's the lap driver there of Autumn Hansford. So I think she'll be progressing to the B final later, one would say. Looking to put a good show on later on in the day. Well clear, though, is the race leader, 73, Harry Bartle. He's drove a superb race so far. Very neatly goes through the Dan Weldon corner, down TKM straight for the final time. 4.3 seconds the gap. That really is a lifetime in karting, especially in such a short race, but he's done superbly here. Round the final corner he goes, and number 73, Harry Bartle, is your race winner in the 3rd heat race of the day. And over the line in 2nd after that dramatic race, Joshua Turnbull 2nd, Will Antrobus 3rd, Thomas Behrman, Jack West, Ellie Baden fighting through to 6th position in the late stages, Victor Hansen, Teddy Cooper, Kai Veitch in 9th, and Aras Iauskis, who ran very well earlier on, fights through into the top 10 from Charlie Neve, Brandon Truman and Owen Keenan. So a real mixture of these allotted grids, of course. Different drivers having to fight their way through the field. as the rest of the field make their way over the line for that third junior Rotax heat race. Of course, we will see the two finals later on today. That's race number 13 drawing to a close. Race number 19 is the B final, and race number 25, the penultimate one of the day, is the A final. So we will see our junior Rotax a little bit later on. We move on now to the X30 juniors. Of course, just 6 competitors in this one. They're in the dummy grid at the moment, making their way out onto the formation lap very shortly. Have this wonderful day here at Kimbolton, not too far from St Neots and Huntingdon in Cambridgeshire. Very centrally located, one might say, on the road in the motorway network, not far from the A14, of course, the east-west road, very much the closest main road, you might say. And always a very popular track for the drivers here, as the X30 Junior is about to get underway. And it's the Welshman Archie Owen that will lead them away from Josh Byrne. Rocco Shenton, who ran very well in the first heat race, he will start in third position from Monty Braithwaite, Finley Allen and Leandro Carlton Sr. rounding out the 6-driver field. So only 6 drivers in this race, but as we saw in the first heat, plenty of action out on the track and no margin for error for any of these drivers as they make final preparations. The track, I think, is clear. There was a stricken cart, I think, earlier on just being pushed away, but all appears to be okay, and they should be out on the track in just a few moments. So the Kimbolton track, of course, it's one that's really is synonymous with karting in the UK. It's been here since 1959, so pretty much from the origins of karting as a sport in itself. This is the former home of the 379 US Air Force Squadron in World War II. Like so many motorsport tracks in the UK, this venue having its origins in the conflicts of World War II. Many of the old air bases that had to spring up during the times of conflict and lent themselves quite well to motorsport use once the hostilities had ended. There is, incidentally, a very interesting little display cabinet in the clubhouse here at Kimbolton with some of the history of that squadron. There's some models of the bombers that the US Air Force used, various shells and artifacts from the aircraft as well that were discovered when the track was being dug up and renovated at various times over the years. And here in 24, underway with the first round of the Club Championships on this lovely, crisp January morning. And what a start there. Looks like Rocco Shenton got pushed a little bit to the back there. So Archie Owen gets the lead momentarily. Oh, but it's going to be tight here. Owen holds on to the lead. Through Derek's corner they go for the first time. And I think that is actually Shenton in second place. So Shenton looked very impressive in the first. Very aggressive start to this race. Oh, a little bit of bang in there. Might get a warning from the stewards, but nothing too serious. Owen doing a great job of holding on to this lead. He is not going to be intimidated by Shenton in second. Oh, but look at Shenton down the inside. And following almost there was, I think that might have been Monty Braithwaite. But no, couldn't make the move stick. So Shenton gets the lead on the first lap. Owen just wide, going to Stowe corner, trying to get the switch back, but Shenton's got the line covered. And it looks like Monty Braithwaite trying to get involved. Still in fourth place is Josh Byrne, Leandro Carlton Sr. and Finley Allen rounding out the 6-driver field. But Shenton looking very neat at the front of the field. Fair but aggressive, I would say he has to be at the start of the race. He very aggressively took the lead in the first heat and very quickly getting to work on Archie Owen. He has incidentally got a warning flag from the stewards after that move on the first lap. Just bumped the rear of Archie Owen. Nothing too serious, but does warrant a warning flag. But Shenton won't be too bothered about that. He's got the lead now, and he can control the race from the front. But Archie Owen, the pole man, doing very well to hold on to that second place. Braithwaite, who looked very impressive in the first heat, is keeping that pressure on Owen as they make their way through towards Derek's corner. Shenton already trying to clear away at the front of the field. Still Josh Byrne, Leandro Carlton Sr. and Finley Allen rounding out the field. So again, Archie Owen driving a little bit defensively there through Dan Weldon corner, getting those apexes right and making Braithwaite do all the work. Now I'm sure that Josh Byrne might have ideas here if he can just tag on to the back of Braithwaite and maybe get into this battle for second place. A little bit further behind, we've got Leandro Carlton Sr. and Finley Allen battling out for 5th and 6th position as Rocco Shenton flies through Stowe corner once again, very neatly out of the corner, powering through the willows as the fight goes on for second place, and it's still Archie Owen in second place. Braithwaite keeping that pressure on, 4.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. There we just saw Shenton disappearing out of shot. He's already clearing away from the rest of the field, and Owen started in first place, looking to hold on to that second place. Braithwaite just watching at the moment, just seeing where his rival's going, trying to find some lines, trying to think where he can make a move when we go into the closing parts of the race. We've still got a few more laps to go, just over 4 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. So Rocco Shenton still leads the way. Braithwaite still there in third, but look at the number 17 here with the blue helmet. That's Josh Byrne, who is starting to put the pressure on Monty Braithwaite for that third place. This could really benefit Archie Owen, who's really had to be defensive in the early stages, came under a lot of pressure from Braithwaite. But now Braithwaite himself is having a little he's having questions asked of him here from the number 17 of Josh Byrne, who's caught up now. Has a little peek down the inside going into the penultimate corner into Kestrel. Nothing really going there, so he's going to try and line him up here, I think. Going into Stowe Corner. He's on the back now of the number 85. There's the race leader. And he has a look, nothing going. He has to stay there in fourth place, so it's still Owen in second. Braithwaite third, Byrne in fourth. Further back, Leandro Carlton Sr. and Finlay Allen dicing it out as they make their way into Stowe Corner, but the fight on for second place as they catch up once again on Archie Owen, who goes defensive there, guards the inside line. Going into Derek's corner, into the top corner they go. So Owen guarding those inside lines. He can't afford to be too defensive though. There's Shenton already clearing away. Owen still in second, Braithwaite third, Byrne in fourth. Into the final corner in Kimbolton they go. Owen gets the power on coming out of the corner. Now what's going to happen here is going to Stowe Corner. Is anyone going to try and make a move into that enticing first corner? Although, of course, really got to be brave going into the inside there because it's so easy to be repassed. They charge through the willows. No change in the order right now. Shenton now clear at the front. Owen just seems to lose a little bit on braking there from Braithwaite, who seems very quick going into this Derek's corner section of the track. Owen seems to get some good lines later in the lap. So the question is now, what can Monty do? Can he find somewhere on this second part of the lap? He's just left Josh Byrne behind at just a few tenths at the moment. Byrne very much in it. Has a look down the inside. Oh, as a peak. Opted to back out of that one. He didn't want to risk spinning the kart. Over the line they go. Just under 2 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. Owen again pulls away slightly. Now, let's see what Braithwaite can do. He does seem very quick through the willows. Catches back up again on Owen. Not quite close enough to go for a pass, though, as they go through Derek's corner. About halfway around the lap here. Shenton already clear at the top of the circuit, going around the Dan Weldon corner, but all the fight on for second place as Braithwaite again just having a peek down the inside. Just a little, maybe a slight nudge there. Nothing too severe, though, as he's just peeking, just trying to find a way through, looking at the lines. Takes a slightly tighter exit going out of Kimbolton. Owen knows he's there. We've got 1:16 on the clock, so he'll get round another lap before we see the final lap board. But Owen doing very well to hold on to this second place. Rocco Shenton clear and away at the front so far. He's really extending his gap now. He's over 4 seconds ahead. Fastest lap of the race, incidentally, is to Shenton. There he is, the race leader. You see the fight for second behind, but this is not going to bother Shenton at all. He knows he's got the race to himself so far, and he's just concentrating on putting some good lines out there, keeping it nice and smooth. He's put in some very quick laps so far. 41.46 is the fastest lap of the race. And crossing the line now with 40 seconds on the clock, so I think he should... Yeah, I think it is going to be pretty much zero on the clock when he comes around next time. So effectively, we have got 2 laps to go here. As Archie Owen still holds on to that second place. He's been under pressure for the entire race. Couldn't do much about Rocco Shenton, who's really been on top form today. But he's doing a great job of holding on to this second place, coming under a lot of pressure from Monty Braithwaite. But Archie Owen is planting that kart exactly where it needs to be. Through the Dan Weldon corner they go. Again, Braithwaite very aggressive into the corner there, trying to find an opening on the inside, but Owen's got the line covered. Still, we've got the number 17 of Josh Byrne. They've left Finlay Allen and Leandro Carlton Sr. behind, having their own battle. There's the race leader, though, going through onto the last lap, all on his own. And Rocco Shenton looking very good as he makes his way through the willows for the final time. We'll see him later on, of course, in the final. And you wouldn't bet against him looking to grab the victory in the final. Of course, anything can happen in motorsport, but he's been on top form today so far in that Intrepid kart. And there he goes, through Dan Weldon corner for the final time. Still the fight on for second place, still Owen in second place, but Rocco Shenton has been on top form once again into the final corner of this Junior X30 heat race. And over the line he goes, Rocco Shenton, another race win for him. And once again, aggressive where he needed to be, grabbing the lead. Here comes the fight for second place. Oh, it's going to go down to the timing charts there, too close to call, but it was Archie Owen who held on to that second place from Monty Braithwaite in third. And the unfortunate Josh Byrne couldn't quite do enough to make a move. He has to settle for fourth position as we wait for the last two karts over the line. There they go, still fighting to the line there. Finley Allen and Leandro Carlton Sr. rounding out the field. We'll see those drivers later on, of course, in their final. So race number 14 of our 26th race programme drawing to a close as we move on to the second heat of the day for the TKM Extreme. Got three more heat races to go. We've got the TKM Extreme coming up in just a few moments. They'll be followed by the X30 Senior and R177s. And the final heat race shortly after that is the Senior Rotax. Then we are right through to the finals. But, of course, taking into account that it's January, short daylight, these finals are only 7 minutes, just like the heat races, only 7 minutes plus one lap. So a good start. And a good, strong first lap will be absolutely essential. So, in association with Cars and Motorsport, we have the TKM Extreme going out onto the track now for their formation lap. And we'll have a look at how they line up. So, in this second heat race, we've got Patrick Lee from William Bloom, Charlie Whitehouse, James Whittaker, Oliver Bowen, and Liv Jenkins in the third row of the grid in the number 9 Jenkins in 6th place. Harrison Morrow in 7th from Luke Jarman. Harry Higgs, William Bryant, Kian Bennett and Charlie Gard in the 6th row of the grid. 12th on the starting lineup, Jamie Mead from Freya Woodall. Gemma Kitty on row number 8 from Jessica Fitchhall. Reese Porter and Jake Cox on row number 9. Adam Sparrow in row 10 from Mihan Kalichurn. Matt Cardwell, Spencer Lane, Luke Woodward, Leo Robinson, Al Patterson and Thomas Shaw rounding out the field. So look out for that number 20th on the grid there. Number 28, Mihan Kalichurn. Very impressive young driver and did very well in the heat race, but he will have it all to do from towards the back of the field as they get underway. TKM Extreme into the first corner they go. There is a spinner, but nothing too serious. The start's good. Away they go, and it looks like the number 22 of Patrick Lee has taken the lead. Bit of a problem there for number 43. I think there, Charlie Whitehouse just got the willows wrong, losing a few positions. They pile through Derek's corner for the first time. And up towards the top of the circuit they go through. Dan Weldon corner for the first time. They pile through. Close, competitive racing here as they make their way down TKM Straight for the first time. Heading through Kestrel into Kimbolton corner. Fairly decent start, no real trouble on the first lap. Over the line they go. So 22, your race leader, Patrick Lee from James Whittaker. Liv Jenkins up to third place now from William Bloom. Charlie Gowd up to fifth. Luke Jarman, Charlie Whitehouse. After that trouble on the willows on the first lap, drops to 7th place. Oliver Owen, Harrison Morrow and Jamie Mead rounding out the top 10 in this fast, furious first lap. There's the 43 there. Whitehouse looking to get back and grab a few positions back. There's 93. Good start there for William Bloom. But Patrick Lee, number 22, getting the jump on the field, trying to pull away in these early stages. There he is, coming through the Kestrel corner now into Gumbolton corner. That slow right-hander, of course, good line choice, good speed is absolutely essential because it leads straight on to the Hines Straight and the start-finish line. So down Hines Straight for the race leader, already trying to break away in these early stages. 43.76 on that first lap. Good, clean first lap. And Johan Kalichurn, the driver I mentioned at the start of the race, who started pretty much at the back, has already gone through to the edge of the top 10, up to 11th position. So, of course, these are heat races. And they will count towards the final later on, but these drivers all have to contend with a relatively high grid place, a relatively low one as well. So Kalichurn having to fight back from the back of the field here. We're already on the edge of the top 10, so fighting through the field quite nicely. But none of that is going to bother the race leader here. Number 22, there is a stricken kart on the inside of the track there, but shouldn't bother the order of the race. The kart is safely out of the way. So it's Patrick Lee going through, James Whittaker second, Liv Jenkins still in third. Jake Cox, incidentally, fastest lap of the race, number 26, down in 12th position, but fighting through the field quite well up to 12th position now. Adam Sparrow, another one to look out for, in 13th position from Spencer Lane, as 22, Patrick Lee up to the top corner, very neatly through Dan Weldon corner, but tagging in there in second place is James Whittaker as they make their way down the TKM straight into Kestrel. Oh, very aggressive into the corner there from Patrick Lee, really pushing it now. Trying to get that grip, get the speed as much as he can. So I think we've lost the 29 of Al Patterson. That would have been the kart that we saw stranded on the infield early on. 4 minutes plus 1 lap to go in this race. And Patrick Lee looking very good with the number 15 of James Whittaker just holding in second place. Just under a second between these top two. They're breaking away somewhat now from the third place driver, Liv Jenkins. 43.78, the best lap time for Jenkins. Charlie Whitehouse still there in fourth. Oliver Bowen and Jamie Mead looking good there. Number 97, a bit further down. Currently in 8th place, Johan Kalichern in 9th. Harrison Morrow 10th. Getting past Charlie Guyard and Jake Cox in there as well. So some of the front-running names, you might say, fighting their way through the field quite well to get back up with the leaders. As the very impressive Patrick Lee comes out of the final corner, grabbing the lead early on. But look out for number 15 in second place here. James Whittaker. Just grabbing a few tenths here and there on these lap times, trying to close the gap. The gap goes down to 0.8 of a second now. And of course, there is that boost when you see yourself closing up on a rival on the track. He'll noticeably see himself getting closer here. And that will really give him a boost, you would say. There's the fight for third. Still Jenkins in third. Whitehouse, Bowen, Mead, Bloom, Kalichern, Jarman and Morrow taking us down to 10th place. All too close to call as they make their way down the back straight. The lead is already well clear, but this fight for third place now is getting very close indeed. Headed by the number 9 of Liv Jenkins into the final corner. So Jenkins on the power. Look how close they are. That camera angle really gives you an idea of the speed as they cross the line. They carry a lot of speed down Hines Straight. Still Jenkins in third place. And a fight for 4. And I think looks like the 97 of Jamie Mead, with the red helmet there, has taken the advantage, and you just see signalling there to the rivals just to follow now. We've still got 2 minutes to go in this race, and this is where the drivers could work together now to put the pressure back on Liv Jenkins, because you see Jenkins pulling away slightly coming out of Stowe Corner. But now Mead starting to put the pressure on and just trying to drag those other drivers along with him here as they come around the final corner. Still Leaf leading. Whittaker keeping the pressure on, 0.6 of a second between the top two. Here's the fight for third. Jenkins looks over the shoulder, down the inside goes the 97. Neat little block pass into the corner. And you'll see there when Jamie Mead made that move, he just, you'd almost say like a block pass there, just taking the apex away from Jenkins just to prevent the repass. Is that Kalichern? Yes, indeed it is. So Johan Kalichern has fought through very well in that fight for third place. There's a whole train of drivers there taking us down to 10th place, but Kalichern, don't forget, starting way back on the grid on the 10th row, has fought back very well here and is starting to put the pressure on Jamie Mead. So Mead 97 in third. That's the driver we're looking at right now as the leaders go over the line. There is a warning flag for a little bit further down for the 93 of William Bloom, who I think has dropped a few positions. Just looking out away from the broadcast here, just out to the commentary tower. I think there's been a trouble on the first corner as well, so 1 or 2 drivers hitting trouble. None of this is going to bother these two at the front though, because look at Whittaker, who really has caught up well. Looking at the clock now, 46 seconds on the clock, so they should get over the line and they will have 2 laps to go here. So there's still plenty of time for James Whittaker to try and make a move as they make their way through Kestrel into the Kim Bolton corner. And Patrick Lee has pretty much led the entire race, but it's the lap after this that matters. There is a wave yellow going into the first corner, so they're going to have to fall back in line here. There is a stricken cart on the outside. You see the marshal there just pulling that stricken cart away. The driver okay, but there was a coming together a little bit further down. There's a technical flag going out for the number 46 a bit further down the field of Luke Woodward, who will have to drop out of contention. So may have been possibly the number 11 of Spencer Lane that hit trouble. Back at the front though, number 15. Next time round they will get the last lap. Here they come down in towards Kestrel, and you see again Lee very aggressive going into Kestrel, getting the back end of the cart out nice and early. Here we go. So look at number 15 there, Whittaker. Nice line out of Kim Bolton. He's going to try the side-by-side. Oh, and he almost got the momentum there to get the outside pass done. He's going to try for the switchback coming out of Stowe Corner. Doesn't quite make it work. Brave move there from James Whittaker, trying to go round the outside into Stowe Corner. That would have been something if he could have pulled it off, but didn't quite have the momentum to carry the move through. Here they come, up towards Dan Weldon Corner for the final time. Up to the top of the circuit now, it's still leading. Whittaker still there in second. These top two now well clear of the rest of the field. Here they come through to Kestrel for the final time. Leave guarding that inside line, just keeping the kart nice and neatly on the apex. He's done enough so far. Whittaker trying to fight back though out to the final corner. Here they come, almost side by side over the line. And it's going to be Patrick Leave by 500th of a second. Whittaker second in that great fight for third place. Johan Calichurn brings it home in third from Jamie Mead, Oliver Bowen, Luke Jarman, Adam Sparrow, and Liv Jenkins in 8th place. Jake Cox and Charlie Whitehouse rounding out the top 10. It was a very close race, some very strong drivers having to fight their way through the field, and as predicted, it put some pretty good racing in the top 10 in that TKM Extreme event sponsored by Cars and Motorsport. So we're going to move on to our penultimate heat race, race number 16 of the 25 race program, getting underway in just a few moments. And we have the X30 Senior and our 177 drivers taking their way out onto the line for their sighting lap in just a moment. Track clear and they're about ready to go. So it's going to be Tristan Powell from Katie Ashburn, Reese Newburn in third from Matthew Morgan, Jai Najar in fifth position from Christopher Bingham. Rounding out the third row of the grid, row number 4, Oliver Harris from Morgan Hill, Jack Dan, Josh Jones, Fred Green on row number 6 from Paul Higginbottom. And look out for Cian Geraghty, of course, ran very well in the first race, starting way down on row number 7. There's number 37, Rylan Eckberg, another top driver looking to fight through the field. Willoughby Steele, Simon Pugh and Simon Hilton rounding out the field. As we get things underway very shortly for our penultimate heat race, X30 Senior and R177 taking their way up towards the Dan Weldon Corner for the final time. So looking at the likes of Cian Geraghty and Rylan Eckberg starting quite far back in this race. We think we've got Charlie back with us now. With those two starting quite far back, they could see some fireworks in this race.
Oh, definitely. And I think some of these front runners, especially Tristan Powell, will definitely try and hold them off. Try and keep them at bay. They'll definitely won't make this easy for them.
So the grid all bunching up very closely now, coming into the Kim Bolton Corner, and this penultimate heat race about to get underway as they go right almost to walking pace around the final corner. You can see the blue haze of the premix floating in the air from these two-stroke machines, and away they go over the line into the first corner. Good start, and here they come charging into the first corner. Looks like the 88 Powell on the inside, guarding the inside line, trouble in the midfield. One or two drivers spinning out, but a great start there for Tristan Powell.
Brilliant start there by Tristan Powell, really hard on the brakes going into turn 1. And I can't see who that is, but it's like one of the croc carts has got into second place. Morgan Hill narrowly avoiding in third. Cian Geraghty already made it up to P4, so brilliant start by Cian Geraghty filing through the pack. There's a move there on Katie Ashman. Katie Ashman gets a cut back, but here's Tristan Powell. Very strong start, and definitely made his way through. And there's Morgan Hill, who's made a move into position number 2. So definitely a lot of moves through the field. There's Jack Dan on a late move there, but he's kind of had to push that TB kart wide. And there's Tristan Powell, who's taking the lead of the race. Morgan Hill following very far behind in position 2. Cian Geraghty made up 10 positions into P3, followed by Jay Najar and Matthew Morgan in the top 5.
Yeah, fantastic start there from Cian Geraghty, getting all the way up to third place on that third lap and looking threatening for second place, staying out of trouble on the first lap. Really got to try and grab those places as much as possible on lap number 1, make it count, but at the same time, don't want to get into trouble. And Geraghty fighting there for, I think, may well be in second place now. Let's have a look when they make their way through, just to confirm the numbers though. To the final corner they go. It looks like Eckberg up to about 6th position right now, as Tristan Powell, after that fantastic start, looks to control the race. So it is Geraghty in second place, 42.04, fastest lap of the race. Morgan Hill, Jay Najar, Matthew Morgan and Christopher Bingham rounding out the top 6.
And there's a battle further back. You can just see on your screens, there's Rylan Ekberg, Chris Bingham, but on our screens now is Morgan Hill running in P3 at the moment with the croc driver of Jay Najjar very closely behind. Maybe you can look for a move for the podium places. There's Fred Green on your screens, driving brilliantly so far. He's running in P8 so far, trying to make up some more places. Morgan Hill, there he is. He's been very strong in past year. He won the Junior X30 Club Championship here at Kimbolton. So trying to make big strides through the field in the senior category now.
So it's still Tristan Powell leads the way. The gap 1.2 seconds, but Keon Geraghty looking very quick, setting another fastest lap of the race there, 40.85. Closing up half a second each lap on the race leader as we look at the number 22 there, looking strong in 4th place, Jay Najjar, keeping the pressure on down the TKM straight, so the leaders make their way through to Kimbolton Corner. There's Najjar, still on their own in 4th place there. Najjar trying to close up on Morgan Hill as the leaders make their way over the line. Keon Geraghty was starting to put the pressure on that race leader. We're looking at now number 88, Tristan Powell, and Geraghty just carrying a bit more speed into that first corner, looking very quick through the willows. Geraghty looking in fine form, and Keon Geraghty trying to make the move, going into Derek's corner, nothing going, and keeping that pressure on the race leader. I think Tristan Powell knows that Geraghty's there, just trying to hold him off as long as possible, guarding that apex, going into the down Weldon corner, down TKM straight they go. There's Geraghty having a look on the inside. Is he going to try and make a move? No, he's going to fall in line there, going into the final corner, and around that last corner goes the race leader Powell. Geraghty lining up here, going to have a look going into Stowe corner, right on the back wheel, pulls out now, down the inside he goes and takes the apex. Can he hold on? Yes he can. So Keon Geraghty, your new race leader.
Brilliant driving there by Keon Geraghty, very much closed up those last couple laps and made a very strong pass, very much chose the right point at the right place at the right time, and Tristan Powell has got some work to do now to catch up onto the back of Keon Geraghty, but I mean, he's got a lot of work to do because Keon Geraghty actually one of the fastest drivers out on track at the moment with the fastest lap of a 40.5, so these times are really coming down now compared to how they were at the start of the day. Morgan Hill still sitting there comfortably in 3rd. He's got a lot of work to do if he wants to catch up onto the top 2, but thankfully he's got that gap from P4 where he knows he is safe from that podium spot being nabbed by Jay Najjar. But brilliant driving here by Keon Geraghty and Tristan Powell. Maybe Tristan can have a look at maybe catching onto the back of Keon and maybe having another chance of fighting for that win.
Yeah, Keon Geraghty very much the informed driver here, so it would be good here for Tristan Powell just to look at the lines here, trying to see where Geraghty's finding that speed. Looks very quick, especially through the willows, one would say. Rylan Ekberg incidentally up to 5th place now after starting towards the back of the field. Over the line then goes the race leader. Still your number 37, Keon Geraghty, Tristan Powell, 40.79. So he is finding a bit of pace there in 2nd place. Number 88 just seems to be getting a tow from the race leader, which is keeping him ahead of the very threatening Morgan Hill in 3rd, who's just at the back of your screen there. You just saw him keeping the pressure on Powell in 2nd. The top 3 breaking away somewhat now. Jay Najjar still in 4th. Fred Green's got past Rylan Ekberg, Katie Ashburn, Willoughby Steele, Christopher Bingham, and Josh Jones running out the top 10. Reece Newman, Oliver Harris, Jack Dan, Matthew Morgan, Paul Higginbottom and Simon Hilton rounding out the field with 1.5 minutes to go.
So not much time left for these drivers in this second heat of the day. Keon Geraghty getting the head down, just trying to get every bit of a speedy count out of that MLD kart. Tristan Powell slowly forming in behind, but it's very, very hard to close in these sort of gaps in senior races because the drivers are so consistent and do not tend to make many mistakes. So it can be very hard for for someone like Tristan in this situation to close in that 1.5 second gap to Keon Geraghty.
So here comes the race leader, Keon Geraghty, round the final corner. Number 37, your race leader, over the line with 48 seconds on the clock. So they'll have another lap to do after this before they get the last lap board, I think. Unless there's any real drastic incident or slowing the pace. But starting to control the race quite nicely, very quickly through the willows there. We just saw Morgan Hill still charging in third place. The race just settling down a bit here. 3 seconds covering the top 3 drivers. A little bit further back, Jay Najjar, Rylan Ekberg and Katie Ashburn having a fight. But here we see the number 88 of Tristan Powell trying to keep that pressure on, just keep tagging on to the back of Kieran Geraghty, because Morgan Hill is just starting to close a little bit now. There is the number 29 into the final corner with, I think, 6 seconds on the clock when the leader goes through. So one more lap to go before we get the last lap board. 2 laps to go, including the lap they have just started, and Morgan Hill just trying to ever so slightly close up on Tristan Powell in second.
It's all good being in third, and I think Morgan Hill may feel very confident about being in this position right now, because it's like you say, it is a heat and it's not a final, so he has still one more chance to make up all this ground, and yeah, his team will be using this as a test session to see where he can find those extra couple tenths that will hopefully get them up the field. But I can see the marshal in front of me, and he's got a last lap board, and that's going to Kieran Geraghty. So around the final corner comes Morgan Hill. He'll see that last lap board as well. Looks behind, sees no one's there. Feels like he's on the land of his own right now. Brilliant driving here by Morgan Hill. You can just see how smooth he is on that wheel, making those very small but controlled adjustments, trying to get the kart pointing in the right direction for when it needs to be pointing. And there's Kieran Geraghty on your screens right now. Very much controlled this race ever since the start of the first lap, and around the final corner it's going to be Kieran Geraghty on an MLD car who's going to take the win in this Heat 2 for Senior X30. This is a brilliant point for him, as he's probably going to be looking at starting from the pole in the final. Tristan Powell's rounding in second place, followed by Morgan Hill, Jay Najjar, and there's a big battle there for 5th place. That looked like Katie Ashman actually took it over the line, followed by Jay Najjar. Fred Green, Rylan Exberg, Chris Bingham, Reese Newberg, Josh Jones rounded out your top 10, but very close there between the from 4th to about 10th. There's about 3 tenths between 6 drivers.
Yeah, incredibly close battle on the edge of the top 10, where we saw some very strong drivers fighting their way through the field, and Katie Ashman fighting through to 4th after starting fairly high up as well, of course, managed to get through to 4th place on that final lap. Jay Najjar, perhaps a little bit unfortunate to have to settle for 5th place, but still, of course, we got the final later on this afternoon. Before we get to the finals, though, of course, we still have one more heat race to go, and it is the Senior Rotax. They are about to start in association with Amesbury Plantire. We'll have a look at how they line up in just a few moments. This will, of course, be the final race of the day later on this afternoon, but they still have the all-important heat race to go through to. And as you can see with your weather indications there, just above freezing, 2 degrees, a little bit breezy out there as well. And this is how they line up. So it's George Donald from Ethan Martin, Lucas Ellingham from Jacob Bravoriak, Caden McQueen in 5th position from Deacon Russell, Rafe Jungling and Presley Walker, Nicholas Ellis and Macaulay Bishop, Alfie Bray, Jugas Pravalonis in 12th position on row number 6. Row 7 for Leo Purchase and Casey Asdier. Archie Buttle in the 8th row of the grid from James Verity. Ava Agnostotiadis in 9th from Jack Collins. Luca Osmond Price, Philip Rawson a bit further back. Adam White, Tom Pryor, Jack Spencer further down the grid from Sam Baker in 24th place. Big group of drivers here, of course. 4 more rows, of course, with Charlie Webb and Michael Morgan on row number 13. Alexander Adams Acton had trouble earlier on. He's on the 14th row of the grid from George Allen, Sav Chapman-Lewis and Al Curry, with Isaac Reynolds and Kieran Pugh rounding out the field. So some fast and furious weaving down the TKM straight to try and get some temperatures into the tyres. I'm not sure if we're going to get a start this time. We'll wait to see how much they can bunch the drivers up going into the Kimbolton corners. Still drivers trying to catch up with the back of the grid here as we head towards the rolling start. And again, you can see the pace really slowing down on the Kimbolton corners. They look to try and get a good clean start here. Everyone's together though. Here they come out to the final corner. Over the line they go, and our Senior Rotax final heat race underway. George Donald leads them through into the first corner, guards the inside line, but
he's got a bit deep, and there's Lucas Ellingham, there's Caden McQueen, there's George Deacon Russell actually, who's come through into P3. I was going to say, watch out for Caden McQueen and Lucas Ellingham, some really top drivers in the UK right now. There's Ethan Martin in there as well. He's our club champion here from last year. Macaulay Bishop there. I was saying in the heats earlier, he's one of the best drivers known in the world right now. So brilliant driving by by these senior drivers to firstly get through the lap cleanly. And there's Macaulay Bishop on a brilliant move there on dirt. I think that's George Donald. Ethan Martin is going to settle behind and have a look, but that's Lucas Ellingham on that JDR car. He's in the lead of the race, followed by Caden McQueen, Deacon Russell, Macaulay Bishop, George Donald, Ethan Martin, Ralph Youngling, Presley Walker, and Zugvitz.
Oh, McQueen going on the inside. And of course, Caden McQueen had difficulties in the first heat race, but really fighting back well here, number 42. A neat move on the inside of Derek's corner to take the lead from Lucas Ellingham. Round the Dan Weldon corner they go. These two trying to break away a bit now down the back straight, still very close for third, just behind them there. I think Macaulay Bishop, George Donald having a fight as well. Donald, who overcooked it a bit into the first corner, but still recovering well in the top 5. So McQueen leads, but Ellingham right on his tail as he go over the line into the first corner. Nothing going though for McQueen. Has to stay in second place. The fight's still on for third place though, with Russell Bishop, George Donald, Ethan Martin, Ralph Youngling up to 7th position, but Caden McQueen, trouble in that first heat race, of course, but fighting back very well in heat number 2.
Recently joined the KR Sport family and was obviously showing a lot of progression. Lucas Ellingham been with JDR for a few years now, so definitely has been accompanied with that kart and that chassis, and definitely knows how to work it well. Deacon Russell, a very new driver who's definitely showed a lot of progression over the past year or two. It's definitely showing for what it's worth. But actually, Macaulay Bishop has actually he's actually got into P3. So Macaulay Bishop, we knew he was a strong driver, and he's actually got into P3. There's Tom Pryor, who's actually got a mechanical flag, so he's going to have to come in. Very unfortunate for him, but he's going to have that chance in the final to make that ground up. So brilliant driving here by the top 2 here, and there's Macaulay Bishop, who's making a lot of ground right now. He's actually gone the fastest on track right now of 40.69, so the times are really coming down. And I think Caden McQueen and Lucas Ellingham have got might have to watch their backs, because Bishop, it doesn't take much time to get to the front of that train.
Yeah, Macaulay Bishop matching the race leader on pace there. Both drivers setting 40.62 last time round, as Caden McQueen leads them, but look out just to the back of your screen any moment now. There he is, the number 68 of Macaulay Bishop, just trying to close on this battle for the lead. He's breaking away now from the rest of the top 10, from George Donald, Ethan Martin, Deacon Russell still there, from Ralph Youngling, Pavlionis in 8th place, Archie Buttle, and Walker rounding out the top 10. But here he is, all action here for the number 68 of Macaulay Bishop, going through the Kimbolton corner and back out onto the straight. Let's have a look at the lap times they go through. So fastest lap of the race for Caden McQueen, but Macaulay Bishop again just pulling a few tenths here and there on the second place driver, really desperately trying to get involved in this fight for the lead.
It's all about, it's all good being fast on track, but if you can't be the fastest every lap, then it doesn't really count. So Macaulay Bishop really showing that he's a consistent quick driver, and that's why he's been able to catch these packs up, which he's doing ever so slowly, but he's only got 3 minutes left, so he's definitely got to put the foot down to the floor and get going. George Donald driving brilliantly here in P4. He's definitely been up there quite recently. There's Philip Rawson, who's on our screens. Philip Rawson actually up to P8 right now, making up the 12 places. So good to see him up at the front again. Ethan Martin doing a stonking job in P5. Only lost the position, but against some big drivers here on this grid, so he's not doing a fine bad job.
Actually, looking out at George Donald, he's put some nice laps together now into 4th place, just trying to tag on to that battle for the lead. Caden McQueen, of course, has done very well. A bit further back, 171 is in trouble. Station on the back straight there in the midfield. Leo Purchase was in 13th, but the race goes on. He's back on the track though, Purchase, so won't affect the leaders when they come through once again. And again, McQueen just having a little glance over the shoulder, taking that line. He knows he can take the sweeping line through the first corner. Leading now by 7/10 of a second, so he's got the race under control so far from Lucas Ellingham. Just trying to put some good, clean laps together here to try and keep in control of this race. Macaulay Bishop still charging in 3rd, can't quite close up. George Donald seems to have lost a bit of momentum, staying in that 4th place right now. So it does appear to be a battle between the top 3 with just over 1.5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap, of course. Caden McQueen very neatly through the Kestrel corner into Kimbolton, this final corner. Exit speed, of course, very important. Gets a nice sweeping line out of the corner. Down the Hines straight he goes. Still watching there in second is Lucas Ellingham. and Caden McQueen, fastest lap of the race, 40.5 seconds on the button. And McQueen, after that trouble earlier on, is fighting back very well here.
Might need to watch back at Ethan Martin soon as he closes up on George Donald, only 3/10 behind, and that's the sort of distance that you need to go for a lunge and catch the driver in front of guard. But yeah, no, these top three kind of keeping the same sort of distance to each other, but more like Bishop closing in on Lucas Enningham as Lucas Enningham falls back off the leader. Caden McQueen has drove stonkingly well throughout this race and definitely hasn't put a foot wrong this whole race. There's Ethan Martin on your screens on George Donald. I knew we had to look at this battle, because any second now Ethan will definitely start to look at going for a move.
So the top 10, this battle from 4th down to 10th looking very strong. The pole sitter George Donald, number 16, keeping it nice and neat, coming under a lot of pressure now from Ethan Martin, who's trying to find a way through. And again, you see, just looking at the apex going into the Dan Weldon corner, not close enough to try and get a wheel in there. Here they come down towards Kestrel. Very neat there from the number 16 Donald. Ethan Martin keeping that pressure on. We've got 15 seconds on the clock, so it's going to be 2 laps to go, including the lap that they have just started. Let's see what Martin can do. Can he do anything going into Stoke Corner? He is quite far back. He's going to follow his way through, trying to get the momentum going through the Willows. Looks very quick going through Stoke Corner, keeping that pressure on the 4th place of George Donald. They make their way through the Willows, heading up towards the Derek's corner.
And Bishop is right on the back of Lucas Enningham, so any second now we'll be able to see this battle going on. And if Bishop is content, he can maybe go for a last lap move. He's right on the back, and here's George Donald on your screens. Ethan Martin's got much to pay, but here is the two, and they're actually side by side, going down the start-finish straight. Bishop on the inside, Lucas Enningham on the outside. Lucas is going to hold it. It's going to go out to the outside. Look at coming on the cutback, but maybe Bishop holds it on the inside. Brilliant move there by Macaulay Bishop to get into P2 as the last lap board is shown.
Yeah, Macaulay Bishop, very neat little move there on the inside into Stowe Corner. So we're moving on now to the last lap of the race. Race leader Caden McQueen has done everything right so far as they make their way around the Dan Weldon corner for the final time. There's the number 68 of Macaulay Bishop holding on to the lead as they drift their way through Kestrel Corner. Meanwhile, number 42, Caden McQueen, goes out to the final corner. Checkered flag is about to go out for the leader. And there we go, so it's a race win for number 42, Caden McQueen. Macaulay Bishop holds on to that second place from Lucas Ellingham. George Donald blinks it home in 4th place from Ethan Martin, Deacon Russell and Ralph Youngling. Archie Buttle into 8th on the final lap from, Philip Rawson in 8th place from Archie Buttle. And Jugas Pavlonis rounding out the top 10 in our final heat race of the day before we move on to our finals.
So Senior Max under and dusted. Caden McQueen taking a win there. Fastest lap of a 40.5. Brilliant driving by him, and Macaulay Bishop showing exactly what he's made of. But now, Mircomax UK.
Here we go then, through to the finals, of course. The 2 heat races completed earlier on today, and the first of our finals. A couple of things to contend with, of course. It is only a 7-minute final, and as you can see on the top right of your screen, the weather 2 degrees out there. It is incredibly cold. The track temperature has been cold throughout the day, and of course as we go into the later part of the afternoon, we're just coming up towards 20 to 2 now, so it's going to get towards the latter stages of the afternoon. That track temperature, track side, is going to get colder, and I think these finals potentially are going to be very tricky for the drivers.
Yes, I think especially after all the wear on the tyres so far during these heats. I think that it's getting quite a bit colder now, which will do the engines good, because it means the fuel to air mixture will be bang on, which will actually help engine performance and track performance. So I think we should be looking at some good finals.
Yeah, been a cracking day here for the first round of the HKRC Championship. Been blessed with some wonderful weather. It has clouded over a bit now, but we have mostly had some very good clean racing today. Is one of the casualties from that previous senior Rotax race, the number 13 of Adam White. Going back to the pits, nothing too damaged except his pride, really. They'll hopefully get that kart repaired and back out in action for the next race, getting the assistance from the marshal to get that machine towed away and back to the paddock. We'll hopefully see him a bit later on, of course. That will be our final race today, later on this afternoon, Senior Rotax. We're turning our attentions to the Mircomax. Will be underway in a few minutes' time. I think they're just getting into position now down in the dummy grid. And looking at some of the lineups here on the Mircomax grid, who do you think would be the ones to look out for as we move on to the final?
I think Lucian Smith. I think he could have a good chance of driving through the pack if he puts the foot to the floor and gets on with it. It's a lot of good drivers, I think.
Yeah, it's fairly wide open, this one. So we are going to have a brief pause now of about 10 minutes or so before we get underway with the finals. I think just gives a little bit of a chance for some of the marshals to take a brief breather. Been a busy old day so far here at the first round of the HKRC Championships, and this nice little panoramic view here, giving you an idea of the Kimbolton circuit, of course. This is very much rather unique, you would say, in karting circles. This is very much purely a race track. Now, a lot of karting venues across the UK, they also serve as corporate venues as well. There's a lot of high kart racing. This doesn't happen at Kimbolton. As you can see, there's our race control area. All very modest. So we're going to take a pause in a few moments before the finals get underway. So we say this Kimbolton circuit, very much a pure racing track. The facilities off circuit generally quite modest, but the track itself very well prepared, very well presented, and certainly one that the drivers enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a lot to put a track together that a lot of the drivers and teams don't realise, and I think it is deserved that Kimbolton does get a raise and an applause pretty much, because they have done a stonking job over the past couple of years to get the track looking as good as it is.
Well, certainly looks the part, this Kimbolton circuit, and we look forward to our finals, which will be starting in approximately 10 minutes. So you've got yourself some time to get to the kitchen, get a cup of coffee on the go, and we will see you in around 10 minutes' time for our finals, starting with the Mircomax UK races 18 through to 26, coming along in just under 10 minutes' time.
Oh, is that me? Oh, sorry. You didn't hear me slagging you guys off, did you? Shit. No.
We are, yeah.
What's that? Am I on still? Is that yes to me? Alright, okay, yeah.
Up to the little fluffy things in the mic to make it hard to know whether you're on or not.
Yeah. I think I have no idea if I'm on
I've
still.
done it a couple of times earlier on, just chatting away, so I'm quite confident we're on.
roughly how long we've got left until this kicks off again? Hey guys, do you know roughly how long we've got left until this kicks off?
So welcome back to Kimbolton, and this is the first round of the HKRC Club Championships here at Kimbolton. As you can see from your graphics, the finals are starting soon. The drivers are assembling in the waiting area for the dummy grid to get the finals underway. Of course, we've had our 2 heat races, 3 for the junior Rotaxes, and we'll be getting the all-important finals through very shortly. Of course, rounds taking place throughout the season through to December. Drivers dropping their worst 2 scores over the year, but good strong point scores important at all of the events. Don't forget, of course, to subscribe to TNL Sports for all of the action on YouTube throughout the season, every second Saturday here at Kimbolton through most months of the year. Full calendar of racing taking place throughout the year, and of course other events such as the British Supermoto Championship, which will be covered on TNL Sports throughout the season. I'm Chris Sora, taking you through the action this afternoon here at Kimbolton, and joined, of course, by our expert man, the man who knows his Kimbolton circuit very well, former lap holder for his class as well, and this year competing in the Fiesta ST240 Championships is Charlie Ellis from Charlie Ellis Motorsports. And we've just been looking, actually, Charlie, at some of the lineups for our next race, which is starting soon, the Mircomax. The drivers assembling on the grid at the moment to get themselves prepared for this final. Austin Oman and Sebastian Behrman on the front row of the grid. And using some of your expert analysis here, who are some of the names that we could look out for in this one?
So I think we should definitely be looking out for Josh Cook, Logan Rolfe maybe. They were definitely battling up there in those heats, and they got quite high grid positions. Sebastian Behrman and Austin Oman getting exactly the same amount of points. But now, let's get on to the racing, shall we?
Yeah, let's have a look at how they will line up after the 2 heat races. So it's going to be Sebastian Behrman on pole position from Austin Oman, Lucian Smith in third from Dian Singh Pahal in fourth, Alfie Mayer on the third row of the grid, fifth from Logan Rolfe. Then we've got Luke Millwood, Josh Cook in eighth position, Maria Roberto in ninth place from George Swire, Albert Farrow in 11th place from Alfie Garrett on row number 6. And taking us through to the second half of the grid, it's Alessandro Salas on row number 7 from James Devroe, Toby Biggs on row number 8 from Marley Wardy, Alam Galoudi and Harris Barber on row number 9. And then the final 4 rows of the grid, we've got Ethan Lloyd, Victor Popical, Finley Beals, Arthur Farrow, Oliver Dawson and Zach Andrew on row number 12. And the 13th and final row of the grid will comprise of Jensen Darlow, Teddy Higgs, 25th and 26th respectively. So Darlow at the back with a bit of work to do, but 7 minutes plus 1 lap in the final, which will be getting underway in a few moments' time. We've had that 10-minute break. Thanks, of course, to our sponsors throughout the afternoon for all their hard work. And as you might see just on the right there, the very impressive Marshall huts here at Kimbolton. Of course, these guys are out in the elements all afternoon, so I'm sure that those very neat-looking huts are very much appreciated by them. The marshals and the race officials have had about 10 minutes or so just to leave the track.
Cameraman dancing.
Oh, he's keeping warm. It is cold out there. Think about there he is. Yeah, just on Derek's corner, isn't he? Yeah, he's keeping warm. You can see he's very well insulated against the elements. The marshals and officials, of course, have had a 10-minute break, which I'm sure is very well deserved. They've been out there in the cold all afternoon. And, of course, we're talking about how difficult conditions are for the drivers. Full shout, of course, to the what they call the Orange Army, of course, the marshals and the race officials for all their hard work here. Not just today here at the first round of the championship, but throughout the season. And as you can see down on the dummy grid there, the drivers are in position. And I think the race officials just doing some final checks. I started down here as well, waiting for the all clear, making sure the track is fully staffed, it's safe and ready to go. And we should be underway any moment now, Charlie, for what looks set to be some rather exciting finals.
Definitely excited to see how Lucian Smith does in this final. Starting P3. It's definitely made up a lot of ground after what a sort of eventful second heat it was. Sadly being taken out near the end of the race. He's definitely got a lot of pace to show, and hopefully he can show it to us in this final.
I think one driver as well that we haven't mentioned so far who did very impressively in the heat races is Dian Singh Pahal, the number 25, I think is starting 4th on the grid. And there they go, out onto the track for their formation lap. Pahal, he showed some good form earlier on today, and if he can get a good start, could be another factor as well.
Yeah, I think so, because, you know, consistency is key. And he was very consistent in those 2 heats, and that's how he's up there in P4, you know, and we haven't really talked about him because he's just been there or thereabouts. Speaking of Pahal, actually, he's got the commentator's dream there. You see him in 4th place on the grid. The Dayglow orange helmet, which when you're on top of a wagon or if you're on a marshal point somewhere trying to pick these drivers or riders out, does tend to be helpful sometimes. We'll call him the basketball head. There we go. Here we go then. So the drivers making their way onto the TKM straight for the first time, all bunching into their grid positions now. We're going to go for the start. The officials slowing the drivers right down just out of your camera shot in the final corner. But you see the last few drivers making their way around. There's the number 95 of Oliver Dawson towards the back of the field with Jensen Darlow. And here we go. The final's getting underway. No, one more lap. So the drivers there, Charlie, very quick to signal for another run round. Yeah, I think some are a bit too happy with the loud pedal to get going, and some of the drivers still trying to get onto the back of the pack. Oh, there's actually there's a couple of spinners there. Oh, it's not what you want, is it? The 21 doing a good avoidance there, Zach Andrew. You're going to pick some numbers out here. I think number 12 was caught up in that. Harris Barber, 16. Jensen Darlow was at the back of the grid, but he gets back underway. There is one driver still stranded on Stowe Corner, just getting back underway as they make their way back around once again. I think it was the number 22, Marley Wardy, who's in the midfield. So tell us here, Charlie, if a driver does
if the worst does happen and they spin out on the formation lap, what happens there? Do they have to retake their position or just join the back of the grid?
So they have a certain time around the lap to try and catch up, but if they haven't catch up by the last corner, they have to slot to the back of the grid. So it looks like he's got a lot of work to play for if he wants to get back up onto the middle of the grid. But here we go, the finals are away for round 1 of the Kimbolton Championship, and Austin Oman trying to get over to that inside line, and Sebastian Behrman trying to hold. Lucian Smith out of nowhere is going to go for the lead of the race with that Project 1 chassis. Sebastian Behrman side by side, holding it through the first sector. Austin Oman's going to be there. This side by side, and Lucian Smith down the inside. Sebastian Behrman left it open, and Lucian Smith. What a brilliant start to the final for him. And Sebastian Behrman round the outside on that cutback. The cutback is so important round this track, and Sebastian Behrman made full clear of it. Brilliant driving by Sebastian Behrman to get into the lead of the race. Lucian Smith just following closely behind in second place. Austin Oman done brilliantly to get up to third place. Austin Oman might be looking for a move, he thinks so, but remembers there is still about 7 minutes left of this race. There is Dihan Singh Bahal. So we told you he was going to be one of the ones to look out for, and it definitely is. And I think that's definitely Luke Millwood behind as well. He's going to be one to watch out for. That's Sebastian Behrman on the inside of Lucian Smith. So brilliant move there by Behrman to get back into the lead, and there's Lucian Smith, who's going to be quite annoyed about that one, wanting to get back. But Austin Oman down the inside again is sort of the move where if one goes down the inside, another one must as well. And Lucian Smith all over the curves. That's not going to do his chassis any good. But this could give him the breathing space for Sebastian Behrman. So Austin Oman's going to have to work a bit harder now to get onto the back of Sebastian Behrman. Dihan Singh Bahal a bit far behind of the top 3, but he's trying his hardest to get back into the back of the pack, working with Luke Millwood. There's Lucian Smith back on the inside. I'm going to carry on talking because it's just overtake after overtake, and they're not going to give me a time to breathe at all. Sebastian Behrman doing a brilliant job here to hold off from Lucian Smith, and Lucian Smith doing a brilliant move there to get back on Austin Oman.
Yeah, Sebastian Behrman, a great couple of laps there, guarding the inside line of that very first corner. They all dive for the apex, and Behrman just trying to break away, but I am sure here that Lucian Smith is not going to let him have it all his own way here, because look at the number 11 as well. Austin Oman hanging on in there as well to make their way through Derek's corner. Moving up now towards Dan Weldon corner at the very top of the circuit, and Behrman doing a great job of controlling this race in the early stages. Still got 5.5 minutes plus the 1 lap to go. They charge down the TKM straight. Nose to tail here, just looking to try and find an opening. Still a long way to go in this race. So, nice little move down the inside there, though, for Lucian Smith. And he covers the line quite neatly. Neat little move there into Kimbolton corner. And Lucian Smith taking the lead. And Behrman trying to fight back down the inside. Not quite close enough to grab that inside line. Number 11 watching in third place there. Austin Oman, trouble.
Another, and that was Dihan Singh Powell who's got driven over. I think that was by Luke Millwood, and we hope that driver is okay because he hit into barriers quite hard. He's still sat there in the barrier, and we hope he is okay. But Lucian Smith taking the lead there. I thought for a minute Dihan Singh Powell was going to be out of this race, and thank the heavens he wasn't, because we hope to see him up there at the front. And so Lucian Smith doing a brilliant job here to hold on to the lead from Sebastian Behrman, but I see Sebastian Behrman might be looking at a move anytime soon. But Austin Oman's going to say, no, this is my time now. Austin Oman gets it parked on the apex, blocks Sebastian Behrman off, so it's trying to hold him off. The yellow flags are in, which means that the driver is out and he is okay, so that is brilliant to see. Thank you to all the marshals who helped him get make sure he was safe.
I think it was Josh Cook, actually, the driver that was caught up in that melee on the first corner. Driver okay, he's up on the infield just talking to the marshal, but out of the race, which is bad news for him. Dihan Singh Bahal actually holding on to that 4th place ahead of a whole train of drivers. George Schweier, Arthur Farrow, Logan Rolfe, Luke Millwood, Maria Roberto right in there, but all of the focus here is this great battle for the lead with just over 4 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, and it is still number 44 Lucian Smith. But right on cue, out of nowhere, number 11 Austin Oman dives down the inside going into Kimbolton. The 44 of Lucian Smith is pushed wide. Contact flag there for Sebastian Behrman. Getting a warning flag from the officials, but he's going to take that on board and just neatly go down the inside and go into the lead. So another lead change, and does very well to cover the apex going out of the first corner there, out of Stowe corner. But Oman is going to fight back here, just shadowing the back wheel of number 37. A bit of a nudge there from 3rd place number 44 Lucian Smith, as again Oman has a look through Derek's corner up towards Dan Weldon. And number 44 still hanging on in there in third place. Lucian Smith down the TKM straight they go. There's been a lot of action on this corner coming into Kestrel. What are we going to see this time? Oh, down the inside. Neat little move there. Yet again, and Austin Oman takes the lead.
Wow,
Oh, look at that.
there by Lucian Smith to get in. It is the thing that if one driver goes in, you know, the next driver must go in as well, because when you the guy who gets overtaken, oh wow, Lucian Smith free on that white line and goes for the move, and Sebastian Behrman has to run. Would he be side by side? They're side by side, and Lucian Smith, is he going to hold it? Oh, they're very close. And
oh,
Lucian
look at
Smith,
Pahal here. This is allowing Pahal into the mix now. He's pulled away from the 24 of Arthur Farrow, and the number 25 of Jan Singh Pahal is right in there.
Contact between Osman and Lucian Smith. I don't know if that been looked at by the officials, but I think it was more of a racing incident. And Dion Pahel as into the third place, so it kind of shows that all you have to do is sit down, wait for that chance to come, and it definitely has come. But Sebastian Behrman, in a land of his own, he's been given so much room to just get away from this pack, and Lucian Smith, he's got a lot to work to do now if he wants to get back onto Oman. No, not Oman, it's Behrman, sorry.
So let's see what Sebastian Behrman can do. He's just pulled a small gap there, 0.3 of a second, but certainly I would say Lucian Smith is not letting him get too far away. That fight on the previous lap has pulled the rest of the top 10 into this. Oh, trouble there for number 9, my apologies. That's the driver, of course, earlier on, Josh Cook. He was the one in the incident earlier on in the race. But here we go, the battle for the lead. You can see how close the rest of the top 10 are. We've got George Schweier, Logan Roll from Maria Roberto, Luke Millwood, Alessandro Salas, 10th place, 28, who incidentally has set the fastest lap of the race so far, 48.37, but Sebastian Behrman leads a whole train of drivers going into Kimbolton. No one really overtaking at the moment, except for
Oman. He's back again. Dion Pahel really showing up from Oman, and Oman's not going to have to try and follow him, but Oman, brilliant move there. He's kind of been, that's kind of been his iconic move there on that last corner. Lucian Smith just holding him behind Behrman. He's been able to close that gap down, and there's Josh Cook sitting there quite annoyed about what could have been for him. Oman goes defensive. Lucian Smith right all over the back of Behrman. I think Behrman went a bit defensive as well, so Lucian Smith would have got a better run through the down with the car. Oh wow, brilliant move there by Lucian Smith into the Weldon Complex. This race has been astronomical right now. 50 seconds left on the clock, so we're going to have about a couple laps left. And Sebastian Behrman back in on the inside of Lucian Swift. There's Oman, and there's Behrman back on the inside of Lucian Smith. There's so many overtakes going on. I think this might be a world record if you're counting them up all in about 2 minutes. Lucian Smith holding the lead.
Behrman, they're having a peek on the inside. He's going to hang on in there and take the lead. Look at the follow with the number 11 of Austin Oman, all too close to call. We've still got one more lap to go after this as they go charging through the wells. Oh, Behrman off the track momentarily. That's going to cost his momentum a bit, and that's going to allow Austin Oman to pull away ever so slightly. But look at Behrman fighting back from Pahal there. Pahal, the number 25, trying to fight through, going through Derek's corner. Neat little move there from Pahal to sneak through to second place. Behrman went off the track going out of the Willows. That's cost him valuable momentum. He's trying to get back into the reckoning, and this lap is working out very well here for the number 11 of Austin Oman, who all of a sudden has managed to pull away with what's going to be one lap to go. As you look at Pahal in second, Behrman, that bad lap there, dropping him down to third place. Still very close for the rest of the top 10, but Austin Oman leads them through onto the final lap.
Arthur Parrow has actually made up 17 places into P5, so brilliant driving by Arthur to get into the top 5, and maybe he can make up even more places. But Austin Oman, what a brilliant drive this has been. He's had to very much fight for this. And Sebastian Behrman on the inside of Pahel, that was for second place. So brilliant move there by Behrman. But brilliant driving by all of these Mircomax drivers. Oh, there's a bit of contact there. I think from rear wheel to front wheel, and Pahel has gone through into the Weldon Complex, but Oman's got past the back marker. So this must be surely the victory all sealed for him and round the final corner. I mean, so many drivers has been battling for this win and can only be won by one, and it's Austin Oman who's come around the final corner. Round one, it goes to Austin Oman in Mircomax, winner of the final here at Kimbolton for round one of the Club Championship. Austin Oman, give yourself a pat on the back. That's a well done.
Yeah, very good driving there from Austin Oman. Timed his move to perfection to take the checkered flag. Of course, taking that pass with a couple of laps to go, and as the other sport behind him was really able just to pull that short advantage. Jan Singh Pahal got through to second place, and I think the race maybe a lap too short for him because he was trying to close on Oman but ran out of time. Arthur Farrow, great drive for him to fight his way through to third place after starting way down the field. So very good start, very good finish for him, I should say. Luke Millward in fourth, Lucian Smith, Alessandro Salas, Logan Rolfe, Alan Galudi in 8th place, Maria Roberto in 9th, and Alfie Mayer rounding out the top 10. So plenty of action in that final. Of course, only 7 minutes plus 1 lap for the final. So as you saw there, the start very important, and even though it's a short race, lots of action to be had, and certainly serves it up well for the remaining few races on race number 18 of 26. So our Junior Rotax B final getting underway very shortly indeed. But what a great start to the finals.
Well, there's some expectations that need to be set up after that race. I mean, that was brilliant, and there's a driver actually off there. That was like, could that be Sebastian Behrman by any chance?
Oh, actually, yeah, come to think of it, just read the results. It didn't seem to show up on the results.
That's the back marker that was actually getting
number 16 was. Oh, must have missed out on the final call. That was Jensen Darlow then, just out of camera shot there, cart being pushed back, and just out to your camera shot as well, a rather dejected, I think that is Sebastian Behrman walking back, so that would be the last corner. Just goes to show in racing, can all go wrong very late in the day. So we're going to move on to our Junior Rotax, who are on the dummy grid at the moment. This is how they're going to line up. We've got James Kell from Dominic Parabuck, Thomas Grain third from Ellie Baden, Alexander Gergwis in 5th position from George Phillips. Then we've got Marcel Poppercole, Blake Southern in row number 4, Samir Paul, Archie Flint in 10th place, Harry Friel and Oliver Meek on the 6th row of the grid. Logan Howes on row number 7 from Toby Farthing, Arthur Brownless from Jason Duchess, Tom Nottingham, Jason Harthorn in 18th position, and the final 2 rows of the grid, rows 10 and 11, are made up of Alexander Campbell, Awesome Hansford and Maisie Creed at the back of the field as the drivers make their way onto the track for the first time. Their sighting lap now underway. This, of course, is the B final. The Junior Rotax A final is our penultimate race of the day, a little bit later on today. But here come the drivers down the TKM straight, weaving furiously to get some temperature into the tyres on this very cold January day. It's been bright and crisp for most of the day, but the track temperatures, as you'd expect in January, of course, very cold. And maybe it's for the best. The sun's gone in a little bit, so the low sunlight might not be a factor for these drivers going into this final race. As they get into position around the Kimbolton corner they go. Everyone in position looks good here as they make their way around the final corner. Junior Rotax B final is clear and underway. Oh no, full start right on cue. That's the commentator's curse there. There was a very late call there, but they have brought out the false flag, full start flag.
And I think it's very much we talk about what the B final actually is. So these are the drivers who were below the top 30. Oh, there's a driver spinning off. Like one of the Cato Adams carts. I couldn't see who that was, but I think that was Ellie Bacchini.
Ellie Baden, I think, wasn't it? I think the 155 possibly. We'll have a look when they come back towards us. So whether they can get, there's a gap at the front of the grid here. Whether they can get back into position. Just picking his way through. You might see him on the grass there. There he is, straight back into position.
So it's the top 4 drivers who are we need to keep an eye on, because those are the drivers who will go into that prestigious A final. So it's going to be all tail-toe here, and there's going to be some quite risky moves being done through this race, I can imagine. There's James Kell in that X-Kart. We're about to get ready to go racing. Are we green again? We are green, and we're racing in the B final. James Kell on the inside is going to hold position. Oh, he's locked up. Oh, he's gone off. Oh, the leader has gone very hard in and sort of losing ground, and that means that the number 12, Dominic Parabuck, has made it into the lead of the race. Actually, looks like Ellie Badhan has actually made it into the lead of the race.
Yeah,
so brilliant driving by Ellie to get into the lead of the race. And there's Dominic, who's just holding on from the number 24, Thomas Gray. There's a bit of shoving, and there's that's a bright purple car. He's just been pushed onto the grass. There's is that Logan Howes I can see? I think it is. And he's going to be one of the drivers to watch out for in this race, who's should be a lot further up than he should be. But look at the lead that Ellie Badhan's got. Brilliant driving by Ellie to get into the lead of the race quite early on.
Ellie Badhan there, of course, had the embarrassing moment there, spinning off on the formation lap, but seems to have recovered quite well there, actually. Logan Howes as well, also up there as well. Thomas Gray, Alexander Gergis, the driver who locked up going on to the first corner, recovered in about 10th place. So the top 4 going through to the A final. This essentially, you'd almost say, is like a last chance qualifier. And Alexander Gergis, after that moment on the first corner, recovering well in his early stage. But Telly Baden looking good in the early part of this race. The top 4 just start to settle down. Baden now clear and away so far. We've got the 199 in second of Logan Howes. Thomas Gray still in third. Popical there, and I think we've lost Dominic Parabuck, who started on the first row of the grid, so hit some trouble on the previous lap and has dropped way down the field to out of the top 10, 17th position now. So looks like Parabuck will not be a factor at the remaining part of the race here, as we look at the number 24 looking very neat there. Thomas Gray currently in third position.
So that blue and white car, Alexander Gergis is the driver you need to be watching out for, because he is the last driver that can make it into this final. If anyone overtakes him, they take that spot away and he's out. So this is going to be a very tight battle for fourth, and there's seems to be a lot of drivers starting to close in now. We need to look out for drivers like Archie Flynn, who can have a strong chance of making it into the final. But there's Logan Howes driving very smoothly and controlled. You know, he's seen that he's got quite a bit of a gap to P4, and there's the battle for P4 with Alexander Gergis and Marcel Popical. Any of these two drivers could qualify, but only one can for this final. So it's going to be all tail-toe for the next four and a half minutes.
Well, at the moment, it's still Ellie Baden leading quite comfortably. 42.92 is the fastest lap of the race. We look down the inside, there goes the number 34. Bit of training paint there, but 34, Marcel Popical, makes a neat move coming out to the corner and takes that vital fourth position. So we say it's the last chance for these drivers to make their way through to the A final for the top 4 in this race. Barring disaster at the moment, Ellie Baden looking very neat at the front of the field, so looking just to keep the kart pointing straight, you would say. Logan Howes looking comfortable so far in second, but it's all getting a bit closer from third downwards. We've still got Thomas Gray in third. Then this driver, number 34, Marcel Popical, looking good in fourth place. I
told you Archie Flint would be there, and he sure is. And there's Archie Flint, who's just gone on the inside into P5, so he's going to be trying to close down Marcel Popical, who he's going to want to take that fourth place away, because that, of course, is that last spot in the A final. I think James Kell's going to be a bit annoyed about his start now. He's going to try and see if he can pull it back together and get into this top 4, because in this race you don't need to win, you only need to get into that top 4 spot.
So we're just looking at the driver who's sitting on the bubble, so to speak, there, number 34, Marcel Popical, who's slowly coming under some pressure here from Archie Flint in the 1-2-2. Jason Duchess and James Kell right in there as well. And Flint, you can see there, just trying to drag those other ones along to work alongside to try and close up on Popical. So let's have a look at the 1-2-2 here. Max Flint, as you can see for yourself, he's really starting to close up on the battle for third place. There's the third place driver, 24, Thomas Gray, holding on to that third place, coming under some pressure now from Popical himself, who I'm sure will know that he's on the bubble. Nick will move down the inside on the Willows, tries to have a look. Very close action for third place in. It's drawing the rest of the drivers in here. We've got 5th, 6th and 7th place really closing up onto third now, so these last two positions in the A final really up for grabs. Ellie Baden well clear at the front now. The gap has gone up to nearly 6 seconds already, closing up on the start-finish line as these drivers only just coming through to Kestrel. As we look at Flint just starting to put the pressure now on the 34 of Popical, who in turn is looking at the 24 of Thomas Gray, who leads this pack of drivers.
Popical needs to be very careful here, because here comes Archie Flint for that last position in the A final. He gets it stopped. Is he going to go for the cut back? I don't think he is, so he's going to slot in behind. And Archie Flint has taken that last spot in the A final. But will he catch up to Thomas Gray? I think Marcus... there's a move there by Jason Dukas, who has to look on Popical but doesn't get it done. Goes for the cutback, and looks like Popical's just going to hang on, but this has all given the chance for... they're still going at it. There's Jason Dukas, and there's James Kell who's going to have a look and follow him through, but it looks like Archie Flint has pulled away from those few drivers, and that's just the difference in what battling can do and the amount of time that you can be lost.
Yeah, Flint looking very good here, just slowly and surely picking his way through the field. Ellie Baden looking strong at the front of this pack, leading now by over 7 seconds.
And Archie Flint for third place. And Thomas Gray goes back in. Use a bit of the curve for the rotation. And Archie Flint right on the battle here with Thomas Gray. He goes back on the inside. Brilliant move there for P3, throwing the old dummy move. Taps ahead, tells him to, you know, work together. But he's all playing this very aggressive. And I think you don't really need to at this point. But now he's got that gap and he's in the front of the pack. He can now work on just getting away and working on himself instead of having to work with other drivers. That's a lot. Wow, that's a quite far back move from Thomas Gray and Jason Dukis. This is for the last place, and it's for P5 actually. And James Kell following through on Thomas Gray. Thomas Gray lost a couple places there, and he won't be very happy about that. I don't think Thomas Gray and Popical will be.
Looking at Ellie Baden here, the race leader, 155, goes down the inside of the back marker. That's the 175 there of Autumn Hanser, currently in 21st place, goes a lap down on the race leader, Ellie Baden, who will have 1 lap to go when he comes around this final corner. Baden now looking very neat, didn't have the best of starts to the race. Remember, went off the track, was able to retake the position and takes the 1 lap flag, leading the race now by, I think it will be 8 seconds, because all the fight is on for second place. But Baden looking very neat and almost certainly, you would say, going through to the A final, barring any kind of disaster. As we know in racing, not over until the checkered flag is dropped. So Baden still got some work to do here, but just got to keep it steady, keep some neat lines, keep the pace up and bring it home as the fight's still on for that second, third and fourth place. Logan Howe still potentially under threat in second place, as Baden again just checks the shoulder, knows that he's got the advantage here coming through Kestrel for the final time. We'll see him later on, of course, but 1 more corner to go. And Ellie Baden quite comfortably will take the junior Rotax B final. Baden, your race winner.
Brilliant drive there by Ellie. Who's going to come over in second place? It should be Logan Howes, but I'm just looking at my screens right now, and Jason Dukis, side by side actually, and Jason Dukis only just takes that last spot in the A final, so your top 4 heading into the A final. But at the back of the grid will be Ellie Baden, Logan Howes, Archie Flynn and Jason Dukis. Brilliant drive by those 4. James Kell just about missing out by over a 100th, which is very unfortunate. Thomas Gray comes back in P6, a day of what could have been for Thomas Gray. Marcel Popical, P7, had that start for quite a while and was in that top 4 and then slowly started dropping off. Samuel Paul finishing P8.
So we're going to move on very shortly, of course, to our next final. We'll see some of those drivers later on in the penultimate race today, but race number 20 of our 26 race program is about to get underway. It's the Honda 200s final. They're lining up on the grid right now and be out on track in just a few moments. Looks like we are clear. As you can see, the green flags are up and we are about ready to go for the Honda 200 final, brought to you in association with iZone Driver Performance. They make their way out onto the track on this very cold January Kimbolton circuit, and we'll have a look at how they line up some very strong drivers at the front here. Kevin Ivanoff will lead them away from Ralphie Branscombe, Theo Hamilton in third, Ricky Junior McIntosh in fourth, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer in fifth position from Riley Blakemore on that third row of the grid. Got Toby Turner, Albie Smith, Elliot Bork and Aurora Joel on row 5, Bo Winslade and Ashton Horspool on the sixth row of the grid. And the final 3 rows of this Honda 200 starting grid were made up of row number 7, which has Sawyer Henderson from Esme Rosie, Jackson Heath, Ollie Knox on row 8, Shea Hilton and Jane Prakash rounding up the field. 4 very strong drivers at the front here, I would say, Charlie. I would make Ivanov to be the slight favourite, but I think any one of about 4 or 5 drivers could win this.
I think Theo Hamilton might be one to watch out for. And then watch out for Ralphie Branscombe as well. He made that very late move on the last heat. But now the final is go! And here we go. Kevin Ivanoff into turn 1 out of Ralphie Branscombe on the outside. Ralphie's going to go round the outside. Takes the lead. Kevin Ivanoff following just in second place. There's a couple of banging...
Oh, trouble there for 96. Went off the course there, Ralphie Branscombe, but recovers well into third. Got it all wrong coming out of the Willows, and a good recovery which gives Ivanoff the lead once again, but looks like McIntosh right on the tail there in second place. There is the recovering Ralphie Branscombe in third, but Ivanoff guarding that inside line as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner down the TKM straight for the first time. Look at McIntosh eyeing up the race lead, having a peek down the inside. Lovely move there from McIntosh, and should guard that line going into Kim Bolton, which he does so. So another very impressive driver today so far, 44. Ricky Junior McIntosh has taken the lead, but still a long way to go. Branscombe has recovered well in third. Then we have Albie Smith, Riley Blakemore, Toby Turner, Esme Rosie's had a good start, making the way through the field to 8th position. Of course, hit trouble in the previous race, having to fight through the grid. And look at this, so McIntosh has taken the lead, but Ivanov right on the tail here. And Branscombe still charging hard in third, but at the moment in these very early stages, it's a two-way fight for the lead.
McIntosh really being the underdog here in the heats, and obviously he's come out with a lot of aggression in that final, and Kevin Ivanov all over the back of him. You can see you can see McIntosh really putting a lot of steering input in, so maybe his tyres are a lot more less tread than Kevin Ivanov's tyres. So that's going to make quite a big part in this race. Kevin Ivanov right behind are going to tuck in and get that all-important slipstream that is very much important in Honda Cadet racing. Right, Ralphie Branscombe just following behind in third. He won't be very happy with that start, as you know he could have probably kept the place up, maybe had a chance to go for that lead, but there's still 6 minutes left, so much can happen. There's a yellow flag at a first sector. Looks like a driver had gone off.
Everyone seems to be back on track now as we look at McIntosh coming under a lot of pressure from Ivanov, who's going to have a look on the outs. Good exit to the corner there, going down the TKM straight. Now, can he repeat what happened with McIntosh when he snatched the lead on Kestrel? Not quite close enough for Ivanov to make a move. And at the moment, McIntosh has got the race covered so far, covering these lines quite well and making Ivanov work in second place. You can see him weaving about, looking for lines here, trying to get a nice sweep out to the final corner. I would still say that Ralphie Branscombe's in there as well. No one really going for the pass right now as McIntosh leads, Ivanov second, Branscombe third. You can see how close the lap times are, nothing at all between the top three drivers, but Branscombe looking very quick through the willows there, making the way through to the Amitsu straight in Kevin's corner. And after that difficult start to the race, Ralphie Branscombe, of course, went off the track, was lucky to save it, did very well, and now started to try and close up on Ivanov in second, but Ricky Junior McIntosh had to work hard today so far, but still with 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go, of course, is looking very strong. The top three now just starting to pull away from the remainder of the field as Branscombe really working hard here. Look at the number 96 trying to close up on the two race leaders, and we're hoping that they start to get together and fight for positions, but McIntosh is starting to pull away.
Just noticing McIntosh, really aggressive driving style there, really chucking the kart into the corner compared to Ivanov and Branscombe, who are a lot more smooth, a lot more controlled driving style. So I think it's definitely making that kart work for him.
Yeah, Ricky Junior McIntosh working hard here, but Ivanov really not letting him get away too far. Ralphie Branscombe hanging on in there in third. Branscombe with the fastest lap of the race, 48.88 so far. And those three really pulling away now from Albie Smith in fourth position. We see this whole train of drivers coming through. Now there's Smith, closely followed by Theo Hamilton. Then we've got Esme Rosie, Riley Blakemore in there as well, Toby Turner and Jack Fulbrook-Harmer with Elliot Bork running out the top 10. Good comeback here from Esme Rosie, actually, who was pretty much at the back of the grid, fighting through well. Look out for the number 42 as the race goes on, and Rosie really pushing hard as they make their way down the straight. Here's this fight for fourth position, and looks like Albie Smith holds on to position from Esme Rosie, who really is pushing hard so far.
It was a shame to see Theo Hamilton drop down so far. I think he could have had a real chance at getting this win today. But no, Albie Smith doing a brilliant job there. He's just been overtaken by Esme Rose, who are looking to get onto the back of these top three, but they've got quite a huge gap to try and make up. So I think if you can settle for P4, that'd be quite an astonishing job.
Yeah, let's have a look what Esme Rosie can do. So clear now into fourth place, now pulling away from the rest of the top 10. Just a quick glance over the shoulder, and Rosie just eyes down the road here, looking at this top three. It's going to be a really tough ask, though, with 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go, but anything can happen at the front. The top three, if they start to fight for position, they could allow this driver into the reckoning. 42, Esme Rosie, started, well, about 15th position, I think, so done very well to get through into fourth place, trying to close up. Not really got the pace of the leaders so far, but Rosie pushing hard in fourth place, just pulling away now from Albie Smith and Riley Blakemore. The fight's still on for the lead. Not much change in between Ricky Junior McIntosh, Kevin Ivanov and Ralphie Branscombe in third, but Branscombe again setting the fastest lap of the race. There go the three leaders just out of shot. as we look at Esme Rose trying to close up in 4th place. Rosie pushing hard here, now pulling away somewhat as the leaders go over the line. We look at the number 42, out to the final corner she goes, and over the line for Esme Rose. 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go, and the fight's still on for the leaders. A bit further ahead, the number 96 has taken second, incidentally. Ralphie Branscombe up to 2nd place. The fight going on. Here they go into Derek's corner. You can see there that the number 96 of Ralphie Branscombe is now in 2nd place. So Ricky Junior McIntosh, who has fought so well to lead this race so far, has about 1.5 minutes plus the extra lap remaining, but this race is still far from over.
Very much far from over. We've still got 1.5 minutes left. And I just say that as Branscombe goes on the inside, Ivanov follows through. Ricky Jr. is going to have to slot back into 3rd and going to have to try and work again to get back into that lead. And this is he's going for the move on. Kevin Ivanov has a look, but says, I've got to bide my time. And I've got to wait. I've got to wait till the time comes. Still with a minute left. And we've got 2 or 3 laps left. Kevin Ivanov really closing in on that straight, showing real much how the slipstream can affect the overall speed performance of these Honda Cadets 4-stroke engines. Brilliant driving by these Honda Cadets here. The top 3 really been showing their true race skills throughout the day. Kevin Ivanov really showing what he could do. Ralphie Branscombe holding on from Kevin Ivanov, and they're side by side. Kevin Ivanov got a bit of a better run out of there, and he's got the slipstream, ducking ahead, trying to get every bit of mile an hour out of that machinery.
No one really going for the move right now. We've got 30 seconds plus the 1 lap remaining, so it's going to be 2 laps to go, including the lap that they are on right now. So is anyone going to make a move this time, or are they just going to psych themselves up for the final lap of the race? There we see Ivanov in 2nd, so the new race leader, Ralphie Branscombe, very nearly spun out of contention, but did very well to recover the kart, and now back into the lead as Ivanov has a peek down the inside. Ivanov, by a nod, you would say, has been the best driver today. Not very much in it at all, but this is the final. This is where it all counts, as McIntosh has a look down the inside. Any one of these 3 could win the race. The last lap board is about to go out, so they've been psyching each other up. Now is the time for action here. 3 drivers and 1 lap to go, as McIntosh has a look down the inside of Ivanov. He's going to be brave on the brakes, but it's going to be quite deep there. Ivanov should fight back. Yes, he does. Retakes 2nd place.
And in all that time, Branscombe is saying bye-bye, and he's off. So, Ivanov, you've got half a lap. Can you catch up to the back of Branscombe and go for that late move? I think it might come down to a last corner lunge. If Ricky Jr.'s thinking of anything, he might go for a last corner lunge as well. We're going to have to bide our time here and wait. But the final lap, I mean, what a brilliant race it's been for the Honda Cadets. These top 3 have been at it all day. Branscombe really showing off what he could do. He's got a bit wide on the 2nd class corner. Ivanov going to go to the outside, maybe try and cut back. But these 3 have been brilliant all weekend. And going to be drag race to the line. And Branscombe is going to win in Honda Cadets at the A final for the first round of the club championship. What a start.
Yeah, great start there. Great race for Ralphie Branscombe, winning by 0.05 of a second. Kevin Ivanov has to settle for 2nd place, and Ricky Junior McIntosh in 3rd, but only 1/10 of a second down. Great drive from Esme Rosie to bring it home in 4th. Fighting through the field to get 4th position. Elliot Bourke in 5th from Albie Smith, Riley Blakemore, Theo Hamilton, Toby Turner, and Jack Paulbrook-Harmer running out the top 10. Rest of the field made up of Bo Winslade, Ashton Horspool, Aurora Joel, Jackson Heath, Soy Henderson in 15th position, Shea Hilton, J.M. Prakash, and Ollie Knox in 18th place, rounding out the field. Then we're going to move on very shortly, of course, to our next final. The Minimax 950 will be lining up in just a few moments. The likes of Luca Holmes, Ballack, Finley Lyons, ones to look out for as well. As you can see, the Kimbolton circuit bedding in quite nicely. We are seeing a bit of rubber on the track now, which we didn't earlier. The track bedding in quite nicely. We've seen some, despite the cold temperatures, some pretty decent lap times.
Yes, comparing to how it was in the morning, we've definitely found a few seconds in the track. And, you know, the track can really make a big difference in how the karts perform. And as we see, the next lot are out on track, the Minimax 950, Honda R200s, and these drivers are really pushing hard as they can to try and get them heating them tyres.
In association with iZone Sports Performance, we will see in a moment how they line up as they make their way through onto the formation. Like one or two drivers spinning out in the early stages. They make their way out onto the course, but everyone seems to be back in position. This is how they will line up. So it's Luca Holmes-Ballock from Finley Lines in second place, Joshua Griffin from Blair Smith on row number 2, Zach Starbuck and Harry Taylor on row number 3. We've got Riley Murrow, Edward Haynes, Oliver Spencer, Jensen Chalk, Wheatley and Sale rounding up the top 6 rows on the grid, I should say. Here we go then, into the final couple of corners. There's lines on the inside line there. Holmes-Ballock, any one of these 2 or 3 drivers could win this one. They've been very impressive in the heat races. Drivers bunching into position now. Will we get a first time start here? They make their way through the final Kimbolton corner and onto the straight in just a few moments. The Minimax 950 Honda R200 final is about to get underway. Here they go over the line, and the start looks good. Into the first corner they go.
Minimax 950, Finley Lines round the outside, holds that place into P1. Brilliant start there. I'd watch out for Albert Friend as well, near the back of the pack, who had a struggle, in a couple of heats, and there's a bit of bashing. Joshua Griffin's getting pushed wide there. Finley Lines into the lead, and looks like Luca Holmes-Ballock, who's brought his way into second place. Zach Starbuck in P3. Brilliant start by Zach, who's been quite an underdog today. Kind of kept his head down and kept pushing through. Joshua Griffin, he's got a lot to work to do from that P4, but I'm sure he can make it up there.
So it's the 81 of Finley Lines that leads the way out to the final corner. Charges over the line with the 128 right on his tail there of Luca Holmes-Ballock, Zach Starbuck. Joshua Griffin recovering there into 4th place. Although the ripple effect further down the field, a couple of drivers spinning out, but everyone's still in the race with 7 minutes plus 1 to go. Lines then leading the way, but Holmes-Ballock keeping that pressure on. Zach Starbuck in 3rd position. Joshua Griffin, Oliver Spencer just a bit further behind, so Finley Lines holding on to that place there on the number 81. Very neat through Derek's corner, 1 or 2 further back, just making their way through. We saw Max Braskov there. Otis clearly tagging on to the back of the field. 6:42 plus 1 lap to go. Finley Lines leads them through Kestrel corner into Kimbolton. That last corner got a couple of car lengths on the 2nd place. Luca Holmes-Ballock, Zach Starbuck in 3rd place. Number 88 hanging right on in there. And fighting back after that difficult first lap is Joshua Griffin, looking threatening in 4th place.
Luca Holmes-Ballock was jumping in the seat, so definitely struggling with that straight line speed. So he's going to have a lot of work to do if he wants to close back onto that Finley Lines, who's driving astronomically brilliantly through this race and through the weekend so far. There's moves all through the field right now, but we're watching the front guys, Lucas Holmes-Ballock in P2. Brilliant driving so far. He's kind of been very consistent, trying to keep his head down as well. Finley Lines, he's got all the work to play for with all these brilliant drivers behind him.
So Finley Lines controlling the race at the front so far. He has got that small advantage at the front, trying to break away, but he can guarantee that Luca Holmes-Ballock and Zach Starbuck will not be giving this one up. As we've got Joshua Griffin, Oliver Spencer, Harry Taylor, Blair Smith, Jensen Chalk, and Emerson McAndrew-Uren breaking into the top 10 with Riley Murrow. Action throughout the top 10. And even further down, the likes of Edward Haynes, Leo Livings, Jensen Sale all fighting away. But at the front, it's still Finley Lines that leads the way. The question is now, what can Holmes-Ballock and Starbuck do about this? Can they close up in these closing stages? They make their way down the back straight once again. So Finley Lines leading the way. Still Holmes-Ballock, 88 still in 3rd. And Joshua Griffin still looking threatening in that 4th place. So they make their way through Kimbolton.
Zach Starbuck really throwing the cart around, trying to get every bit of grip and power out of it as he can, and Joshua Griffiths just casually sitting there behind, getting ready to make a pounce when he can. But he's top 4 driving brilliantly. Watch out for Oliver Spencer, who's in the top 5, slowly closing down the field, and he's getting help from Harry Taylor, who's been up there or thereabouts throughout the weekend, making just little efforts to show his name.
Now, there are 1 or 2 drivers actually who hit trouble on the start of the race. Max Braskov, William Horton cut adrift at the back of the field. Now they are being closed up on the race leaders. 1 or 2 incident flags further down the field, the 53 and 46 respectively, getting the contact warnings there. Edward Haynes and Harry Taylor, who actually has just moved up into 5th place. So They are being monitored, but certainly just within the lines of legal so far. As the number 5 there, we're just watching there, Joshua Griffin trying to close up on the top 3. And Griffin actually setting the fastest lap of the race. The lap times are tumbling as the race goes on. 44.06 for Griffin, fastest lap of the race so far. And the number 5 trying to close up on that top 3. Finley Lines has come under a lot of pressure in this race, but has done well to hold on to the lead so far. At the moment, Luca Holmes-Ballack in second place. Can't do anything about it, but he is just starting to increase the pressure somewhat now. As we look at the number 88 in third place there, Zach Starbuck coming under some pressure now from Joshua Griffin. As they charge down into the first corner, Lyons has done enough to hold on to the lead as they make their way through Stowe Corner. There's the 88 in third place, Zach Starbuck, as they go charging through the Willows. That right, left, right switchback into Derek's corner. Lyons locking up a little bit under braking there, just a little bit deep into the corner, but not doing enough to allow Holmes-Ballack, who again has set the fastest lap of the race, 44 seconds on the button. Finley Lines has set his personal best, 44.08, so the pace of this race is very strong at the front as we look at Griffin trying to make a move for third.
Brilliant driving by the top 4 here. Luke Holmes-Ballack slowly closing in on that Finley Lines, and if they're going to work together or not, here's another question, as they are teammates at the end of the day. But as long as they don't break the number 1 rule, which is don't hit your teammates, Zach Starbuck and Joshua Griffiths really need to group up right now and try and work together to get onto the back of that top 2. Very much working as hard as they possibly can. Joshua Griffiths on the inside of Zach Starbuck has a look, but this won't do them any good to catching up onto the back of the top 2, because all this, in the meantime, Luke Holmes-Ballack and Finley Lyons will be working together to try and pull away that gap. Zach Starbuck just holding on from Joshua Griffiths, and Joshua Griffiths definitely going to be giving out little signs that he wants to get through.
And Luca Holmes-Ballack there a little bit neater going in towards the Kimbolton corner, which allows him to close up slightly on Finley Lyons, who's led pretty much the entire race. And let me say, these two drivers, teammates of course, so they'll be looking to maybe work together on these next couple of laps just to make sure that the two drivers chasing them don't get too close, because there's about just under 1 second between the first and second battle and that fight for third place. They are starting to close up on one or two of the tail enders who were cut adrift at the start of the race after that trouble on the first lap. I think it's Devin Taylor, 1-2-4, currently in 29th place, last driver on that lead lap, as Finley Lyons charges down into the Kestrel corner once again, flies through that left-hander, slows right down into Kimbolton, keeps it nice and neat out of the corner, and right on his tail still Luca Holmes-Ballack. Not much going on between the two race leaders, of course. I think they are working together somewhat just to keep that cushion, with Starbuck and Griffin third and fourth so far, but still closely poised with just over 1 minute to go.
Slowly coming up on some back markers here. This could really throw some hammer and tongs in here. Albert Friend making up 15 places so far into P12, so I said look out for him, and he might be one to watch coming up into the top 10 soon. Emerson Kanji-Yurin doing well, he is in P10, just making up 4 places, but these top 4 really driving brilliantly here, pretty much showing why they are some of the best cadet drivers in the UK at the moment.
Here we go then for the penultimate lap of the race. Over the line they go. I think it is going to be the penultimate lap with 38 seconds on the clock. And we see Griffin down the inside. Oh, has a peek, but no, it's Starbuck had the line covered, but I think Griffin should get him on the switchback out of the corner, which he does so. And he saw just how deeply Zach Starbuck defended that third place, which sacrificed his exit speed, and that allows Joshua Griffin into third place. But Starbuck still right in there. This is all going to play into the part of the two race leaders, Finley Lyons and Luca Holmes-Ballack, as Griffin holds on to that third place. The Lando Norris kart there currently in third as the two race leaders. Just ahead, there they go, past the back marker with the clock down to 0, 1 lap to go when they next come round the corner. And the blue flag being shown to the 1-2-4, just going over the line there, the machine. Devin Taylor, currently 29th, has got the two race leaders behind him. So Taylor should hopefully be able to concede that line, but they've come to the back marker, the worst possible place here in the Willows. Not too much Taylor can do except to hold his line and hopefully let the faster ones through. Oh, no! Trouble there. Bad luck there for the Luca Holmes-Ballack there. Got impeded by the back marker, who isn't doing the best of job there to let Holmes-Ballack through, but he's holding his line. Now lets the faster driver through, so looks like Finley Lyons, 81, is going to take the victory. Into the final corner he goes, got to keep it nice and neat around the final corner, Got a back marker in front. That shouldn't bother him too much, though. And Finley Lines takes the checkered flag. The unfortunate Luca Holmes-Ballack in second, Joshua Griffin third, and Zach Starbuck in fourth.
Unlucky there by Luca Holmes-Ballack. I hope he didn't pick up any damage from that back marker trying to get in his way. But brilliant driving there by Finley Lines as well to take a quite comfortable win there. He just went lights to flag, led every lap, knew what he was doing, very comfortable drive. Joshua Griffin, he's been there or thereabouts, very much showing signs of a win today, but surely wasn't enough.
So great driving there from Finley Lines to take the checkered flag as the last driver on the lead lap goes through. That's the number 177 of Max Brazkov, who lost a bit of time at the start of the race and brings it through. Bad luck there for Luca Holmes-Ballack, just encountered the tail ender at the worst possible time, he would say, going into Derek's corner, and just lost the opportunity, but still takes a strong second position in this first round of the championship. We've got the X30 Juniors coming up in just a few moments. Of course, only 6 drivers are in this race, and of course another race sponsored by Torque Racewear, who will be, between myself and Charlie, deciding the driver of the day later on today across all race categories, and that driver will win some race gloves courtesy of Torque Racewear. Don't forget, of course, to subscribe to TNL Sports on YouTube for all of the rounds of the HKRC Championship throughout the season, and plenty of other stuff going on, including, of course, the British Supermoto Championship, which will be taking place later on in the season. So we'll have a look at the grid for the Junior X30s. Rocco Shenton from Josh Byrne, Monty Braithwaite, Archie Owen in fourth, Finley Allen and Leandro Carlton Sr. They've been having their own little battle towards the back of the field. They'll be fifth and sixth. And, well, he would say that Rocco Shenton is the clear favourite for victory in this race, but as we know, anything can happen in racing.
Anything can happen in racing. And I'd like to think that hopefully Monty Braithwaite and Archie Owen could do something about these two drivers, and definitely Josh Brown, because Josh Brown's showing a lot of pace in that last heat. So hopefully we can see a lot of him. But yeah, Rocco Shenton very much been on fire today, and looking like to take a win would be part of his bucket list.
Yeah, and Shenton just really aggressively, see him at the front of the field there, really aggressively throwing that kart about to get the heat into the tyres. The marshals slowing him right down. Shenton almost goes to walking pace there into the final corner to let all the other drivers catch up. 6 drivers. Let's hope they can all get away in one piece with only 6 of them on the grid. Here they come around the final corner. All of these drivers have got the opportunity to better their position. They've been fighting through. Even the drivers at the back have had an opportunity to try and go for victory. Over the line they go. It's a good start. And Shenton aggressively down the inside. Oh, as the unfortunate 114 of Archie Owen gets nerfed off into the tyre barriers. Looks a bit dejected about that. Comes off worse. And, well, he got the nose cone, got damaged there. So I don't think he'll be allowed to continue either.
Very hard shunt there by Archie Owen. I think he got a bit pushed into it, but anything can happen on that race start, and Battenbergs have come out. So this is technically a safety car, if you like, and where the leader becomes the car, and everyone sort of slots up behind, and that is because of the barriers, the barrier damage.
And, well, you see there what Charlie's referring to, Battenbergs. You see the black and yellow flags there. As we were saying, there's quite a hefty bit of damage to the tyre barriers that were walloped there by the unfortunate Archie Owen. Driver is okay. The kart looking a little bit bent, though, so I think he will not be able to continue. You can see the drivers, like you say, Charlie, just almost going down to almost like a light jogging pace over the line here as we go past. This is where you'll see the marshals in a moment. We'll have the working hard there just to try and repair that tyre barrier. That Owen took a hefty hit there when he got nerfed off on the outside. It was he'll feel hard done by there. It was a bit of an unfortunate racing incident. I don't think there's been any word from the stewards about that, so I think it's just been put down to an unfortunate incident into the first corner. Everyone jostling for position. Owen's kart's still on the track, so we are still under race conditions. Shenton leading the way from Braithwaite. Leandro Carlton Sr. up to third, though, from Josh Byrne, with Finley Allen in fifth, and the unfortunate Archie Owen is out of the race. But we are under the black and yellow Battenberg flags, and like you say, Charlie, this is effectively what you might say a safety car condition, with Shenton acting as that so far.
I think this is very tactical that Shenton has slowed down so much, because although the Battenbergs are out, the time is still ticking, and the more time he can tick off during a Battenberg, the more time he can have, the less time he'll have with drivers behind him.
Yeah, we can see the clock still ticking. We've still got 5:52 in this race, plus the 1 lap remaining. The marshals working very hard to get the barriers repaired. I think just looking out of our vantage point, I think we are ready to go at the end of this lap. So the marshal, the start finisher, has got the green flag out, and you can see, like you say there, Charlie, Shenton is virtually at walking pace. They are under race conditions here, I have to hasten to add here, and Shenton pretty much leading the race at walking pace because they can't overtake him. They are still under the essentially the safety conditions, the safety car conditions with the Battenberg flags. Green flag is being raised any moment now as Shenton gets on the gas. Flying start, and we are back under full race conditions here. So Shenton leads, Braithwaite second, Byrne immediately up to third place. So what effectively has now become, you would say, Charlie, a 5-minute plus 1 lap final here, and Shenton now gets the chance to really put the pedal down and pull away.
Very good by Rocco Shenton to get it really slowed down and sort of do some bit of time wasting. Mostly see that more in football than you do kart racing, but yeah, very good start by Rocco Shenton. There's massive gap already to Monty Braithwaite. Josh Brown's slowly followed in P3, and yeah, although there's only 5 karts now, it can still cause some great action.
Yeah, Monty Braithwaite in second place there, still charging in the number 85. Shenton really has been the driver in this race category. Braithwaite pushing hard. Third place now is Josh Byrne, trying to close up on that second place. As Shenton, looking very smooth, immediately tries to pull away in the number 86 and the Intrepid kart. Through the willows he goes, heading towards Derek's corner there. You can see 86. That Intrepid orange and black distinctive colour scheme, looking very neat at the front of the field. And up towards the top of the circuit he goes, through the Dan Weldon corner. And you can see just minimal inputs on the steering wheel, keeping it nice and smooth. Down the TKM straight he goes, in towards Kestrel. He'll flick through that corner very neatly. And into the Kimbolton corner once again. You can see just keeping it really nice and smooth. When you watch him go around, he doesn't look particularly fast. That's the key element of good, smooth, fast driving, making it look very easy as the battle still close for second. Monty Braithwaite still in second with Josh Byrne in third position, but Byrne at the moment not quite close enough to go for the move.
Rocco's very aggressive with his car at the moment. He's probably struggling for a lot of front grip, saying that the track is still very cold, and he's definitely putting all his knowledge to good use and definitely pushing the car to its limits. There's Monty Braithwaite on your screen. Very smooth and controlled driving style, making sure that he has everything under control.
And a little bit further back, we've still got the Andrew Carlton Sr. and Finlay Allen still fighting for that 4th and 5th place, of course, with the unfortunate retirement of Archie Owen at the start of this race. This does mean that Carlton Sr. and Finlay Allen effectively have jumped up a position. They've not really been able to live with Archie Owen in the 2 heat races, but they'll get a couple more points in this one, of course, with Owen dropping out of contention. There we see the number 17, that sky blue helmet there of Josh Byrne, trying to close up on Monty Braithwaite in second place. Already Rocco Shenton is well clear. And Shenton already making his way down the back straight through Dan Weldon corner. Go the 2nd and 3rd place drivers. And number 17, Josh Byrne, doing all he can to try and close up here. Shenton fastest lap of the race, 42.1. And these two running very similar times, although Byrne is closing by a few tenths each lap. 2:21 on the clock. Over the line they go. Byrne closing. Is he going to get close enough to make a move here? Down the straight they go into nothing going on there. As you look at the final 2 drivers in the race. Leandro Carlton Sr. there, number 32 in the Intrepid kart, closely followed by Finlay Allen, number 14. And those 2 drivers, even though they've been at the back of this small field, they've been fighting away all afternoon. And at the moment, Leandro Carlton Sr. on top.
Brilliant driving there by Rocco Shenton, who's managed to get quite a hefty gap from Monty Braithwaite. But yeah, these two drivers, both novices, so only at the start of their racing careers, they have quite further to go in their racing careers. So this is part of the novices is that it's you only have 5 races until you're off your novice plate. So this gives time for the drivers to learn, just about racecraft and overall driving experience.
Yeah, they're looking very good in their battle for 4th place as we look again at the race leader here, Rocco Shenton, who again has set another fastest lap of the race, coming down to 41.61. So maintaining a good pace out there despite having no real worries about the gap behind him. He's leading now by just over 5.5 seconds. Remember, effectively, this has been a 5-minute final because now that incident at the start of the race, Shenton running very slowly under the Battenberg flags earlier on just to wind that time down as much as he could. 55 seconds on the clock, so we'll have 2 more laps to go at the end of this one, with the fight still on for second place, and Josh Byrne keeping that pressure on Monty Brathwaite for second place. But Rocco Shenton very neatly through Derek's corner, making his way up towards the top of the circuit. 40 seconds on the clock, so he'll get round to the finish line with 2 laps to go in this race. Number 86, Rocco Shenton, really has been the driver to beat in this category. Only 6 drivers in this race, but still plenty of action throughout the afternoon. But Rocco Shenton has been on top form today. 2 laps to go for the race leader 86, and looking good as he crosses the line once again.
Rocco Shenton really using all the track here to his advantage. Very much throwing the car in, and he'll get it stopped and get it turned in for each corner, using the curve for a bit of rotation.
Just at the back of the screen there, you'll see that there's a very close fight brewing now between Josh Byrne, who's starting to put the pressure on Monty Brathwaite for second place. And they're going through into Derek's corner as the race leader, Rocco Shenton, goes through. We're going to pan away now and look at this fight for second place. Here they go, and Byrne really starting to ask questions of Monty Brathwaite in second place. Through the Dan Weldon corner they go, down the TKM straight. And what's Byrne going to do here as they make their way into Kimbolton? He'll follow going through Kestrel, and it looks like he's going to hang on as the last lap board goes up for the race leader, Rocco Shenton. Nice little cut back there out of the corner. And Josh Byrne getting some traction down the straight. This is where he's going to try and make a move. Oh, look at Brathwaite aggressively defending his position, which he's got every right to, of course, and squeezing out Josh Byrne, who will have to try and fight again. Well, Brathwaite, I think there saw that one coming, Charlie, and squeezed for all he could.
Brilliant driving there by them two. Yeah, very much Monty Brathwaite using all the track to try and defend off the charging through Josh Bryan. Rocco Shenton, though, brilliant driving all weekend by Rocco Shenton. It's definitely been one of the quickest here in June X30. He gives a thumbs up to the camera, and round the final corner, Rocco Shenton, June X30, takes the win. He's going to lock up the brakes just to try and show off. Brilliant driving there by Rocco Shenton. Oh, drag race to the line by Monty Brathwaite and Josh Bryan. It looks like Monty just got it in the end. But brilliant driving by the top 3 there. Rocco Shenton taking quite a large win there in Junior X30 for the first round of the Club Championship.
Finley, well, Leandro Carlton Sr. punching the air there, but I don't think he realised that Finley Allen had just sneaked through into 4th place, so he won't maybe not be quite so pleased after that one. There's, as you can see, some of the telltale marbles on the edge of the track there from the rubber. As you can see, the track, you say, bending in quite nicely right now.
That is a very good camera shot, I have to say.
Looks neat, doesn't it? Gives you an idea of the so much debris is on the track by the end of the day. Of course, shout out, of course, to Ainsby Planshire, who'll be out on the track at some stage for the next round, getting the track swept up nice and clean ahead of our February round. Second Sunday in February. That's going to come up next month, of course. We'll be right here on TNL Sports, and that'll be the 10th of February for the second round of the HKRC Championship. We've still got a few more races to go here. Race 23 of 26 in association with Class of Motorsport is the TKM Extreme, and we'll have a look at how they line up in just a moment. But Jamie Mead will be leading them away from Jake Cox. Adam Sparrow in 3rd, Cian Bennett, James Whittaker and Patrick Leave in 6th position. Johan Kalichern, Luke Jarman, William Bloom, Leo Robinson and William Bryant rounding out the top 10. Liv Jenkins in there as well. William Bryant in 11th, number 72, as they make their way down towards the final couple of corners and lining up to well, looks set to be a very closely fought TKM Extreme final. There's Luke Woodward, Matt Cardwell, here Woodall a bit further down as they make their way through. We're going to get the start here. They come over the line, and it looks like we've got a full start, so they're going to go around once again. Headed, of course, by the number 97 of James Mead. There he is. So we'll get another lap just to get some more temperature, get the engine running nicely.
Looks like Johan Kalichern was out of position for that race, for that start. So he's definitely going to have to work his way back up. Drivers to look out for. Watch out for Spencer Lane, who's near the back of the pack, and he definitely was one to look out for in the heats. Drivers like Adam Sparrow and Cian Bennett, who are near the front, they're definitely ones to look out for. Watch out for Leo Robinson, who's quite in the mid-pack, but definitely was showing a lot of pace in the heats.
So here they come back down towards Kestrel once again. This time I think we're going to go for another start And the drivers being slowed right down by the pace setters there, Jamie Mead and Jake Cox into the final corner. There's you heard Callie Churn there, number 22 also in there as well. Patrick Leaf in the top 10, another one who's had some good moments so far today. Here we go for the TKM Extreme final over the line. The start's good, and here they come charging into the first corner. Everyone diving down the inside there. Jamie Mead guarding that inside line into the first corner. Very neat for him there. Will they get through cleanly? Well, the top 10 certainly get through. There's some banging and buffing further down as they jostle for position. But a good, clean start, and Jamie Mead grabs the lead.
Well, through a puff of smoke, it is Jamie Mead who catches the lead. Looks like Adam Sparrow has got into second, followed by James Whittaker. Kian Bennett looks like he has also got... Johan Kalichern actually has got up into P4, so brilliant driving by the top 4 there. P5 looks like could be Patrick Leaf. There's James Whittaker on the move for Adam Sparrow. Jamie Mead is going to be very excited about this one, trying to get away from the top 3. And as we look, so Jamie Mead is your leader, followed by James Whittaker, Adam Sparrow, Johan Kalichern, Jake Cox, Al Patterson, Leah Robinson, Kian Bennett, Patrick Leaf, Luke Woodward and Freya Woodward round out your top 10.
So Jamie Mead grabbing the lead early on, but there's plenty of action behind him here. James Whittaker, who looked very good in that second heat race earlier on this afternoon, has got through looking very good in second place, although Johan Kalichern also fighting strongly there on the tail of the number 19. The machine of Adam Sparrow, Jake Cox, Leah Robinson, Kian Bennett and Patrick Leaf, who looked good in the heat race earlier as well, still there in the top 10.
Leah Robinson, late move on the inside. I think that was off Luke. That was off Jake Cox, so brilliant move there by Leah Robinson. I told you need to look out for this driver who started in the mid-pack after a couple of hard heats, but in the second heat really showed what he was capable of. Taking the win in the second heat, so brilliant driving by Leah Robinson. He's going to be on the back of Johan Kalichern. Johan's going to go a bit defensive, try and make sure Leah Robinson doesn't have the move.
So Jamie Mead, who took the lead early on, of course, and has led pretty much the entire race, got a whole host of very strong drivers behind him. So Mead now just keeping a clear track in front of him, trying to break away now from the rest of the field, but he's going to have his work cut out here. It's going to be a very competitive race here to the line, but Mead at the moment setting the pace. Number 97 out to the final corner he goes. Whittaker still second. Sparrow in third. Kalichern, Robinson right in there as well. Jake Cox. So Patrick Leaf moves up a position as well as they charge through Stowe Corner. And very close start to this race. Only 2 seconds covering the top 7 drivers with 5.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. And 97 Jamie Mead leads them through in towards Derek's corner. And Whittaker closing in second, keeping that pressure on. He's still up to Adam Sparrow and Leah Robinson, who set the fastest lap of the race, number 36, and now tagging on into that 4th place. There's Robinson. Look out for the 36 on the back of the cart there, and really putting the pressure on the 3 race leaders.
Yeah, I said Leah Robinson. He's definitely one to look out for there. Adam Sparrow, late move there on James Whittaker. Leah Robinson is going to look at following through. Yeah, I was saying about Leah Robinson earlier with Johan Kalichern. Thought he was not going to get past, but yet found his own way through and into P4. Here he goes, and James Whittaker trying as hard as he can to stay on the back of Adam Sparrow. Brilliant move there by Adam Sparrow. It looks like that last corner move is very important, and Leah Robinson on the move with James Whittaker down the inside into the chicane. Brilliant move there by Leah Robinson to get onto the back of Adam Sparrow and Jamie Mead, but Jamie Mead very quiet through this final and also through the day. Very much an underdog to watch for in the TKM Extreme class.
So let's see what Jamie Mead can do. He's about halfway through this race, but he's got an awful lot of pressure behind him, but he has done very well so far. He knows exactly where to plant that cart, coming down into Stowe Corner.
Adam Sparrow for the lead. Jamie Mead is going to try and go for the cutback. Leah Robinson is there though. Leah Robinson going to give him all his might, and Adam Sparrow, brilliant move there. He's very calm and controllable. And Jamie Mead is going straight back in for the chicane. Bosh, got it straight done on the chicane. Brilliant move there by Jamie Mead. Adam Sparrow's going to slot in behind and wait for another day.
Well, Jamie Mead, he lost the lead going through Stowe Corner, but kept that line through the willows, looking very neat, and has retaken the lead. So here they come down in towards Kimbolton once again. Mead holds on. Oh, a bit of bobbing in the third.
On the inside of Leah Robinson. Brilliant move there by Johan Kalichern, our junior TKM British champion.
Look at how aggressive Jamie Mead is down the inside there, guarding that apex, and that's going to bunch everyone up behind him. As down the inside into the lead goes the number 19 of Jack Sparrow. Me trying to fight back, but Sparrow thinks he's going to cover that line in Derek's corner. He's going to bunch everyone up here, of course. That's a very defensive line from the race leader as Me tries to fight back as they make their way up towards Dan Weldon corner. Look at this, the top 7 covered by less than a second now. Everyone's right in, any one of these could win the race now. They've just got to try and keep it clean, stay out of each other's way now to bring it right the way through to the checkered flag. Sparrow leads. Look at that nose to tail into Kim Bolton once again.
Outside, Jake Cox on James Whittaker. He had a look and he tried, but wasn't successful. But Jamie Mead has really given Adam Sparrow a run for his money. There's a lot of drivers here now. Johan Kalichern, watch out for him, trying to drive through the pack. Watch out for Patrick Leaf, who's one of his first TKM Extreme races and already made it through the pack. And I'm very surprised to see him all the way up here. Very good job by Patrick Leaf, who's made his way through the heats and found himself in a good position for the final. James Whittaker there in 4th, Leo Robertson 3rd, and there's Jake Cox, Luke Letsky and Bennett, who's done well to get past that looks like Jake Cox. So brilliant driving there by Kean Bennett.
Oh, trouble there though is got a spinner going into Kim Bolton corner. It was almost inevitable that somebody would come off worse there. And again, look how aggressive they go into the first corner. Adam Sparrow, then your race leader, of course, guarding the inside line going through. So we did lose one driver, just trying to see who it was, at least one driver. Leo Robertson 2nd, Jamie Mead in 3rd, and I haven't seen Johan Kalichern go through, so I can only assume that's the driver who hit trouble going into Kim Bolton. One driver spinning out there, so we've lost Johan Kalichern. That's a shame for him. There's the 22 of Patrick Leaf, who looked very good in the previous heat race. Trying to close up on those leaders. Adam Sparrow leads. Leo Robinson, who's been threatening so far, in 2nd place. Here they come down towards Kim Bolton. We look at Patrick Leaf. But here come the leaders out of the final corner. See how close they are. Leaf trying to get involved in this fight for the lead. As we see how a defensive Sparrow goes, forcing everyone wide, and is going to bunch up going into Stowe corner.
Jamie Mead tries to go round the outside, and Lee Robertson just keeps it pinned on the inside. But they're side by side. Lee Robertson didn't get to see the grass, thankfully. Jamie Mead trying to hold it against Adam Sparrow, and he doesn't want Adam Sparrow to get away because Jamie Mead has been trying really hard to just keep getting those moves in, just to keep Adam Sparrow behind. Maybe he knows he's a very quick and competitive driver, who's one of the best TKM drivers in Britain at the moment.
Wave yellows as they go past the stricken car to behind Kalichern into Kim Bolton. Here they come out to the final corner now. Over the line with 41 seconds. It's going to be tight, I think this is realistically going to be the penultimate lap of the race. As again, you see Sparrow going very deep and very guarding that inside line into the first corner. There is a technical flag out further down the field for the 63 of Matt Cardwell. And again, look how aggressive Adam Sparrow is defending that line. Is now slipping into 2nd place is the early leader, Jamie Mead, who with 15 seconds on the clock, I think because they're bunching each other up here, it's going to be possibly the final lap next time round, almost certainly with 10 seconds on the clock. Wave yellows once again. And let's see if Sparrow bunches them up a bit now, going through Kim Bolton, holding on to that lead. Perfect timing for him because the clock goes down to 0 and the last lap of the race is now on. And again, aggressive down the inside.
7 drivers in this lead pack. Jamie Mead is the one who can control this race by trying to get past Adam Sparrow. Brilliant driving by all these TKM Extreme drivers, really putting on a show. Lee Robertson's going defensive, but now it's all against Jamie Mead and Adam Sparrow. Only 2 of them can now win this race, and it's going to be very, very close and very, very tight. Adam Sparrow has been very competitive all weekend. Jamie Mead, he's just been there or thereabouts. Jamie Mead goes for the move. Adam Sparrow put his hand up to say, what on earth were you doing there? But Jamie Mead, it's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for Jamie Mead, and he wins in TKM Extreme. First round of the Club Championship goes to Jamie Mead in TKM Extreme. I'd assume that Adam Sparrow isn't the best pleased about that move. It may have involved some contact, but we'll let the officials sort that one out.
Well, let's have a look at that one. Jamie Mead then snatching the victory from Adam Sparrow, who didn't look too happy about that one, but that's racing. And well, Jamie Mead fighting his way through right at the end to take the victory. Leo Robinson couldn't quite get through, has to settle the 3rd place. James Whittaker in 4th. Patrick Leaf fights through to 5th place. Jake Cox, Oliver Bowen in 7th place. Liv Jakins, Luke Woodward and Al Patterson rounding out the top 10. Charlie Whitehouse, Kieran Bennett in 12th. Harrison Morrow, Charlie Gallard, Spencer Lane and Freya Woodall taking us down towards 15th position. Bad luck, of course, for Jan Kalichern, who span out of that race as well. But a daring late move there for Jamie Mead to take the victory as we move on to our 24th race of the day. It's the X30 Senior Final, brought to you in association with Torque Racewear, who of course will also be supplying the Driver of the Day award, as we to be sorted out a bit later on. Any one of several drivers I think could be in a shout at that one, including this one, of course. Cian Geraghty, who will lead away the X30 Seniors from Tristan Powell. Morgan Hill, Fred Green in 4th place, Rhys Newburn and Jane Najjar in 5th position. One to look out for as well, of course, Rylan Ekberg down in 7th from Christopher Bingham. Willoughby Steele, Katie Ashman rounding out the top 10, Oliver Harris and Josh Jones on the 6th row of the grid. And the final drivers, I should say, making their way through. Jack Dan in 13th, Matthew Morgan, Paul Higginbottom, Simon Pugh and Simon Hilton as well. So the likes of Christopher Bingham, Rylan Ekburn starting in the midfield. Cian Geraghty would say would be likely the favourite for this race, but a few drivers fighting through, well worth looking out for.
Very much Cian Geraghty being the man on form in Senior X30, but over 8 minutes and a lap to play for with in this final, and Tristan Powell has definitely got a strong chance to have a little dosh with Cian Geraghty.
So there's a small delay here before the race gets underway. The unfortunate Jan Kalichern having his kart pushed back into the paddock at the final corner. I think the officials just making sure that the barriers are okay. Kalichern's all right, of course, but the kart did wallop the barriers somewhat. It has sustained a bit of front end damage. And the marshals out on the track at the moment are just making sure that the circuit is safe and ready to go, as Kalichern meanwhile has gone back to the paddock. He looks a little bit dejected, and who can blame him, because he came off worse in that little incident going into Kimbolton. The kart looks a little bit bent, but driver okay, they can repair the kart certainly, and he'll be out of course next month on February the 10th, second round of the HKRC Championship, as the X30 Seniors make final preparations. The marshal still making sure that damage to the crash barriers has been repaired. That part of the track was under wave yellows earlier on as the final part of the race, and well, that was the source of the anger earlier on possibly, but I think he made the pass just before the flags. That's one down for the stewards as the X30 Seniors make their way through, headed by, of course, the very impressive Cian Geraghty. But Geraghty looking good. Any one of a few drivers could potentially win this race. But I think for Geraghty here, he's got to try and get a good start and try and get a bit of a jump on the field in the early stages.
I think he should, yes. And but obviously he's got a lot to play for with Morgan Hill and Tristan Power. Very, very good drivers who are going to try and get on him and get on him early before he can have any chance of trying to drive away.
So here they come down the TKM straight for these drivers will be the final race of the afternoon. Look how aggressively they're swerving the karts about, getting that temperature into the tyres. The first lap, of course, very essential. They've got to go full pelt pretty much into Stowe Corner. And, of course, whilst they'll try and... no tyre blankets, of course. They've got to just try and manually keep those tyres as warm as possible before the race and really use this lap to try and get some temperature into the tyres. Look how much they are weaving about there, still looking to get things underway. Geraghty will bring them back into line in a moment. We've got the 88th edge on the outside of Tristan Powell, who will fall into position as they look to get the race underway. Here they come round the final corner and over the line. 37 and leads them over the line. And here we go. It's the X30 Senior Final. They pile into that first corner. Oh, one or two very deep braking into the first corner. They all just about get through okay, but the perfect start for Cian Geraghty.
Well, he definitely wanted to get a good start, and he definitely has. And Morgan Hill in second place, he's definitely going to be one to look out for. There's a couple of banging through the field, but nothing serious. Brilliant start there by Morgan Hill to get into second place. Tristan Powell just holding on in third. He's definitely going to want to come back on what the start was. And Cian Geraghty, brilliant start so far. Hopefully Morgan Hill can... try and get on him early and try and see if he can look for a win.
Yeah, Geraghty nice and clear out. There was a bit of an incident there in the midfield then. Jane Najjar currently under investigation about that. The unfortunate driver who got into trouble on the first lap was Jack Dan, who got pushed onto the escape road and was rejoined at the back of the field. So Cian Geraghty looking strong on that first lap. 44.9, good steady first lap. And as the track comes back towards him, we're looking to try and increase that gap. Morgan Hill looking strong then in that second place. Tristan Powell drops to third. Christopher Bingham, though, 26 with a good start, has got through to fourth place already. And Rylan Ekberg didn't quite get the start he would have wanted, down in 8th position. As we look at the number 26 of Christopher Bingham, looking very neat in that fourth place, trying to close up on the race leaders.
Brilliant driving by Keane Garrity so far, making quite big strides in this field, just setting the fastest lap of the race on 42 dead. So not the times we're expecting at the moment, but those times will definitely come down by a second or two.
Bit of trouble further down the field with Paul Higginbottom, Willoughby Steele out of the race, it appears. Matthew Morgan on the final corner at Kimbolton. And there is a kart stationary on the track that the leaders are coming up to now as we look at number 26, still Christopher Bingham. Coming down the back straight, Wade Yellows we'll see any moment now for this little battle of fourth place as they go past that stricken kart. Driver on the side of the track is okay. And I think may possibly be, I think Matthew Morgan maybe. I think 64 out of the race, but the race goes on, of course.
Fred Green has a look on Chris Bingham, but it wasn't enough to get down the inside. Very good driving there by Fred Green to kind of back out when he knew it wasn't right and have another go another day. And yeah, brilliant driving by these two. Christopher Bingham has been there or thereabouts all weekend and definitely showing what he can do in this final, but he's still got a lot of ground to make up. He wants to have any chance of getting a podium.
So Keane Garrett, it's all gone well for him so far. 41.25 was his fastest lap of the race. They should be under it. I don't know if they're going to bring that Wade Yellow in because there is still the stricken kart on the track. But nonetheless, he is still maintaining a good pace out there. Leads the race by 2.6 seconds as we look at the number 51 there of Fred Green. Just having a look at the number 26, Christopher Bingham, who can't quite shake him off so far as they make their way through the willows. And again, he just has a little peek down the inside there. Fred Green, race leader, of course, Keane Garrity now well clear. Leading now by 2.6 seconds. Tristan Powell is back into second, but at the moment, Fred Green just having a look at that fight for third. Here's the second place battle here. We've got number 88, Tristan Powell. 29, Morgan Hill on his tail as they make their way out to Kimbolton. Clear track once again, the green flag out for them. And here they come down towards Stowe Corner. Nothing really going at the moment for Morgan Hill. He's going to follow, making his way through the Stowe Corner. Let's see what he can do as they make their way through up towards Derek's Corner. Keane Garrity now well clear out in front. And, a little peek there down the inside. Sparks flying there for Morgan Hill as he tries to find a bit of a gap going into Derek's Corner. Doesn't quite come off here. At the moment here, it seems that Morgan Hill just looking for lines as we go into the final 4 minutes.
Yeah, Keane Garrity has definitely pulled away and he's very much looking for quite an astonishing victory here at Kimbolton. Tristan Powell just holding on from Morgan Hill. Morgan Hill's closing in. Will Morgan Hill go for a move? I don't think so. Not yet. But here's Christopher Bingham with Fred Green. These two have been battling all the way through the race, just keeping on tail with each other, looking to wait and see if one makes a mistake or not. But if Christopher Bingham makes a mistake, he's got a fast Fred Green to be on his tail.
A bit further down, Katie Ashman asking questions here of Rylan Ekberg as they have a battle further down going through Derek's Corner. But we look at Fred Green, who again is keeping that pressure on Christopher Bingham as they make their way through the Kestrel Corner down towards the final corner, Kimbolton, and back onto the start straight with 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go. There's the fight for second. It's still Tristan Powell from Morgan Hill. Bingham holding on to that fourth place. Green still keeping the pressure on. Not much in terms of overtaking right now, but the race is still finely poised with 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Keane Garrity looking comfortable at the moment, 3.7 seconds out in front. Has got the track to himself. There is a tail ender in front, but shouldn't cause him too many problems. 2 minute 41 as we see that battle further down in the top 10. There is the number 67 there, Reese Newman. Ekberg on his tail, and Katie Ashman should be in there as well. 53 from Jane Ajar, and Josh Jones rounding out the top 10.
Brilliant driving there by Reese Newburn on that TB kart. Doing brilliantly well to be sitting in P6.
Looks like the 51 there, Fred Green, has made the move a bit further down. He was just echoing there to Christopher Bingham just to follow him on to try and close on the remaining top 10 drivers. A little bit close now in the final part of the top 10. We're looking at the moment at the number 67 of Reese Newman, who's keeping the lines nice and neat there going through Dan Weldon Corner. Rylan Ekberg 2.73 on his tail as they make their way down the TKM straight. Ekbrun keeping that pressure on. 1 minute 47 on the clock right now, and Keon Geraghty, number 37, leading quite comfortably by 4.1 seconds, setting the fastest lap of the race, 40.6 as well. Here they come down towards Stowe Corner. There's Katie Ashman and Jane Najjar a little bit further behind there, trying to close up on this battle between Rylan Ekberg and Reese Newburn as they make their way through the willows, and still closely poised in these closing parts of the race.
There's Fred Green and Chris Bingham, so that's your Fred Green in P4, so that's the move done on Chris Bingham, trying to pull that gap before Chris Bingham can reset and get back on top with him. There's a back marker there, that looks like Matthew Morgan, who's just got out the way. 1
minute to go when they're getting close for second place. They make their way down towards here they are, the first, the top three there between Tristan Powell and Morgan Hill fighting for position. Down the inside goes Bingham on the 51 of Green, so Christopher Bingham back into fourth place and makes the move stick. Is that going to allow the rest of the top 10 to close back up? Here's that fight for second place. And, well, the question is now, what can Christopher Bingham and Fred Green do? Can they close up? Time running out for them as the impressive Tristan Powell holds on to that second place. Morgan Hill trying to find a way through here. One wheel off the ground there for Tristan Powell as they make their way through into Kim Bolton. And you see there, 29, Morgan Hill just cutting a little bit tighter on the exit, looking for the drive out of the corner. Morgan Hill has got a contact warning, incidentally, as they make their way over the line. 16 seconds on the clock, so next time round will be the last lap flag. Kean Geraghty, barring disaster, is away and clear at the moment, leading by 6 seconds because the fight now well and truly on for second place.
Brilliant driving there by Morgan Hill to hold on whilst he can. It looks like the tyre PSI has actually he'd actually made it so the tyres came on later in the race, because he seems to have found so much more pace than what he had at the start of the race, and this means that he's able to hold on to Tristan Powell. Going on to the final lap of the race, that's Kean Geraghty, our race leader. Hasn't put a foot wrong all day, so you can't fault him. And all he's got to do is come round and do one more lap and of this Kim Bolton circuit, and he should be on his way to quite a glorious victory. But now it looks like Morgan Hill has actually overtaken Rylan Ekberg. No, not Rylan Ekberg, Tristan Powell. So Morgan Hill looking like a P2 is on for Morgan Hill if he can hold on. But here's Kean Geraghty round the final corner. He's going to come and take the checker flag, and CNX 30, Kean Geraghty on board. What a win from Kean Geraghty to take it. Morgan Hill takes it in the end with Tristan Powell following in third. Chris Bingham takes it back from Fred Green in for P4. Ryan Ekberg holds on in P6, Reese Newburn P7 and Katie Ashman in P8.
Fantastic drive there from Kean Geraghty, pretty much from lights to flag. Taking the checkered flag, really has been on top form today and winning eventually by 7.4 seconds. Massive gap by karting standards, one would say, as we see Morgan Hill in second, Tristan Powell third, Christopher Bingham then holding on to that fourth place from Fred Green. So the rest of the field make their way through. Simon Pugh and Simon Hilton having their battle there for 13th and 14th respectively. Lost a few drivers there. I think Paul Higginbottom dropping a lap down. Matthew Morgan still having his cart retrieved from the side of the track. Driver is okay. As we move on, of course, to the famous old Austrian manufacturer Rotax coming up very shortly. We've got the Junior Rotax A final. We've got the 4 drivers who qualified from the B final joining the A final here. Most of these drivers had quite some break here before their final race in association with Amesbury Plant Hire. Who will be out on track, of course, sweeping up all those marbles ahead of the second round of the championship. Our Senior Rotax coming up next, of course, to round out the day. But first, we have the Junior Rotax with some very competitive drivers out there. And we'll run through the leading drivers on the start grid in a few moments' time in this penultimate race of the day. So we've got Timo Youngling from Harry Bartle, Will Antrobus, Joshua Smith, Aras Majuskis and Thomas Behrman in 6th position. And a bit further down, of course, running up to Charlie Neve in 7th place from Jacob Ashcroft, Aidan Mitchell, Victor Hansen, Luca Magni and Brandon Truman in 12th place on the 6th row of the grid as they make their way back down towards the start-finish line. KVH, Joel Dixon-Cohn, Owen Keenan, Teddy Cooper, Jack West and Charlie Kitely in the midfield. Very competitive group here, Charlie, and a few drivers who would be in with a shout of victory.
Definitely watch out for Bartle versus Youngling throughout this race. Here we
Wave
go.
round. Oh, wave round early, I think, there.
So full start round. So this is giving another chance for the drivers to get some extra more temp in those tyres. But yeah, definitely some drivers to look out for. Watch out for Joshua Turnbull. Look out for Lizzie Mentier, Jack West, Owen Keenan, Brandon Truman, Victor Hansen, Jacob Ashcroft, Charlie Neve, Thomas Behrman. There's so many drivers to look out for in this grid. It's going to be one hell of a final.
Yeah, so we've got the other second of the formation laps here, just getting a bit more temperature into the tyres. Headed, of course, then by Timo Youngling and Harry Bartle. Both of those drivers have been on top form. Will Angebus has been there or thereabouts all weekend as well, of course. So I think this first lap is going to be very important indeed. Look how much the drivers are weaving about on the TKM straight, even more so than usual, possibly, to get all that all-important temperature into the tyres, because any moment now they're going to go flying down into Stowe Corner, and those tyres have better grip because they're going to put a lot of pressure on them any moment now. Here they come through in towards Kim Bolton. The final corner, there's Youngling on the left, Bartle on the right, 7 and 73 Angebus there in third. Here they come up to the line, and the Junior Rotax final gets underway, charging down into the first corner, and Youngling immediately guards the inside line from Bartle. Angebus having a look on the inside, and makes his way through to second place, but trouble in the midfield. Quite a few drivers hitting trouble in that midfield.
Joshua Smith looking like went a bit wide. That's Charlie Neve, who's having to use a bit of the skate pro. He nearly lost it. That's William Antrobus in P2. So brilliant start by William Antrobus. Timo Youngling has held the lead. There's Harry Bartle in P3. Aris Bojowski's in P4. Looks like Jacob Ashcroft has made up to the top 5. So brilliant start by the top 5 here. There's Harry Bartle. Oh, wow, really coming off the exit curb and very much skating on the tray. That's William Antrobus, who's going to look for a move on Timo Youngling if he can. Goes to the outside. Timo Youngling really parking it on the apex, making sure the Antrobus does not get past whatsoever. As they come round for lap 1, there's Harry Bartle down the inside of William Antrobus. They're sliding all the way through the first sector. And will he hold on? I don't think so. He's going to have to wait for another day. And William Antrobus just about holds on for P2. But will he have a look at Timo Youngling if he's feeling like Harry Bartle's going to be all over him? He might as well try and go for that P1, so he's got all Timo Youngling to worry about with Harry Bartle.
And Timo Youngling there just taking a bit of curve coming out of Derek's corner, and now coming under pressure from Will Antrobus in second. And as Charlie said, of course, this could be Antrobus's moment here to try and get the jump on the number 7, the race leader. Timo Youngling looking very neat out to the final corner. Antrobus still second. There's a stationary yellow there, Wade yellow, coming into the first corner, so any ideas of a move, we're going to have to wait here. Well, there's some damage from that first corner into. There's a stranded cart on the outside of the racing line there. You see that as well. So Youngling leads, and Antrobus pushing him down the road here, trying to get him to move on. Youngling guarding that inside line into Derek's corner. That's going to bunch everyone up now, as Harry Bartle and Majewskis there, number 72, Ashcroft also in there as well. They make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. This thing was Kai Vetch and John Richardson out of the race. Rain Gandor as well, another driver in trouble after that first corner melee. And just looking a bit further down there, as a few drivers moving through the field. Owen Keenan and Charlie Neve going through. As Timo Youngling clear track now, guards the inside line.
Bunch of bursts on the inside. Oh, was very much close there, and Harry Bartle just about getting the cut back there. Looks like Wanchibus really got to the inside on the white line, so very much using all the track there. Timo Youngling just about holding it, followed by Harry Bartle. Harry Bartle around the outside. Wow, what a move there by Harry Bartle on Timo Youngling, very much showing him that all track can be used. Sparking as he come off the Weldon complex. Timo Youngling is probably going to get a bit annoyed about that move, saying how brilliant that move was by Harry Bartle to get round the outside in the place where you usually wouldn't see a move like that. Harry Bartle going defensive. Timo Youngling is going to go look for the outside. Antrobus is having a little look.
Mazjuskis in there as well, so one or two investigations going on there. 75 Kajevic being looked at as well, and the 21 there also a bit further down the field. I think that's Victor Hansen, currently 23rd. Meanwhile at the front here, it looks like back into the lead now goes Timo Youngling from Will Antrobus as Bartle drops to third. This race still got a long way to go, of course, 4.5 minutes plus the one lap. Anything can happen here as they charge through into Kim Bolton once again, as Antrobus has a peek down the inside. It doesn't come off for him, and that could allow Bartles into second place, which it does so. So Youngling back into the lead here, guards the inside line quite aggressively now, Forces Bartle wide, who goes to the outside, trying to do the switch back, but Bartle's got the outside line, sweeps round and takes the lead.
And as they're all battling, there are many, many, many drivers coming into this front pack.
Oh, outbraking there for, was that Youngling? One of the drivers outbraked themselves a bit there. I think it was Timo Youngling, may have gone off onto the escape road.
So one of our drivers who was looking like, is actually, no, into P2, is Timo Youngling, so maybe he was able to get back on top of that slight collision. Looks like there's a driver gone off at the chicane, so we'll have to see who that is. But Harry Bartle taking the lead, brilliant drive so far, making an astonishing move round the outside at the chicane. There's Asmayauskas on Jacob Ashcroft, going to the inside. Jacob Ashcroft's going to defend, and there's Joshua Turnbull, who's made up a load of places, who was starting near the back, and brilliant driving by Turnbull to get up onto the front pack. William Antrus really showing what he can do in that Sam Pollitt racing livery.
So my apologies to Timo Youngling. It was actually the unfortunate Charlie Neve who went off the track onto the escape road, drops down to 10th place, but still has got every opportunity to try and get a decent position out of this race, as the 57 of Will Antrobus charging to try and catch up with the leader. And Harry Bartle, for the first time in this race, got something close to a gap on the second place driver. It's been that close. So Bartle leads, Antrobus second, Youngling third. Any one of those three could still be in contention. And watching there is Kai Vetch in fourth, Jacob Ashcroft, Joshua Turnbull, Majeskis and Truman, Joshua Smith all still in contention with 2.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. But this is an important part of the race now for Harry Bartle, who is trying to break away now from Will Antrobus, and Timo Youngling still looking threatening in third place.
William Antrobus really driving well here so far, just trying to hold off Timo Youngling, who's very, very strong so far here, and Kai Vetch, who's done very well so far in that KR Sport kind of orange and red helmet, very much showing what he's capable of, and definitely hasn't been up there in the heat, so very well to see him up there in the final where it all counts. And Harry Bartle very much being very aggressive on that kart, trying to just make sure every corner is right, and he's very much concentrated, trying to make sure he is getting the job done. So very much some strong drive through the field. One to look out for, Joshua Turnbull in P6, making up 19 places. Very well done. And we got some of our B final drivers. If we look at Ellie Badden, who's actually made up 16 places into P15.
Just in front of him, as Harry Bartle still leads the way as they make their way through towards the Kimbolton corner once again. 56 seconds on the clock, so I think they're going to squeeze through here. 50 seconds remaining, so they'll get through once more before the last lap flag goes out. So 2 laps after this for the leader. Still a long way to go in this race. Harry Bartle doing just about enough here to hold on to the lead as we focus on the treble 2 Jacob Ashcroft, who again has set the fastest lap of the race and is closing up on Timo Youngling in third, who at the moment is not able to do much about the 2 race leaders, but still closely poised at the front. There's a bit of a fight further on in the remaining part of the top 10, but the man on the move at the moment is very much the treble 2 of Jacob Ashcroft, with 2 laps to go after this.
Very, very strong cadet career he had so far, and trying to make big strides in his junior career as he's just started off. And yeah, very much on the back of Timo Youngling. Very much is showing strong pace compared to how he was in the heats, and this is what I mean about how it's all good being consistent in the heats, but it's all about that final starting position that can get you that extra advantage against your opponents. And very much Jacob Ashcroft doing just that. But William Antrobus and Harry Bartle, you have to applaud them for some brilliant driving so far.
Well, here they come back down towards the Kestrel corner once again. There is the race leader who's looking on top form here, Harry Bartle. Very neat, the clock down to 0, so it's going to be 1 lap to go as they cross the line. So it's Bartle leading, Antrobus second, Youngling still in third, but coming under a lot of pressure now from Jacob Ashcroft. But at the moment, it's would say that Bartle's got the advantage here as they make their way through the willows to the final time. Youngling holding on to that third place, Ashcroft all over him for 4th position, but at the moment it looks like Bartle is going to hold on through Derek's corner for the final time. Antrobus still keeping that pressure on in 2nd place. The fight on for 3rd now between Youngling and Ashcroft, as up to the top corner goes Harry Bartle, and down towards Kestrel for the final time.
Dancing through the track right now, it's Harry Bartle around the final corner. Brilliant driving so far, and it's murder on the dance floor for Harry Bartle. He's going around the final corner. He's going to win in Junior Rotax. Strong grid here, and he comes out on top. William Antrobus, brilliant driving to get up into P2. Timo Youngling was in third, followed by Jake Bashcroft. Joshua Turnbull in P5 has made up 20 places. Alex Majowskis, who dropped a position to 6th. Kai Vetch, who was really up there throughout that whole race. Jack West, who was showing promising signs, making it into P8. Thomas Behrman and Brandon Truman rounds out your top 10.
So that's your very close finish in this penultimate race today. Junior Rotax and Harry Bartle taking a very competitive final by just under 1 second. As we move through to our final race of the day, it's the Senior Rotax in association with Amesbury Plant Hire. And of course, this is our final race. Don't forget, of course, to subscribe to TNL Sports on YouTube to get plenty of action throughout the race season, including the British Supermoto Championship. And, of course, all of the rounds of the HKRC Championship, the next one on February the 10th. So, Senior Rotax will look at how they line up now. So it's going to be Macaulay Bishop from Philip Rawson, Lucas Ellingham, Archie Buttle, Deacon Russell, and Sam Baker in 6th position. Jack Spencer, Jack Collins, Ralph Youngling, George Donald, George Allen, and Caden McQueen in 12th position. Now, Caden McQueen, of course, winner of the previous heat race. And as they make their way out onto the grid for what will be this final race today, Agnes Diardis in 13th place, Walker in 14th, Charlie Webb, Alexander Adams Acton in 16th, Luca Osman Price, Ethan Martin in 18th position, and Pavlonis in 10th from Bray, Nicholas Ellis in 11th, Michael Morgan, Tom Pryor and Jacob Bavoriak in 24th position. So another one of the younglings there. Timo and Ralph, I believe, named after one driver just on the grid has gone onto the grass as they make their way through onto the formation lap. So stranded on the grass. I can't tell you who it is as they make their way through. The rest of the grid made up Kieran Pugh, Leo Purchase further down the field as well. But one driver has gone onto the grass and the rest of the field make their way through, headed by the number 19 there, Philip Rawson, Macaulay Bishop on that front row. It's a good start. They get ready to go. No, it is a wave round. Was immediately trouble further down. As you may see at the back of your grid there, 21 hitting trouble there. Tom Pryor, the number 93. It's a messy start to the race here. Al Kirby also going off the track. Is that the 104, I think, as well, possibly. 119, Presley Walker, maybe. Try and get the number of that. So, bit of a dramatic start here, Charlie, with quite a few drivers hitting trouble.
Looks like a couple of drivers got caught off guard with that false start. So,
there's a driver, one driver out of the race, I think, as well. Already.
Looks like a bent axle for, I think that's the 199 of Presley Walker. So, definitely time to do a take two, and we'll see what happens now. Macaulay Bishop, the man on a mission today at Kimbolton. Philip Rawson is definitely been there or thereabouts. There's Tom Pryor trying to slot back into precision. There's some strong drivers here this weekend that we need to watch out for. Watch out for Charlie Webb, who's definitely a strong one to look out for. That's Lucas Enningham. Bunch of JDR carts here this weekend, and we're off and racing in Senior Rotax for the first round of Club Championship. It's that final, and Macaulay Bishop holds it into the lead. Lucas Enningham gets into second place. So brilliant start by Lucas Enningham on that JDR chassis, on that JDR MS chassis. Philip Rawson looks like he's got into third place. So brilliant start, and there's Deacon Russell. He's very much come on as a driver. He's in P4. Sam Baker in your top 5, driving brilliantly. Trying to get onto the back of the MLC, Deacon Russell, but Macaulay Bishop, the man on the mission, he is off to a brilliant start so far. Lucas Enningham really showing that he's not over. It's not over yet, and there's many laps left of this race.
So here we go over the line. So Macaulay Bishop leads the way. Lucas Ellingham, Rawson, Russell, Baker, Archie Butler in 6th place as they all go charging through the first corner. Now, one or two drivers hitting trouble on that first lap. We saw a driver go onto the grass further down the field, and if you see some parts of the grass spectator car park, you'll know that there's still a bit of moisture in that soil, so you definitely don't want to go off the track, as you'll have a really hard time getting back on. But meanwhile, Macaulay Bishop leads the way down the TKM straight once again. Lucas Ellingham charging. I think the driver we lost on that first lap just going over the line was the 47 Cassius Dieppe. A bit further down, so Bishop leading. But Ellingham still charging. Number 19 right in there as well. Philip Rawson, Deacon Russell and Sam Baker as they charge through into the first corner. But at the moment in his early stages, Macaulay Bishop doing a great job of covering those lines. Not too defensive to slow his pace, but holding on to the lead quite aggressively.
Lucas Ellingham really going to give Macaulay Bishop a run for his money. He definitely does not want to let Macaulay get away, and he's definitely applying a bit of pressure. Not enough to fully go for a move, but just enough to keep him at bay. He's got his head down, but sitting very tall in the kart. Will definitely cause a headwind, and he'll definitely be struggling to get down the straight, so that's why he has to duck that head. And there's Macaulay Bishop sparking coming out the final corner, just showing how much the chassis get aware on during these race weekends. Philip Rawson doing a sonking job in P3. That's Sam Baker, who's also looking at getting onto the back of these top three, and hopefully a podium place is in his honour.
So here we go up to the top of the circuit now, and at the moment Macaulay Bishop doing a great job of holding on to this lead, and Lucas Ellingham really keeping the pressure on in second place. The top two just starting to pull away slowly now from Philip Rawson in third place as they make their way through into Kimbolton. Once again, technical flag meanwhile for number 43, a bit further down the field, of Alfie Bray from the edge just in the midfield, so looking like going to drop out of contention. Bishop leading, Ellingham second, but look out for this driver here, number 19, Philip Rawson, who has set the fastest lap of the race, 40.5, matching the leaders for pace here, trying to close up and dragging along slowly. The number 31 is behind him of Sam Baker. Caden McQueen's done very well, of course. McQueen had that trouble in the first heat race, which means that he dropped quite far down the grid in this final. Number 42, Caden McQueen, is closing on the number 31, the driver we're looking at just there, of Sam Baker. McQueen closing up all the time as the leaders make their way through. There's the number 19, the third place Philip Rawson, trying to close up on the two race leaders, but look out for Sam Baker, and in particular number 42, Caden McQueen, who's just a little bit further behind.
Definitely not over yet with Bishop in the lead this race. Lucas Ellingham is biding his time. He's getting ready for the moment when he can pounce and try and take the win off Macaulay Bishop. And I mean, Macaulay Bishop's just been outstanding so far. He already won a race this year last weekend at the Paul Fletcher International Circuit. He went from last in qualifying and actually won the final, so very much showing that senior Rotax is where he belongs, and Rotax in general is where he belongs. And Lucas Ellingham doing all the work he can. There's Sam Baker on your screens, Caden McQueen just slowly coming in behind. If those two can work together, then maybe we can look at a brilliant top 5 battle for the win.
Yeah, there we see Sam Baker charging hard here, trying to close up on that fight between Philip Rawson, Luke Ellingham a bit further down the track, and Macaulay Bishop there, 68, has pretty much, of course, led the entire race. He's got 3.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. As again, we look at the number 31 of Sam Baker trying to close up on that lead group. We've got number 42, Caden McQueen, behind, and just starting to pull away now from the 1-2-1 of Deacon Russell and Archie Buttle. As we see coming through into Kimbolton goes number 31, Sam Baker. Out of the final corner goes, just over 3 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. Macaulay Bishop holding on to the lead, but at the front, it looks like Lucas Ellingham is starting to put the pressure on, as we see Caden McQueen there charging after the machine of Sam Baker, but Macaulay Bishop going through into Derek's corner, still leading the way. There go the two leaders. There's that fight just a bit further behind them. The rest of the top 10, Deacon Russell, Jack Spencer and Ralph Youngling in there as well. There's 64, Jack Spencer in the middle of that fight also. But down into the final two corners, the race leaders. There they go. There we see the fight for third. But Macaulay Bishop coming under some real pressure now from Lucas Ellingham as they make their way down into the first corner. There come the lead group of drivers. There's Bishop, Ellingham, Rawson, Baker and Caden McQueen looking strong, going for a move.
Caden McQueen down inside of Sam Baker. Brilliant move there by Caden McQueen. Definitely looking strong near this further end of the race. And Macaulay Bishop, there he is on your screens, leading the way. And Lucas Ellingham ready to make a move. He's got 2 minutes left, and there's Philip Rawson, who's definitely going to have a look at trying to bounce back if those two come to toe. And Philip Rawson, very much a strong driver here so far this weekend, definitely has shown what he is capable of, and hopefully we see him back here later in the year and also throughout the whole year.
So closing stages of this senior Rotax final, and it's still Macaulay Bishop holding that lead Number 45 on his tether, Lucas Ellingham can't find a way through at the moment, and all the time Philip Rawson watching in third place. They make their way up towards the top of the circuit now through the Dan Weldon corner. Bishop looking strong, the time ticking down now, 1:26 on the clock, still a few more laps to go in this one. Here they come through Kestrel once again. At the moment Ellingham can keep up, but he can't find a way to get through at the moment, and what he can't afford to do here is get too aggressive in that fight for the lead, because not too far behind him is the number 19 of Philip Rawson, and still Caden McQueen and Sam Baker looking threatening in 4th and 5th place. 1 minute to go, plus 1 lap remaining, so they should get through with about 3 laps to go here. And at the moment, Macaulay Bishop still leading the way, but still looking threatening in 3rd is Philip Rawson, 1 second covering the top 3 here. So at the moment, I think Ellingham can't afford to be too aggressive as he fights for the lead.
Macaulay Bishop really started to put more pressure on the car now. He's really pushing, trying to get away from Lucas Ellingham. There's only got 2 laps left after the final corner down the start-finish straight. Macaulay Bishop, Lucas Ellingham, we're coming up to a back marker, so we hope to make sure he gets out the way. There's Caden McQueen on your screens, doing very good to hold off the Sam Baker. He's pulled a bit of a gap away from Sam Baker. Doing really well. There's the back marker, and Macaulay Bishop's getting held up a bit. Well, the Jack Dex racing car of Lucas Ellingham, well, he's followed through, so now Lucas Ellingham is right on the back of Macaulay Bishop, and now Macaulay's really got work to do now, as we're about to go on to the final lap of the race. And Macaulay Bishop, he's got 1 lap to hold on. Lucas Ellingham, and there's Philip Rawson, and we knew Philip was going to be there or thereabouts, and there's Lucas Ellingham, head down to the floor. He's got 1 lap left.
So yeah, we've got 1 lap to go here. Into the first corner they go, and the number 45 of Lucas Ellingham through the willows for the final time. And this is definitely, of course, where these top 3 drivers are going to stake their claim if they're going to take victory here in the final. Through Derek's corner they go. You can see Bishop driving quite defensive there, getting those apexes covered, preventing Lucas Ellingham from making a move. Here they come down the TKM straight for the final time, Charlie, and it's a fight to the line here with Macaulay Bishop leading the way.
Macaulay Bishop, he knew what he had to do, and he's only gone and done it. And round the final corner, Lucas Ellingham couldn't handle it, and Macaulay Bishop wins here in Kimbolton for round 1 of the Club Championship. Very calm and collective, no celebration. What a driver and what a day.
Yeah, very well deserved victory there for Macaulay Bishop. Lucas Ellingham then in 2nd place, Philip Rawson. Caden McQueen taking 4th after that relatively poor grid position, fighting through well to take 4th place. Sam Baker, Archie Buttle, Deacon Russell in 7th, Jack Spencer, Charlie Webb, and Alexander Adams-Acton has had a mixed day, of course, but fighting through on that final there to get a 10th position. Tom Pryor, Ethan Martin, Ralph Youngling, George Allen a little bit further behind there as the senior Rotax, and of course the final race of the day draws to a close just before 4 p.m. here at Kimbolton. And I would say there, Charlie, some fantastic racing throughout the day, and we've got a bit of work to do, of course, after this to work out the driver of the day, because there have been quite a few candidates.
Some really good driving there, brilliantly through the Rotax races as well, and a very good file in the TKM Extreme as well.
Yeah, so great way to start 2024 here at the HKRC. I've been Chris Sora, joined, of course, with Charlie Ellis, and we'll see, of course, very soon. The next round of the championship is on February the 10th right here at Kimbolton, so join us back here with TNL Sports for round number 2. Don't forget, of course, to like and subscribe to the TNL Sports channel for plenty of action throughout the season in 2024. But from us two here, it's thank you, goodbye, and we'll see you in February.